in, Simon goes out. This is a little bit more of what we expect and know from Bound Amp United back home in APAC. So this should be.
So I'm waiting to.
A big
I can't tell you guys. Sorry,
they haven't necessarily been
it's
bad
personal.
by any means. Of course, though, being one of the teams that has been playing in this week since match number 1, there is those expectations. They have fortunately been able to make top 4 3 times so far. No second place finishes, but they are a team though, Toby, that actually thrives on the winner-winner chicken dinner format. They are very good at being able to get to the end game, win those games in the clutch, whether that be through kills or sometimes just a little bit of circle luck.
And that's one of the things that I really both love and hate about the way this format is, that sometimes you have these teams that when you go in your regular super settings point system rule format, they have a hard time finding success. But then when you throw the curveballs in with constantly changing lobbies and teams not really having a whole lot of time to adapt because the very next game things are going to play out completely different, there are just some teams that thrive in that. I mean, you talk about Barnum, and there are other teams like them that did he just flip? Oh, I thought he flipped his US trying to unflip the buggy there, but fortunately they both made it out of there alive. But no, it's just interesting to me, Xenox, that there are some teams that play so much better in these kind of, we do not know what to expect, so let's just play our game.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I just
take everything as it comes.
I'm fine. I just have.
Like it more structured.
I don't know how to possibly explain it to you guys. Sorry.
Better team on the larger scale of things.
Drama. I was gonna say drama.
Completely torn apart by all these random factors playing in.
Well, the best teams are going to be the ones that are able to adapt, but also the ones that are going to be able to play their own style and do it really well. Typically, those are the ones that, of course, who have already qualified for the weekly finals this weekend. KPI, Amy, getting a couple of shots in here. But I think for the teams that try to play to the environment, this kind of format just does not buy into that at all. There's just too many revolving doors of teams coming in and out to make that well-known. BBL going to be a little bit careful there with the Darcy's. Go and buy a new happy.
I just can't talk about PUBG right now.
They get all 4 members through safely.
Oh, it sucks.
Well, this ain't the way to start it. We saw 2 teams fly up the road to say
Everything was fine. I was ready to stream, and then I get a bunch of messages.
Down to low HP, got Marco at half as well, and they're still only halfway through towards the area I think they would want to go to. And I think now, and this is the fun thing, right? These teams have just played a whole week, or a couple of days anyway, of ranking decision where the lobbies played out in one way. And now, I mean, that was a lot of edge play. There were teams that went center, including BBL.
No, it's not personal like that, but I also just shouldn't talk about it. But it's very important and life-affecting.
In phase 1, everyone else, you know, we'll take our time, we'll play it slow, we'll get there eventually. We want to play around on the edge, play it safe, and then we'll move in later and rag up kills out. What? I thought it was proning on the car for a second, but it was behind it. X-ray had me fooled there for a second. But then you reach now where literally everyone, with very few exceptions,
I will just ignore everything until I get another message.
And just change of everything really in a lobby like these that I understand when you sometimes you can seem like you have no clue what you're doing simply because things are changing up at such a fast pace that you can't really adapt to it fast enough.
Yeah, and so far, though, I have no idea how BBL have not lost a player between, I think, Mert probably should have died just moments ago, but even that rotation was a little bit sloppy. They're spinning around. New Happy was shooting at them. Ants was shooting at them. Somehow, they've been able to get to somewhat...
do you guys want English or Korean?
Towards the right-hand side. All 4 players alive. Absolutely staggering. Yeah, they're going to actually have even a tiny little 2-2 split here. Nothing crazy, but still, I don't know how they got 4 players alive. But yeah, going back to what you were sort of touching on, Toby, I think this is going to be now with 5 games to go. If you were trying something, do you switch it up a little bit here? If you were a team that was maybe trying to play to the environment, do you play within yourselves a little bit more, vice versa?
Let's do a bit of English today.
I think, and then that's the way I've always been looking at the weekly survival formats. The teams that tend to be more aggressive when playing in the super like a point setting. Our points rule are usually the teams that tend to play in winner.
It's just coffee, Paul.
And to me, that's mainly because they are teams like when you play aggressive, you like to be the ones to dictate the pace of a game, right?
You'll find a mixture of players, Drebs, on different reses.
The ones in the receiving and saying, "Oh, we'll just sit here wait."
If with the computer I have now, I would have played on 1440p for sure. I mean, if you got it, you got that. You should too.
for audio.
The res doesn't matter as much if you have a good GPU, because the game is CPU.
A team like Heroic that we just saw on the rotation there towards Yasnaya,
My name is Critical.
because they're more accustomed to having random things
Concrete
happen, because
Pylon
they're just
gifted
finding gateways
Khalil
that
1 a
much more often.
subscription.
Let's see now
Concrete Pylon gifted a tier 1 sub to Khalil 1. They have given 18 gift subs in the channel.
Pylon, thank you for gifting a sub to Khalil. Welcome back, Khalil. Thank you, Pylon. I'm really sorry, guys, that this wasn't my plan for today. I was ready to watch some PGC and talk about PGC.
Yeah, very fortunate there for Star-Lord. Had he flipped the buggy on the other side, his head would have been exposed, and I think T-Bone might have been able to find a kill.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, the backside of the buggy is actually what was shown to T-Bone, so therefore took no damage at all. Gets the Wizzy Tower to himself.
Hello,
Does have to
Hotown.
be careful. Of course, you can see Heroic have got him measured up. Nice shots from T-Bone, and that's going to force out the first aid kit. They could be aggressive on this if they want to. They know that no one
Is Mapstream ahead?
has rotated into this position. They know it's only Star-Lord, but it's still risky. That you can see the gap, the distance that they would have to run over to that Wizard Tower before they can start throwing those nades and trying to get him out of there.
It's not
probably
anymore.
not worth
Nice.
it right now, not this early on in the game. The other part of that is in itself the strategy.
Alright, so this is
though,
the
that you
same
have to
circle from
the
yesterday.
mindset. This is not about
The
trying
one
to find
where,
kills. This is about staying alive and finding a win.
17-1.
Of course, you don't want to have teams
And Na'Vi
like
were in
this,
this compound.
especially not early on, especially not now that the circle shifted you out on the very, very edge of the next phase. So if you're Heroic here, yes, I would probably dedicate people to try and get down Star-Lord, just because, I mean, A, he's in the middle of your rotation path, B, you don't know where his teammates are. They could turn out to be a problem for you to make your further forward. But now let's hold that for a second. Buram and Petrichor driving side by side, trying to make their way up towards the north, and it's going to
I feel like the sound mix is just lower today.
together to take out Panax.
Yeah, unfortunate for Buram, losing Canaxi like that. Obviously for Petrichor Road, they're a team that had high expectations coming into PGC, and they've honestly been quite lackluster, in some ways even disappointing. But they're a team that you definitely can't count out by any means. They're a team that you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Don't miss any questions.
Left just showing his skill there. Example though for Na'Vi, just takes a little shot, watches as Pero drive by. In fact, straight through Space Station Gaming, Keenan just gets in his vehicle as well. So obviously teams now starting to adapt to this phase.
Warthog, thank you for the bits. Sorry, man.
It's all
It's alright.
It's a tricky one to rotate into as well. There's been so many teams wrapping up towards this. Oh no, Mambo, do you know? Do you know that there's a guy right next to you, Rob? Now here's the vehicle actually anticipating it. Okay! Okay, Mambo, nice knock. Is on low HP though, needs to get out of the vehicle, probably get himself healed on up. Yep, will do.
No serious ones, Liv.
Not taking anything for granted.
Not since the game.
He saw him
Not since
down
the first
there,
year.
Not quite sure, but either way, he gets him down, and that secures them somewhat of a path to rotate.
Third person is not really competitive.
On that one, they made it straight through 3 different teams, and they get there without really taking any casualties.
Yeah, Na'Vi've got to be careful here as well. Nordra just loitering close by. Should be able to find this kill.
Druid is having a bad tournament, really.
Nordra.
Well, Brew have not adapted to the
go
format.
Their way at the moment to start here for our first game of the night. They've only got 5 chances. You don't really get many. Quizzy, the nade into towards the smoke and the dart skip, but Buram have already evacuated over to the cliff.
Sitting in a smart 2-way position here. Quizzy maybe trying to make it sound like there's more than just one guy on that ridge line shooting. Maybe he should swap back and forth between his different guns to make it sound even more
anxious.
like it. He does have teammates up on the hillside trying to kind of give him a bit of an overlook. Now Aliyah is coming down to help out as well. I mean, there are only so many players the Buram players can be. Either they're right where they are here, or they should have jumped into the water. And you know what? I love this. The fact that they dip, the fact that they leave.
Pero was doing some drive-bys too. Hey, Ralphie, Rafflecat, I'm back.
Where we are. We got the hillside. We're close to the circle. Buram is down the hill. We've just popped their tires.
So I feel like I need a flashing icon on my head right now that says heavily distracted.
We will take a 0-kill win if we have to, if that means we never put ourselves at risk of dying. So why not avoid the amount of encounters where there's potential that we could lose a player and just leave? And having said this, this is a smart thing to do usually, but Na'Vi, formerly known as Tornado Energy, are probably one of the most aggressive edge teams in all of EMEA. So seeing them say, you know what? No, let's back off. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that is absolutely huge, because they would have done that.
Unfortunately, as I started streaming, I got
Yeah, and of
bad
course,
messages.
Buram United as well, the APAC region, typically like to play edge as
So there's
well.
much more
Depends
north
on
than the other
format,
circle we
of
had
course,
here
but
last
also the
night.
point roll system, they definitely did a little bit more than say winner
I actually think
dinner.
this compound's really
but
good.
it is actually one of their strengths.
AFK
and they
in
just
it.
got absolutely shredded by both
Which is how you play this
Petrichor Road
format.
and Na'Vi. The one thing I am concerned about with Na'Vi is where do they go from here, of course. There already looks like in the minimap I could see going towards BBL. There's not a whole lot of real estate here for phase 3, of course. Over towards Stalba, not a whole lot of compounds. You got little bits here and there, but you're going to have to play off the terrain, play off of the trees, for example. Use that higher ground to your advantage if possible.
New format.
The move. They lose
phase
Drafty.
2.
That's a big loss for KPI. For any team losing a player in the rotation part of this game,
the current, where we are right now, the only thing that matters is a win.
It's the threat of trying to bomb its center.
Any kills don't matter. The only thing that matters is winning the game. It changes later.
Is the position
It's a very simplified, explanation.
Would you rather sit inside the compound in the middle?
My brain is not all here right now. I'm sorry.
Wait on the edge, but at least be 4 up when you take your first engagement. I'm not quite sure in the meantime. Enforce, they've played it slow on the edge. I like the way they've gone about things. Not really taking anything for granted. Slowly scouting their way forward, making their way into this first game they're playing here today in the winner chicken dinner. So being ever so
having a circle this dense in a regular game. Yep. The game runs like shit at this point of the game. With 60 people alive.
Spotted him, so in
a small circle. Well, not that small, but.
Ants, of course, don't want to sort of move too much from their position. You move down the hill looking to confirm it. What happens then if you sort of walk into the sight lines of, say, a GEX member, then Tixu gets knocked down, suddenly then Ents down to 3 players. That's not ideal. So really nice and clean for Ents. They didn't really even have to move. Nice easy kill onto Zennan. Bit of a mistake. Ents holding that south side of the circle, though, does mean in the long run they will most likely have to sort of push upward on the edge of this Stalba base. Depends, of course, on the circle. Can shift back down to the south, phase 4, 5, etc. But the main thing right now for them would be to keep all 4 players alive. As Edie on a bit of a mission, a bit of a roam. Of course, he is the last one alive, and unfortunately, well, hits a roadblock, a permanent one at that. Buriram United, first team out.
The issue is there was really nowhere for them to stop. You would think, guys, you should stop your vehicles, get out of that. But it's such an open terrain on that southern side of the circle. There's just nowhere for them to pull up the vehicles without being shut up by everyone, and that's exactly what happened there. In the meantime, Buriram trying to make their way closer down towards SNG and maybe get control of the compound. Now at least they know that there's a full team down there. What they don't know is that Roth is missing, obviously. Went down early on the shoreline, but are they going to commit to a push here? They are easily within Nate distance, you can see, for both SSG and actually KP to some extent now as well. Trying to deal with them, but don't want to overcommit too much to clearing them out.
Yeah, and obviously for Space Station right now, the best thing to do is just sort of go defense, hold out, buy some time, hope maybe there's a third party on Balnam United, say from Unique or KPI.
All right,
they are kind of around the area, sussing out the situation. Unique
apparently, my superpower power is worrying about something so much, the worst case scenario, and then that happening.
So I'm sensing Space Station's probably not going to get the reprieve, and Balnam United are going to be able to just sort of flush them out of this building.
Feels bad, man, when you throw a nade perfectly in between 3 players and they all only take 30 damage each. Then you would rather just have had them one knock, right? In the meantime, New happy. Well, they know they're on the edge, and they know they have to deal with the other teams on the edge in order to make their way on in, and that's the issue.
Are so spread out.
Yeah,
I think it's about
you gotta fight eventually. I mean, there's only so much
holding and controlling and fighting against Stalba is really hard.
You gotta start dealing with them at one point.
So in this situation, they can have these 2 guys on the edge of Stalba, and their backs are covered. Like if their teammates are here, these guys only have to focus inwards. There's no one behind them. It's literally impossible, right?
Little compound, but they got the circle shifting away from them from phase 4, forced them into the rotation.
So it makes some sense.
Get absolutely taken apart on the rotation, which they've basically been doing since phase 1. They've been constantly moving. Heroic with a nice little high ground here as Ents actually now making their move. This might be a fight that Ents actually have to take, whether they like it or not. Squeaky with the nade, looking to open things up. He was low on health, gets knocked down by Dante, though, of Unique. This is not ideal.
No, I was just going to say, every single time Heroic peeks over in this one, there's going to be people spotting them from the side. And you can see that's why Heroic is playing so much in the back end of those ridge lines there. They know that Unique are towards the east. They know that you still have Ents, of course, 36 on the left side. Now,
I feel like Ents are just cursed now after coming second twice.
I mean, if he can get down T-Bone here, that'd be really, really.
And it's really hard to keep your mentality up after that in this format here.
No, at the same time, how the hell he gets back towards his teammates? Either Navi now driving around towards the west side.
The map stream's so far behind.
Just the edge cluster that was going to commence at some point.
Have you support controllers? Yeah, but you would never want to.
Oh.
I mean, I got some kills with the controller once. So it does work. It works.
Ah, nice clean from Example. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done, though, for Na'Vi. Fortunately for New Happy, though, they're going to get all their players back up unless GX push now.
FaZe
This is
will
the
beat
time to
Sonic,
strike.
those last
Of course,
two
they
of
lost
game
Sendan
16.
earlier, so it's only the trio for this team. Can they get this knock? They have to. That was the carry feature that we saw just then.
I think
Yan gets taken down by Savior. So did Dan as well. For New Happy, it's looking like yet another game where they're not going to be able to find that chicken dinner.
And that's the threat or the danger.
I think,
right? It's so incredibly difficult to make.
I think
your way on
Sonics will
when
have
there are so
Pachinki.
many teams in front
Oh,
of you or
well,
next
or
to you.
Picado.
Do more to
One of the
try and
two.
get them away from you in the early
I don't
game.
know which map
Nice
map
heads
16
up.
is.
Will he have more to come? Nope.
It should be
But
Miramar,
he does
actually.
Get taken down. When you don't do more in the early game to try and weaken your opponents, find the knock there, break a Vestar helmet there. There's simply going to be too many teams out on that edge, and you see the kind of the cost of.
Can you carry a person? The last 3 months. It's a new feature.
You can see actually with the map now here for Phase 5, or at least
It's actually pretty big deal in competitive.
That Unique currently.
Because if you get down near the edge of the blue, you can be carried to safety.
They've not moved out of it whatsoever. They're not peeking. They're not looking to find kills. They're not looking to get rid of teams that are close by to them, like KPI and or Boundam United. They have held firm. They've been rewarded for it. Of course, that means in the late game they will
FaZe,
have a lot of utility
this is a
to
really
take
good circle
those
for
fights
FaZe.
when needed. So right now, look to Team Unique to be one of the favorite teams for this.
Let's ignore
match.
this.
They're looking real good in that compound.
This
Only-
is really
only
good for
question is
FaZe.
gonna be how
This
many
road
teams
is like a
can
ledge,
manage
basically,
position
and they can control the
through that
circle.
compound
All they have to do is
easily.
make
They
sure,
would
like,
want
Mad
to,
don't push
but
up at
there's
them.
only so much
And
space
I guess
on the
KX is
outside.
their main
FaZe
threat.
already spread out,
If
taking control
KX
of
can
the
die
position
and
there as
FaZe
well.
don't lose a
Some good
member,
stuff here, trying to
I
look
think
over
FaZe had the
towards
best
south
spot
and
in the
make sure
circle.
there's no one coming through in there. I believe Fex might.
I mean, Unique's is obviously pretty
actually
good
early
because it's
on
a
as they make their
compound,
way up
but
the hill side. And over towards the west side, you actually have Enterforce 36 as well. So there's only going to be so much room on the top side of the circle. And with 3 teams still down towards the south, Unique might be might be forced to take a fight earlier than when they would have wanted to.
this is good for FaZe.
And we've just ticked over 20 minutes. Only
If
10
E36
teams
fight
remaining,
KX,
35 alive, which is quite
FaZe might be able to
staggering.
come
It lends
out
itself to the
and
circle
clear
that
out
we've
the winner.
had, especially with this format. It's all about staying
FaZe are
alive,
playing
but
this one really well,
with the
actually.
circle shifting
I'm
the
glad
way
you
it
mentioned
has
how
been,
split
it's
they were
just forced out
earlier.
teams on the move constantly.
It's our
Everyone's gotta be
storyline for this
careful
match.
because, Kaishan Esports out towards this very western side of the circle. In fact, so west it's not even inside of the Phase 5 circle. Fight is exactly what Landrin needs to do here. Pure Boy has not peeked over the ridgeline just yet. Amanar does actually get spotted a little bit, but he found the down into Uran. Not a good start here for Kaishan.
Very curious to see how FaZe is going to react on this. They haven't pushed yet to try and maybe make a third-party play on this. If they can engage here, they might have a good chance here. Lambert in the meantime, and Yuppie.
Yeah, I don't know if FaZe can capitalize on this, but no, they're coming. They're coming. This is good. So they're edge of blue, and they got to res someone.
FaZe had a chance potentially to make a play earlier, opted not to. They do manage to get
Yes, that's a good flush or kill. Yeah, this is perfect.
There to punish Cobra.
Although Heroic
Wait,
here
we've
now
got
too.
FaZe, Heroic, and Kaishan all at this Double West
this
location.
fight might be
Whoever
game
wins
winner.
This fight will basically have the West and even parts of the North to themselves. Heroic, of course, have only got the 3 plays. FaZe not fully committing, holding
This
a
is
bit more
so
of a high
good for
ground.
FaZe.
Maybe
The
picked
Heroic
over,
came there
punished
too to clear them
Heroic there,
out.
But Heroic get the clean wipe on Kaishan Esports without losing anyone else. Of course, they only have the 3 players. Fex just making sure that no one, of course, is still alive or pushing up that side, and then he'll fall back with his team.
No, I don't think so.
He was going to push down on the ridgeline to kind of try and see if he could flank it around T-Bone, but maybe remembering the format we're playing. And I like the fact that he stays there. You can see it on the map on the left side there as well right now. Fex, he doesn't want to aggress. He just wants to play the contain. He wants to sit there and make sure that no one
Oh my
gets
God.
around him.
Okay.
He has to be the player with his right
Okay,
side close
FaZe
to
need to
the
kill
blue,
Heroic,
literally on the
and
blue
then they win the
right now,
game.
because if
Well,
anyone gets
the
around
problem
him,
here is FaZe
that
need to
their
try and kill
entire
Heroic,
backside completely exposed.
while also
Plus,
making
FaZe
sure that
doing the
Mad
exact
don't
same
push
thing on the
Fuzzface.
north side of the circle. They're just there to say
If they can do this without losing a player, they might just win the game. Because this ridge on the road, it's pretty god tier.
Like the way that that baseline opposition right now. In the meantime, Capitan and Emmy, solid
Oh!
double coming through. As Varnum gets taken down, now Unique from the compound, finally starting to engage, realizing that if...
Also, it's really interesting that BN United switched the player out. They subbed the player out today. Hey, Penguin. Hey, you kidding me?
That's what it's named after there. Yeah, Unique need to move, of course, no longer inside of the circle. They got that Northern Shift phase. They're looking good for this particular match. All 4 players alive.
That's amazing.
Controlling the northern side. Good
That's
nade,
amazing
nice
for FaZe.
onto E-end. It
The
was
Mad are getting
Nevertheless
shot
that
on their
knocked
way
the
up.
knock,
It's amazing.
FaZe will steal it. And obviously for Mad Clan, we actually haven't really seen anything.
Because
from
now
them
they're
this
so
particular
pressured to
game.
do anything.
But now down to 3 players. having to push up a very steep hill into FaZe, and BBL have a bit of a sightline on them. Not looking good.
This was what I was just worried
Wait.
about. FaZe, I like
Okay,
the
never mind.
Fex
Fex is down. That's really bad for FaZe.
That's the one contained player on one side, meaning that their entire south side or west side.
He was trying to leave too. He was trying to pull back.
off,
I just watched it on the map
or
stream.
They need to really fortify Fuzz's position and kind of just sit on that side because this is a pretty damn big hillside. Just
That changes the game
really
completely.
On each side, perfect position. Now you're down to 3. If you play 1-1-1 at this point and any one player gets knocked,
Not much opens. Pretty much the end of the game.
Incredibly.
Mad are coming straight up the hill too. Yeah.
Yeah, losing Fex, so unfortunate for FaZe with the position that they've got, with the circle they've got, now down to 3 players. This opens up the door to seeing them get pinched from
Gonna win.
both
Too hard to
sides.
tell,
Heroic,
this one.
Mad, maybe
Even this
BBL,
late, I don't know
depending on
anymore.
the way they push up. The good
Because
news for
FaZe and
is that
Heroic have
Heroic
this
is
split
behind
hold
them.
above the road.
Capitan, he's got
It's
Faultless
so, like,
behind him as well.
unsure.
For
There's
Unique.
too
He's
so
a
much
solid
RNG.
KPI. He hears him, he sees him, the shot's not quite landing the way
That
he would
was
have
not a
liked,
good
but
fight.
eventually. Not one for the highlight reel from either of those two, but Capitan will
terrible.
take it. Unique. That's so unfortunate. They lose yet another player down to just 2 remaining.
It's like SpongeBob, right? 38 bullets later. And he finally gets himself the knock. But fortunately, it doesn't matter how many bullets you use as long as you get yourself the knock and stay alive. KPI, in the meantime, will concede this one. Couldn't really make his way on into the circle. Didn't manage to put a dent.
The map stream is
the numbers
40 seconds behind.
So now, in the meantime, Matt tried to wrap her out the other way. Did like
I can't really do much with it.
Against FaZe, and they run straight into BBL. The Trally is able to fight one. No, actually, make that go. Margo finds one.
Yeah.
Finds two.
Okay, now it is working out for Heroic or FaZe.
Get the better of him. Will
Okay, so
happen, and now Smash
I'm still gonna
is
say FaZe
to
win,
make the run on
and
it,
only
on
because
his own.
I don't know actually.
And this is
Wait,
perfect
are
for
BBL
FaZe,
getting
just
reses?
let everyone else kill each other. Same with Heroic as well, out towards this western side. The circle, though,
I don't know. You can't say.
again
This is.
onto
It all depends on
FaZe's
how you
side,
play the
and that means
gunfights.
Heroic now need to move.
FaZe have the
sweep
best
on
spot.
over. This is where I'd probably like to see FaZe though push over towards Mad Clan and BBL, clean this up, finish them off, and then take that
I
fight with
actually
Heroic. Of course,
don't
if they do
agree
that, they do
with
need to be careful
Xenox.
of Heroic as well. As we're seeing
FaZe
a lot
should
of
stay on the
fire
road.
utility expended here between these two
FaZe
teams,
should stay on
BBL,
the
Mad
road.
Clan.
They don't
BBL
need to
still a
push
smash Merc,
anyone.
and they get the revive of the Mitra as well.
Yeah, Daver's gonna be blind for the next 15 minutes.
They want to hold Heroic
The amount
out.
of flashes he should throw towards him. Finally,
The winner of this
flash
fight is probably
and
fucked.
They get him down, so 3 still alive for BBL. I like the fact that Heroic tried to kind of see if they could stab a little from the back there, but not overly commit to it. And as I said as well before, the fact that they lost Vex meant that they had to back off and fortify FaZe's position. That's exactly what they've done. Push back, push back, push back. Say to Heroic, you know what, you can take all you want, but we're not gonna budge from this position inside the circle. I like the fact that they did this, but this right here, I mean, depending on how fast BBL opts to push up the hillside, this could very well be BBL getting a perfect third-party opportunity. Again, depending on how the Heroic FaZe fight happens up on the hilltop, because I feel like they both know at this point that there's one team down the hill, and these 2 teams on top will have to take a fight. But look at this. Despite so many APAC teams being in here, we got a full three-man European roster here. Or 3-team European setup, I should say.
Oh, I knew
Heroic have only played 2 games, by the way.
Yeah,
This is
look,
Heroic's
honestly,
second
look at
game
the
in the weekly
computer
finals.
Percentages 33, 34, 33. It is as even as you could ask for in this type of environment. Kind
Why are
of like
BBL the favorites?
sort of laid
Because
it
they have
out, right? What
one
happens
side
if
to
FaZe and
themselves?
Heroic
I guess it
fight?
kind of
Well,
makes sense.
BBL can push up the hill.
Actually.
They're fine. What happens if FaZe pushes over towards BBL's position, looking down on them? Well, then that opens the door for Heroic. So this is a very difficult situation. It's a standoff. All 3 teams don't want to make a mistake. 8T, though, eating a bit of the blue there, I think. Down to 8 health. He's got the first aid kits. He'll be fine. It's okay. Obviously, FaZe inside of the circle.
This
Yeah,
is
a
difficult
tense
because if you're
standoff.
FaZe, you want to hold out
Obviously,
Heroic
always
above
back
you.
in the team on the high ground, but in this
But if you
case,
go up
it's
there, you get
difficult.
shot by
Heroic and FaZe
BBL.
kick off. Look to BBL.
So you're
the
just
third
on this,
party.
like,
I would
look
be
at each other down the road,
surprised if
basically.
anyone go down within the next 18 seconds. I don't think FaZe is going to make a play. As I say, that do throw some smokes forward. I mean, these smokes, honestly, is probably more of a stay away. We don't want, like, kind of a, like, ostrich thing. If I can't see you, you can't see me. So just throw the smokes off, like throw the smokes forward, block the vision, say let's just wait and see the final circle, because I think that's going to dictate quite a bit of what's going to happen here. Circle's going to go just a bit up the hill.
Okay, so
Let's
BBL
see
actually
now
have to
whether
move a bit.
BBL will be exposed to these 2 teams.
This
But
is,
look
you
at
can't
what
say who's going to win
this
here.
one.
It's
They
just off
come
who makes the
forward
play.
from FaZe Clan.
Who
So
makes
you
the play?
have to think they would want to make a play here, T-Bone.
These nades?
Nade close, but not enough damage done in order to take him down. It's a 3v3v3. This really could go either way, and I think BBL might be the initiators on this. If they find the knock on either Heroic or FaZe Clan here, that could be the other team pushing, with BBL getting a good third-party opportunity, because I don't think neither BBL or Heroic will be focusing BBL at this point.
Yeah, the biggest thing right now is the fact that Heroic and BBL not looking like they're actually colliding. It's actually both of those two looking at FaZe. So FaZe need to be very quick with what they want to do.
Okay, this is weird.
Beamy's making his way down. This might not be the play for Heroic here.
I'm
pushing
very
over
interested why
towards BBL,
Heroic are doing this.
It could also be a sneak play, a flank. They won't be expecting it. BBL
It's
actually
so
pushing
weird that
onto
Heroic
FaZe.
are
So
pushing
Heroic
down
onto
and
BBL.
BBL are
pushing
pushing
onto FaZe,
up.
and FaZe right now don't know what the hell's happening.
That's so weird.
Did Heroic just get themselves a third-party spot from doing this? They're playing ring around the road. Heroic runs to...
They're going in a circle.
He doesn't know. He has no idea. Because there's a smoke on in the next one.
This is the 9 billion IQ play from Heroic, realizing the BBL was wrapping up on the other side. Now they will fight. Heroic will have a third-party opportunity of their life.
I can't believe that Heroic have just done this. I don't think Heroic really... They just moved and didn't get involved, and now they wrap the whole circle behind.
Yeah, unfortunately, FaZe did not follow Heroic. That made it very easy. Had they pushed on
That's
to
so
Heroic,
weird.
this all would have changed a little bit.
And now Heroic go back
freebie.
up the road.
BBL
I think Heroic have
fight
just mind gamed
happened.
this.
That's exactly what they wanted. It's obviously going a little bit 50-50. FaZe win it out, but now
I think Heroic have just
players. Now
2000
it's a 2
IQ'd
versus
this.
3. Now Heroic have got the numbers advantage in this
This is over,
final
I'm pretty sure.
fight. FaZe have had the circle. They've had all of the luck, but it looks like Heroic are going to take the win.
What an absolute stellar play. I saw Beamy wrap down that ridge and I was nervous if it was going to work out or not.
That's crazy.
Before, but no, not gonna
So that's their
happen.
second
They played
game?
one game yesterday, and on their second
Yeah.
game overall, they can dust off their shoulders.
Oh, there's
They
a
will
horse
make their
fucking
way
me.
through to the weekly finals.
Wow. Quick, clean from Heroic, in and back out they go. Big result. We go back to our wonderful British lads on the desk.
That's crazy. Russia is unstoppable. I don't think any of them are Russian.
Folks, and in and out, quick as you like. Heroic. They had a statement of intent yesterday. They came in. I think they finished
Are they?
fifth, but importantly, they got 12 kills. They wanted to play active. They wanted to take positions. And, okay, a little bit of an open three-way fight, to be fair, Rick. It wasn't exactly Heroic's game to take until the very last moment there. But in their defense, they picked their moment well.
They absolutely did, and they played the rotation game
One
very solidly
one
as
Dane,
well. Left
2
it
Finns,
fairly late actually to make a move up towards
and
the high
a
ground
UK
position on
man.
Stalber Hill, but it was the perfect time for them to strike to wipe out E36, who were taking the fight with Kai Shin, third party on to that engagement. And just as FaZe were on their way over to start thinking about holding out on that side, they saw that Heroic had done the job for them. So FaZe, they got slightly complacent, actually tried to move their way over to deal with Mad Clan, left Vex behind to get caught out, and that was
I didn't see it. What does it look like?
Heroic needed to hold on to that.
What does the stage look like?
Did, and then when it came down to that final 4 teams, it was a case of whoever engages first is in a disadvantage for both teams, and Heroic's move to push themselves down below the hill forced BBL to go the opposite way, up the top to take the fight with FaZe Clan, and Heroic then had the space.
It's still all over the place, right?
Around all angles, and there was just nowhere that either BBL or FaZe could go.
That circle, I honestly think that circle gif we saw, Woodhog, was like
high ground and
rehearsal.
Angles. It was almost counterintuitive at the end there, but Heroic.
I think it's been like this since day one, right?
Absolutely, really impressive to see from Heroic, and I love the fact that they were smart enough to try and back away from the FaZe fight. A lot of teams there probably would have tried to take the fight onto FaZe, maybe expose themselves and put themselves in a little bit of trouble. But as
FaZe
soon
would have
as
been
they
better off
realized,
being
look,
more aggressive
we
there.
can move down this dip relatively
Not really.
safely, and we can either focus BBL.
I mean,
or just
I don't
try
know.
and play it
It's
slow. It was
always
really
hard to
smart.
say
They
this in
backed off, they
PUBG,
moved down the
and
ridge,
this
they
this
forced
rule set
FaZe
is a
to
mind
kinda
fuck
overexpose
because
themselves, push a bit further than they maybe expected
a lot of the
to,
time
and
you're
that
too
allowed
aggressive,
BBL
you
to
end up
sneak up
losing a
behind
player.
and do a lot
And
of
in
damage
winner winner
onto
chicken dinner,
FaZe,
you
and
only want the
at
win.
that point, it was just a case of Heroic
So it's so
finishing
hard to
up
say.
the job, and really beautifully
I just
done,
think if they
considering
never
this was in
lost,
their second game, that was so good to
Vex,
see from them. Game 1, they
maybe they
flagged out
shouldn't.
yesterday,
Maybe they should have been
and now
even
in their second
more
match,
prone.
they made it to
You could
the
say.
weekly
I'm not
final.
saying they.
It shows
I'm not saying
anything
this
is
is good.
possible.
But if they all proned on the road at the back and just watched in front of them, they would have had 4 up at the end. No one came up here and threatened.
We were calling them out
As long
for
as
their
they peek up here a
rotation
bit right
from the
now.
start. It was literally like phase 1,
I don't know.
phase 2.
It's hard to
They
say.
held a split. It was very close to
You
where
get
the zone
caught in
ended. They
between
were
rule
able to hold
sets and
on to it
stuff.
Until about phase number 6.
And then what
before they
Heroic did
unfortunately
is not
met their
really.
demise just outside of the top 4.
The way
But
that
still,
played out at the end there is
the top
not
4,
really what
3
I would
European
expect.
teams and Mad Clan, who unfortunately
Heroic
fell victim to
abandoned the
push from
fight on the
BBL, and
road,
that was
the
point
power
where both
position,
Heroic and FaZe
to just
were
wrap
still
down
sat
and do
back, like,
nothing
you know what, we
for a
don't
little
need
bit.
to third party
And
on
while
this.
they did
Let
nothing,
them pick each
BBL
other
pushed.
apart, just dwindle one another's numbers at
And
no
then
risk
Heroic
to
pushed
us
after.
whatsoever that led
From
into
both
that
angles.
sort of maneuverability
So very
game
strange.
towards the late stages, and BBL on the low ground, and FaZe and Heroic sharing the high ground until Heroic made the push down that forces BBL out of their position and into the path of FaZe Clan, who FaZe it's an interesting position because they were holding on to that high ground for quite some time, and we've seen over and over again that the least congested side of the zone is the least contested, but FaZe were holding on to Stalbert, a very wide split. We were a little bit
Who's in now?
Whether or not they'd be able to successfully hold it for some time, and it actually took until the very, very final stages of the game before there was any real contention towards that from Heroic, and it worked out perfectly. They timed
AAA
very well to wipe out the competition on the
AAP
northwestern side of zone and hold on the high ground.
AAA were in
the spot after only 2 games.
That game?
Corexy and Beamy making their way into
Why the
top
glasses?
ranks
It's a
as
points
well.
redeem.
Although, let's spare a thought for BBL Esports, who were super aggressive.
BBL have been playing really well, actually.
They held out Team Unique.
Oh,
who
no,
had
so
the
not
best
BBL.
position earlier on in the game as well, and made sure to
KPI have been
wrapping around.
playing well.
They had a great game as well, Chunks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Second,
it was really
third,
impressive
fourth,
to see the fact that they
fifth,
held on to that compound
eighth,
for a while
sixth.
and were able to just sneak their way up that hillside. When it seemed like they were maybe going to get taken down by Mad Clan, they were able to pull it back, and even though they had a player knocked, they stayed behind the ridge and they used their nades to finish off Dava. And I gotta say, I feel like that was kind of part of the downfall of BBL. They used so much
What
utility.
would bold overlay
onto
do
Mad
on a
Clan
bold
to eliminate
person?
that solo
Nothing.
player. I really wondered how
It would
much they
shape
had
their
left
head
at the end.
differently, probably.
Maybe some smokes, maybe
Make
some
their head look
cracks
weird.
would have made a difference. That they could have done a whole lot more damage to
I mean,
FaZe,
do you have
and
you have a
maybe
phone
just
to Laren? You can
maybe
get
have
Snapchat.
taken down Heroic alongside it, but you know, that's hindsight, isn't it? They maybe didn't know how many players were left up from Mad Clan, which would maybe explain why they use so much utility, but it's not ideal to be going into
Miss
that
being
final,
PUBG Pro.
fight with only a
I miss
couple
playing at
minutes left.
events.
So many teams.
I don't know
with
about
so
everything
much
else.
Utility early on. I thought maybe FaZe Clan with the high ground might have been at a bit of an advantage, but I'm not 100% sure there. Look at that, like 8 grenades and 16 smokes. I think the point is when they use them, though, right, Rick? I'm hoping that because they have the high ground, it means that it's easier for them to not need so much utility to move around as much. But how true did that end up being towards the end of that game?
It's not even just necessarily the high ground, it's the fact that they timed their aggression so well that they didn't actually need to throw explosives to really wipe out the teams that were ahead of them, because they'd been already making progress on that themselves, with E36 making their push and then getting picked apart by Kai Shin, and then Heroic taking the opportunity to pick apart Kai Shin as they were picking apart FaZe or doing their best effort to, and FaZe were looking to hold them out. So it really was just perfectly timed maneuverability again to get up towards that high ground, not be the first team to engage. That always seems to be the thing that it comes back to when we're talking about the most chickens format. In the mid game, in the late stages of the game as well, if you're the first team to be taking a fight, other teams will look to capitalize on that, and that is exactly what Heroic was doing. They maneuvered their way up towards the top side of Stalbert to third party on the E36KX fight, and again, towards the late stage of the game, they were up close. It looked as though BBL was going to be the team that would sit back and third party onto the fight between Heroic and FaZe, but they put up a few smokes, got themselves a better position towards the lower side of the zone, and forced BBL up into FaZe, and
Fury
they took the opportunity to third
yeah,
party.
Fury played really well.
Maneuvered is
Playing
the
their
right
own
word when
game
we're
and stuff.
talking about Heroic as
Sonic's
well,
a Fury?
Chunks.
Wait, what do you mean?
32,000 distance traveled compared to an average of 23k. They weren't gifted anything. They worked for every minute of that game.
No, it's interesting to see. I feel like every single game yesterday, the winning team had like 10,000 kilometers. Sorry, 10,000 less than any of the other squads.
Fury.
Yeah, when it comes to the
All
distance
Australian.
travel, like 10,000 less than any of the other squads, or the average squad had actually traveled. So I think it's impressive to see when a team doesn't get, you know, I hate saying the word gifted, but that's a good way to put it, getting that zone favorability, being able to get in there early. It's nice seeing squads have to fight their way through. And teams like Heroic that spent a lot of time actually sweeping around the edges to be able to clear out. They didn't just sit still. They didn't just send it center like we saw a couple teams do. They were very proactive in making sure that they were safe on all fronts. And even though a couple of times it looked like things weren't going to go their way, it led to
I
a
don't mind
lot of
listening to
kills and, of course,
Xenox
that
and
chicken
Toby.
dinner. And that's their second game, bear in mind. And in both matches, they have absolutely fragged out.
I think that's very important to note. They're now the second team who go through who weren't part of the original 16, but it's difficult to call based on 2 games. But 12 kills and 11 kills, it shows how comfortable they are in this format. And maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm not sure if that'll necessarily bode as well for them in the weekly finals if they're so good at the chicken format. But let's find out what they think about that victory before breaking it down even further. We're heading to the interview.
These translations. Please tell me they got a new person.
정말 히로익은요 2번째 매치 만에 바로 파이널로 직행하게 됐습니다. 어제는 5등, 오늘은 또 1등 이렇게 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는데 다른 팀들이 서바이벌 매치에 임하는 동안 좀 어떤 계획을 짜신 걸까요?
Okay, so
Oh, he's doing the English. Okay, that's fine.
You played in the last game yesterday, and you had a good, you did well, and and you won the game today. What what preparation was there in the team while you guys were not having a game yesterday?
I think it's just all about resetting between the games and go to the next one with full reset.
네, 이제 뭐지? 그냥 게임 끝나고 이제
No ideas, Lauren.
이제 그냥 새 마음가짐으로 다음 게임에 임하는 게 다였대요.
오, 또 오늘 되게 좋은 플레이를 보여줬다고 생각을 하는데 그 자기장이 스텔버 쪽으로 갔을 때 바로 이동을 하는 모습을 보여주셨거든요. 그때 팀원들 간에 어떤 대화를 했는지 좀 궁금해요. 들어볼 수 있을까요?
So when the zone was on Stelber,
This guy's Finnish, yeah.
We could see that your whole team rotated towards the Stelber.
The music's too loud.
We would like to know what calls were there in that moment of the game.
I think we did kind of like blinds and we had like 2 options to go, and if somebody was free, one of them was free, we went there.
The music's too loud. I can't.
두 가지 이제 선택권이 있었는데 이제 조금 더
So hard to hear.
쪽으로 갔던 것 같습니다. 조금 더 이제 상대를 잡기 쉬운 그 방향으로 갔습니다.
혹시 쿠렉시 선수의 오더였을까요?
Was it your order, Kurexi?
No, it was Page idea.
이제 팀의 주장인 페이지 선수의 오더였답니다.
이렇게 폼이 좋은 히로익인데 파이널에서 혹시 몇 등까지 예상하실지 궁금해요.
Okay, so you guys are doing really great right now, and what like rank do you expect at the finals?
Everyone's aims for the top 1, so I guess that.
네, top 1 1등 예상한다.
그러면
I bet she's a good interviewer. But they just haven't hired good enough translators.
Okay, thank you. We will be looking forward to your win in the finals, your performance, and thank you for the interview, Kurexi.
Thank you.
Thank you. 자, 이렇게
Okay, so that's Kurexi.
12번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 히로익이었고요. 저는 쿠렉시 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 여러분 이제 13번째
And that was heroic after their victory.
It's only awkward because the music's too loud and the translator is obviously not a professional translator, right?
First of all, very happy for them. We've also got an all-EU panel today, so that kind of helps a little bit. We're feeling pretty good about ourselves. Rick, I have to ask the question. They struggled in rank decision, and then in the most chicken format, they only needed 2 games. They had high kills even in the games they didn't win. We're going back to points rule on the weekend. Are they going to suffer again then?
It is an interesting dynamic. I think
Pretty
the one
nervous.
thing that has really worked in the favor of Heroic this
it's
time
hard to
around
answer translated questions if they're not
there's
done
always
well.
been that element of, you are
it's
it's a different lobby that you're not quite used to.
Finns are known for not
Their
showing too much
typical
emotion,
position
right?
over towards the northern side of Georgia Pole in a lot of the ranked decision games was very, very close to some of the high tier teams like Gen G on South George. So it was very often they were running into them on rotations. This time around, none of the South George teams in the lobby, so they were able to take South George for themselves, let Enter 36 have North George all to themselves. So they weren't really all too worried about particularly making that northern wrap rotation, which is similar in terms of the path that was taken by E36, but they took it a little bit earlier, went around, got themselves a solid position to work that western side of the zone. But maybe it is something to be a little bit wary of when you're coming
It's just
in,
that was
particularly on a
okay.
ranked
So that's the other one is
finals
worse.
where
When they
if
have
you're dropping on the opposite side of the river
a
to
Korean
Gen G,
interviewing
you have to cross the river
a
towards them, or
Chinese
they have to
player,
cross towards you.
they have a
yourself
translator
in
on mic that
a
we can't
dangerous
see.
position potentially
It's
early on,
very
so it might
not
have
good.
some effect on the way
Hello,
that you're making
Jables.
your rotations, the timing. You might have to go a little bit earlier or a little bit later, depending on where the zone will go. It's something to keep an eye on, but so far, Heroic, in terms of the kills that they're able to pick up in just 2 games,
Right,
they're
any
up
Finns in
20
chat
plus kills.
can
So
confirm
maybe
this.
they're not even worried about who they have to fight in the finals. Maybe they're just feeling on form, feeling ready to take any fight that comes their way in the finals. So maybe we have a little bit more space to be confident about their performance than we might have initially expected after the ranking decision.
Okay, that's certainly an optimistic view, and to be fair, considering the way they've been fragging out in the last 2 games, I can't fault it. I just want to see Heroic do well in both the points format and the most chicken setting as well. We now get to see that, of course, this weekend because they've punched their ticket through to those finals. Chunks, this is to be honest,
there are 4 more games, and then this phase is over.
Didn't expect because so many teams were that
And the winners
close to
play
getting a win. And we're in a position now where
the finals,
4 spots
weekly
have
finals.
to be taken by 19 teams, right? So we've got New Happy, we've got FaZe, so many teams that we're looking to make it through that aren't going to be able to right now because so few spots are available. This really is crunch time.
This is where
isn't it? There's no other way to put it.
It gets
Every
really
team is
stressful
gonna be
because
vying for those
you might have played
final
really
positions.
well
It's not going to be easy.
for
Obviously,
14 games.
4 teams
For
filling the
example,
lobby as well, which means attack all around, I believe, in the team coming in this time around. So it just adds an extra bit of spice to the lobby. But you know, it's going to be an exciting one. I think it's fair to say.
Ents came second twice.
It's hard.
They don't have that many kills, but kills don't matter in this format.
Right now, you think
they don't. They came second twice.
Just fragged out in that
and it was really close.
Have to be favorites going forward, but the question.
And now they only have
well,
4 more
maybe
chances.
Tackle around are going to switch something up in their playstyle this time that could throw a spanner into the works.
NH have 54 kills
so
and FaZe
I
have
think that's gonna be
51
an
kills.
Interesting one to look out for as we go into our final 4 games. A lot still up in the air.
Sonics
Now the
get to
question
play the
becomes,
last
do
game of the
teams
day,
make
and that's
changes,
it.
Or do squads like FaZe, like BBL, that made it to the end game there, just stick with the same game plan and keep trying until it finally works and they crack through in our last couple games?
Well, let's talk about the previous game and then we focus on attack all around in a little bit because there were a lot of very interesting rotations. We saw that Heroic
would you say positioning play or risk aversion would be the best approach? It's
Uh,
both, Tolarin, but you could
At the
say
end of the day,
positioning
it was
play
the
and
only
risk
team.
aversion
I
is
believe
PUBG.
FaZe Clan rotated a fair
It
bit.
just
Mad
in this
rotated back
phase, it's
towards
turned up
FaZe
to
Clan
ultra
as
mode.
well. And Petrichor
It's not
Road,
worth
I
going
think
for
they
any
were
early
on
kills.
West Bridge, Sosnovka Bridge at one point, and they ended up in Kameshki.
The idea behind teams playing different matches. Before this phase, Komatai, they played in groups to seed themselves from 1st to 32nd.
They definitely did. It was a weird
And
one
your
as well
seed
because they
depends.
were sort of rotating almost hand in hand.
Your
with
seed
Barrera,
decides how
who
many
dropped
games
just
you get to
above
play
towards Gatka,
to win a
had
game.
Split in that area, and they both wrapped all the way around through Milta up the eastern coast. And they went
Sonics will
in
not be
between
hot
Ensign,
dropping
New
in
Happy,
this
and then Na'Vi,
in their one
and all
game
of them
today
only seemed to shoot at
because the
Barrera.
people
So
who hot
Petrichor
dropped them
Road,
have
they
already
They
qualified.
even managed to get as far. They had a couple of sweet looking seat swaps, particularly towards SSG, who was up on the very eastern coast beaches. But then they went maybe just a tickle too far.
If you
on
mean
the
later in the
rotations when
tournament,
that sort
I
of
don't
phase
know.
4 water shift came into effect, went up
It's for them to
away
decide.
from the ocean in towards Stalba. They got themselves caught out in the blue zone. BBL had a very solid position where they were able to gatekeep with only like half of their roster actually looking in the direction of Petrichor Road. But it's another one for Petrichor Road where it's not the team that we have anticipated seeing after their success in PCS 5 so far. And there's a couple of teams who still fall into
Not
that category.
AAA?
I mean, Na'Vi and New Happy in the previous game, they were
That is a
absolutely
good
beating
point.
the
I
crap
forgot
out of
about
each
them.
other when it came to sort of phase 4 or 5. And
But
if you
it
were
won't
to say
matter
to us
because
that,
it's Miramar.
hey,
Wait,
New Happy
do AAA go
did the one
Picardo?
that they had in the ranking decision and day 2 where they
As
were
well as
neck
Pachinki?
and neck with Gen G. New Happy is looking like a team who potentially won't be in the weekly finals. It would be an absolutely absurd thing to actually consider, given that the form that they
Because
showed
the last
during
match
Super
is
Series
Miramar,
period
right?
of play,
They
but
do? I
it
didn't
just
know that.
hasn't been the same
I
level
feel like
of
I've barely
activity we've
seen
been able to
AA.
see, certainly when it comes to closing
I
out
missed a day or
wins.
two.
Now that we've only got 4 chances left, and there's still the likes of Ents, who is yet to pick up a win, Na'Vi, New Happy, Petrichor Road, BN United, some teams that have definitely shown, particularly regionally, that they're strong enough to close out the games, that we're guaranteed at this point to have at least one or two of them not making.
I don't know. So okay, that's kind of sketch then,
is
isn't it?
Sort of interesting.
They died twice to 7A.
Yeah, come up as a bit
that's kind of sketch then for Sonics.
Well, let's talk about trying to maximize your chances of getting a chicken dinner in the format, and especially with the kind of circles that we've been seeing here, Chunks. I thought FaZe had
I think the drop spots become so different because so many teams move on.
Of the
like I think
circle,
Power Grid is free.
And you had
on Miramar.
Okay, they've got the high ground, they've got a lot of control, they're doing all the right
No,
things,
it's not. Navi's here.
But
Navi didn't call.
They weren't quite able to bring home the dub.
But Navi were a replacement team to Power Grid.
Decided to rotate up there as well, and
because VP were going Power Grid, but now Navi go Power Grid.
Were able to get away with being alone for so long, and how 200 IQ a move was that?
I think it's a case of in a lobby like this.
Well, we'll get to see which AAA go this game.
And I think that's a big factor when it comes into a lobby that is this stacked, that is the best in the world. There's a lot of it's probably taken, this is going to be taken, let's just not even bother going for that.
Every game.
And I think that was probably part of it. And then
there used to be for a while. Someone tried it. I mean, we used to do it too, but that was before. It was so early. Someone tried to in terms of taking. There was a team who jumped out of the plane as early as possible every game.
The thing about that northern side as well is it is very hard to kind of filter in through as one.
One of the big teams did it for a while.
Hear the shots ahead
only in scrims, I think. I don't know.
Which is why we saw probably about 4 or 5 teams coming into the north, but not really directly.
The problem is guaranteed safety on drop is too strong.
Like other areas of the zone,
even if the spot's not amazing.
Terrain on top of Stalber Hill, because there's so many little ridges and divots that you're able to use as
contesting cars and stuff feels so bad.
It does work out well, and teams are able to come through kind of separately,
let alone
rather
contesting.
than having to all funnel through one location where they end up fighting.
So does that mean that so Chunk, staying with you as a follow-up to that, does that mean that the goal for the last 4 games is for teams to almost outthink each other, try and work out which bits of the late game circles are likely to be quieter and hold position there to focus on getting into the top 4 and then play the game from there?
Well, the question is now, is it what I want to see or what we probably will see? I think
this is I don't like this. It does not look like they're about to play.
Play fairly passively and try to outsmart each other. But what I want to see is everyone goes, oh no, we're the best in the world.
Does plane path help predicting circle?
Let's send
yes.
it into our favorite compound.
Especially on Miramar.
Teams all fighting for the same position.
The first circle on Miramar will always be touching the plane.
Then taking a look at, well, speaking of predicting of where the zone's going to go, Rick, we mentioned Unique a little bit earlier on. They were outside of phase
People
1
didn't know this for a long time.
Took, a beautiful split in phase 1/2. Essentially predicted the phase 7 circle. It's almost like they'd seen this kind of thing before. They held it pretty well until BBL completely and utterly gate-kept them out.
If there's a hot drop in game 16, I'll lose it.
A really good early game sense.
But how do you, unless you've talked to the other team, how do you know?
Particularly interesting for you.
Oh, they're not meant to show this, are they?
That this is actually their first placement, not only in the top 8, but in the top 10. So every other game that they've played so far, in fairness, a small sample size, there's only been 3, but there's been a 16th place, a 14th place, and a 10th place. So for them to actually have that idea of, okay, you know what, we know where this zone is going, we're going to take a split that gives us a solid chance of closing in towards the later stages of the game, and then actually converging on a spot that was very, very close to the end game was very good to see. Similar to what we've seen from KPI, another team who's similar style, but yet to close out a win.
All right, well, Attack All Around are going to be joining the lobby in just a moment for game number 2. We've had Erangel. We're going to be moving on to Miramar. We'll be back with that game after this short break. See you in a bit.
A short break. We've already had, it's been 10 minutes already. I do not commentate. PUBG is too hard to like make. I don't know how you'd ever make a short tips and tricks video. Such a complicated game. I can answer questions. I can't just. This is how you play PUBG. I can only answer questions. Wait, does this wait? Do it again, Scylla. Wait, that's kind of mean. Wait, I can do it. Okay, no, it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
원하신다면 제가 하겠습니다.
Wait, for which? For what, Zilla? I spent like 3 seconds on it because shit happened. Drama. Hello, Leonard. How do you play PUBG? Firstly, you go back in time to 2017.
Today's media day was pretty smooth. It feels pretty good so far. Everything is close.
When they forget to use the right mic.
This year we kind of know what to expect food-wise. I think it's a lot better. I've seen some of it. The stage looks kind of interesting. It looks really unique.
There's a bunch.
I can't wait to see the
Silla.
lights on.
Ben linked me one, I think. No, Dan linked me one. I don't even remember the name. It's just a click. It's just a box. It's an alert box kind of thing. You think competitive PUBG gonna sustain for as long? For long as the new talent? There's no full lobbies to practice. Wait, what do you mean, Deadly Buck? And competitive PUBG is fine in Europe and Asia. But there's probably definitely going to start to be more of a lack of players in NA, and I mean Australia already has a lack of players. Oh, there's a horse fucking me. There must have been another crash. I mean, I can bring it back, but it takes too much effort, so I'm not going to. So I'm lazy. Actually, it only really works properly if the camera's here in front of me.
この1年でね、すごいいろいろ変わったことがあるんですけど、すごいパワーアップしたと思うので、世界大会絶対に優勝します。エンターフォース36、ファイティング！ファイティング！
So this is my second time in Korea. It's nice to finally be back, and today we're having media day.
This is very natural.
4 minutes.
I just wanted to look cute, but he wanted me to look like an angry man, and I'm not an angry man. He wanted me to flex my arms, but I don't really have any arms, so.
Or like this one.
Which one?
Yeah.
Why were people? Why did
This is a lot of fun right now.
It was amazing.
Why did Gunner tweet something about excited for PUBG next year?
That's for sure. It was. I mean, I worked out a lot.
Is he baiting?
To try and stay active because we're kind of trapped in a room for 2 weeks. But I think everyone.
Anyone know? Any edge analysis?
Not me. I don't drink. My mom's gonna see that, bro.
Debate.
Даже не прикасался к компьютеру, поэтому настрой отлично. Это наше место, и не приходите сюда, пожалуйста. Спасибо фанатам команды Virtus.pro. Вы лучшие.
I like how they interview Ubar, who's the sub. A bunch of people responded to it today. Where is it? Why tweet this?
Hello PUBG esports
Huh?
fans. Welcome to the weekly PGC.
For the next 5 weeks, we'll be bringing you the latest
Why tweet this?
2021 news and updating you on how the teams perform through.
Even look at this. Look, he's here.
Challenge is a great way to enjoy
It's idiot.
PGC 2021. Let's hope this will help you pick the right teams. Let's get started. The ranked decision matches took place for 3 days prior to the weekly survival. Most Asian teams dominated the rankings and finished strong. New Happy performed exceptionally and started out strong. They were able to stack an insane number of points even in their first global event. Genji was right behind securing points with their combat ability.
No, we didn't. I follow player IGN.
These two teams were both placed in Group B.
They confirmed the name PUBG 2.
throughout the entire ranked decision
Where?
matches.
재밌었던 것 같아. 상위권에 있을
Oh, we know that Project Titan exists.
이번 1등을 못한 게 아쉽긴 하지만 어떻게 해야 될지 공부를 좀 더 해야 될 것 같다는 생각을 들어가지고 예전처럼 한 번에 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
期待就是希望我们就继续保持这个状态，然后我自己少犯点病，然后我们成绩一定不会差。
Oh no, that was ages ago. Do you mean a long time ago, Zulu? That ended up being something else, didn't it? It was like, was that what the early New State League was?
Survival points and won 3 chicken dinners during the Group B and Group C matches. Their performance showed their competence in the point
Can't remember.
as well as their potential to make it through the weekly survival, which will be held in the WWCD format.
It feels really good to be fair.
As far as I know, the only hope right now is PUBG Titan. Project Titan, sorry. I think Project Titan's a placeholder name. I don't know if that's a real name.
There's like so much stuff we can improve and be better. Our revolution for Weekly Survivor is just win one game. Can't be that hard.
Although
It is
NC have
hard.
not been everyone's favorite team, just by looking at this week's performance, they should be excited about Week 1's Pick'em Challenge. Ents, Genji, New Happy, and Oath were ranked at the top of the leaderboard. Oath, the PCS5 America's champion, was able to finish 4th and make their region proud, while the other America's teams had a hard time. Adding Kickstart to the roster was a real game changer. On one side, the intense hot drops spiced up the ranked decision.
Are there really streamers out there who get messages like that in their chat and they're like, oh, finally, a place where I can go buy viewbots?
Virtus Pro. These teams fought head-to-head for their landmarks. The highlight was when the two teams from Group D, 17
Is that effective advertising?
fought over Picado and Pachinki. Let's check out what happened.
As Suju, oh, he's ticking down though. It's gonna get, oh, he gets caught.
I assume so. I mean, I guess.
Was able to come out on top 3 consecutive times over Sonics and Earrings.
I guess it's probably easy to do. It's probably free to do, so why not? Free malware? Don't know idea. Should we get some V-bots, chat?
At this point, Sonics had to swallow their pride and change their loot spot. Instead of Sonics, Attack All Around came in and challenged 17 Gaming, but failed. But thanks to the two teams, 17 Gaming was able to earn a lot of kill points.
This is actually informative. I didn't see the games where Sonics went Rozok.
The competition between the teams that didn't make the top 16 got more intense. Even promising teams like Sonics, Petrocoro, Not As Sincere, and Kaizen Esports were among the bottom 16 teams and tried to earn as many points as possible. Not As Sincere and Petrocoro were able to place 17th and 21st thanks to the points they earned early in the ranked decision. Sonics fell to the bottom of the leaderboard after failing to secure their loot spots and barely managed to qualify
10
for
minutes.
weekly survival. Will Sonics be able to win a chicken dinner in one shot?
Don't leave me, Raffle Count. I'm very sad
Weekly
already.
survival is just around the corner, and the chance to predict the top 4 teams for the Pick'em Challenge awaits you. You can choose up to 8 teams, and if you guess the top 4 teams correctly, you earn 187,500 EP. Let's check out the current.
Hey, which guy? I missed it. Oh, a Sonics player?
G. Second, New Happy. Third, Petrocoro. Fourth,
What is 80s new wave band hair?
ranked decision is currently placed at 13th. Of course, there's plenty of time until the Pick'em Challenge closes. Will Petrichor Road and Sonics be able to maintain their current place in the Pick'em Challenge? Also, make sure to check out the weekly Kill Point MVP event. You get a chance to predict the weekly Kill Point MVP and earn 15,000 EP. Let's look at the current poll of the Pick'em Challenge. As expected, New Happy and Genji are neck and neck in the polls. Will New Happy be able to maintain
I didn't realize New Happy was so,
ranked
like,
decisions in the weekly
big.
final? The Pick'em Challenge for Week 1 ends at 6 p.m., so if you haven't picked your teams yet, make sure to do so.
I guess because 4 a.m. are not playing?
The journey of PGC 2021 has finally started. We'll be back with the latest news next time, so don't miss it.
Next time Na'Vi is on screen. Na'Vi? What? Fuck. What did I just hear? New maps just don't excite. New maps are never going to excite me in PUBG. They've all been shit. Fix your keys. Should we play this game, guys? Go pro? Oh my god. There must be. They're severely delaying. Wait, can we do a test? Can you guys hear this? Can you hear music? No? Yes. What, actually? Really? Wait, so it just works today? Hip-hop sampling jazz. Okay, I'll believe you. Okay, cool. It works today. I don't know why it works today. So this is on a music channel that won't go to the VOD. I hope. You want more goat noises? Do you think I can find goat noises on Spotify? Test with clips? That is true, yeah. Wait, is that how it works? Try. Goat noises. I couldn't find. Nah, there's none. Is there music? In before, yes. Hey, Word. Nah, they played last game. No music on clip. Oh, that's cool. Finally. That's good. Cool. Hello, Mapog. Guessing that means we didn't win. Wait, what do you mean? No, they haven't played yet. They only get one. They only get one chance. Wait, look. I can add it manually. Where is it? Create new image. It's a bit loud. Really went all out for this game. Wait, where's my new image? There you go, Silla. It's been 16 minutes, by the way, after the first 10-minute delay. So it's been about 26 minutes since the last game. Sag. Wait, let's double check this. I'm wrong, actually. Sorry, no. It has been 30 minutes. 30 minutes. I don't know, guys. Do you think I should say it? Yeah, I want to make this come up when people do the Twitch Prime reminder. Say it? Alright, I'll say it. Hi, Jacob.
Backfilling into Pachinki Picardo. We saw SSG try
Jacob,
to
you're
squeeze
nuts.
their way in
Jacob,
after Team Liquid
I
did
don't know.
the same thing in like one game in the previous set of games yesterday. So
I should remove this now.
will be aware that AAA is going to be wanting to take those central drop spots back, and whether they even care, whether they will be happy to take that fight for it. I suspect that they will be more happy to fall back on their original drop spot, but for AAA, if they do get Pachinki and Picardo for free, they have to make a whole lot of use
Still
of it.
a set of
because
first.
we're not too far away.
You were
from
slight too
Sonics
slight?
coming back into the fold, and I would not be at all surprised if Sonics, with just the one chance, have absolutely nothing to lose. So if AAA aren't already done and through to the finals by then, we might round off the day, the entire weekly survival, with a bit of a hot drop.
Look, Chunks, play the good guy here. Heroic have just proven that 2 games is all they needed to make a chicken dinner. It is possible for these new teams to come
Wait, it's been 40 minutes.
quickly. Can we see another team do it today?
I mean, it's possible, and that's all I'm going to comment on it. I've ragged on those bottom teams enough today. Let's just say it's possible, and I hope one of those teams can pull it off.
Pause, champ.
All right, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be
Oh my
moving
God,
over to
it's
Miramar
starting.
for our next game. Just a few slots remaining. Let's see who gets them. Over to the casters.
It's been 90 minutes, to be fair.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm Toby here, joined
We talked about this earlier. So the circle can be like here, right? It won't be. You're not going to get a prison circle. You're not going to get a Lost Leonis circle. I mean, you could, but the top would have to be touching the plane.
For Heroic to make their way on through, and now, just when you think one of the more
It does. I can give you insight, Caleb. If you're at an event like this and you have to wait 40 minutes to play a game, it is so fucking annoying.
Competition, but look, they're a team that's absolutely stacked, really talented roster, and if they switch on and they have themselves a really solid
It's so
team,
painful.
definitely surprise many. There's obviously not many
Prison
chances
circle.
remaining.
Island
4
circle.
matches overall,
Possible.
of course, for the rest of the day, but I guess as Heroic showed us, maybe it only takes 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, it's. I believe I'm trying to think back to PGIS. I believe we had Multi-Circle Gaming be the only team that played just
Oh,
one.
AAA are going Picardo.
Like literally won.
But maybe only because Sonics are not here.
Who knows? Maybe that's gonna be attack all around. We'll have to.
Yeah, you can't do anything either. What happens is you have a really strict schedule. After your last match, you have like a 5-minute break, and then you're back. You have to be back at your PC.
I'm thinking Sonics.
And
they
then
will only get one shot at this.
you gotta
If
sit
they
there for
have
40
to spend
minutes.
That one game hot dropping against attack all around. That is, I would say, conditions to play a.
Now the map stream's ahead. Again.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, and a good point to bring up, of course.
Wait, am I?
Regarding, you know, their drop locations. Will it
The hell?
matter? We'll say though, as of course they do play both Pachinki and Picardo.
Map stream's 10
We'll
seconds
see
ahead
whether or
again.
not that becomes a factor in the final game. Capitan though, on to Gustav, who's just dodging them in the air and is able to land safely, half health, but okay in the end. That could have been a lot worse.
Twitch Prime reminder.
No vest,
Ready?
no helmet. That, yep, I should say that could have easily, easily been the downfall for a player. Also interesting to me. FaZe Clan, of course, doesn't wanna contest.
Not hot dropping, but nearby.
First time in
KPI are going for this ultra safe drop where they land south of Cruz. And FaZe, I guess, had a longer parachute. Because the plane was like this, right? Was like this. I can't remember.
Being alive with
FaZe had a
4
longer
that almost
parachute,
didn't
so they had to.
and just go elsewhere instead. But not oftentimes
Glide
in
a
these
bit.
circles we'll see them coming in that far from the north. So curious to see how they're planning on rotating into this one. Because usually, I mean, being Montenegro in this circle, that giveaway where they're going to be playing from. They literally have the like phosphate compounds and whatnot over in the northeast side. So
It should fade in and out.
them as they journey
Should
on.
fade in and out. Like while it's on.
Yeah, and obviously we're heading over to Miramar for the second match, as we can see.
Yeah, Liquid went Pachinki after everyone else were gone,
So
and then they won that game.
Then Miramar, then Erangel again. It matters quite a bit for the teams that, of course, are coming in for these final matches. A little bit of a look in at our previous game, which was Heroic's win in the end. It was a game that actually saw a lot of action in the mid-game and some degrees the early game as well, but mostly that mid-game, Toby, where that circle was shifting around everywhere, around Stalba, forcing out a lot of rotations. So for a game mode where it's all about surviving, there
Not
was
sure why we
definitely a
saw
lot
this
of depth
replay
early
though.
on.
Yeah, I mean, when you force everyone up the Stalber side of things on phase 2, you just know Chaos is gonna come in. There's only space for so many teams in that area, and it was very clear from the very get-go.
I hope this goes south. I'm bored of these power grid circles.
4 players to full speed into an opposing team, but if you don't do some sort of damage early on, no matter how good you are, you're gonna be smothered like mid-late game, and that's exactly what happened. Everyone's playing, oh, it's winner, chicken dinner, oh, we have to play safe, oh, we have to hide. Therefore, no one attacks each other, despite the fact that they're next to one another. And then all of a sudden, when everyone is forced to literally be behind the same tree, it's like, well, I guess we have to fight now, and then the whole world blows up.
True.
And obviously on Miramar as well.
Alia's doing the
because it is so open, you would
it's what
think
Batulans normally does.
fighting, but because it's so large as well and a lot of space between compounds, we don't probably expect to see too much here early and mid game. Compounded by the fact that
interesting. So Na'Vi are not prioritizing power grid itself.
So you're not
it's
going
kind
to
of
be
easy to go back into, and most people will think it's empty on taken on first
might see
phase.
some
but-
long range shots, obviously. You want to get into a good position where you can. Of
Oh,
course,
this is valuable,
decent
but
sight
you're
line,
just waiting for the
maybe
first
land a few
circle.
shots
Oh, there's a
here and there,
horse
get some
fucking
good
me.
vision, Good intel, find a good spot, and that's basically it.
Hello,
Up
Jingler.
until the late game, especially with the circle that we do currently have.
SSG's got a
basically
good
on top of
gamble down
Power
here
Grid,
too,
that
on
kind
the
of
road.
western side
I would
of
like it to
Miramar
come down
as
here.
well. So a lot of buildings, a lot of compounds.
I'm
not
so bored of
expecting
this.
A whole lot early on here, unless of course you want to run over your own teammates.
That is, yep. I mean, if
Could
you-
also
if
count
SPPL
this
is just used
phase
to
compound here,
early on, they're like, if we
underneath
don't
Mad.
get our doses of
Likes to go there a lot.
taken before
Phase gonna be
phase
late
two,
looting
then,
though.
we don't know how to play the game. Similar to last game.
Isn't
I
the
think they
circle
tanked
small?
Probably
No?
like 600
Just
damage in that
standard
first
phase one.
rotation, and they got second
Isn't
place.
esports
So
first phase?
Third place make that. So you know, maybe if
Esports
that's
first
the,
phase
the
circle
secret
might be
ingredient
smaller
to
than
succeeding, then that's
real
what it is.
circle,
In the meantime,
normal
when you don't
match.
have any 3 players chase you in a vehicle, Dava, trying to get away from there, but ain't gonna be fast enough. The teammates now trying to see if they can get some sort of revenge in as Indigo gets back safe behind the compound, but nope, not gonna
Hey.
happen. And those are just,
お前はもう死んでいる。
especially in this format.
Who ate my Big Mac tipped $10. Happy Thanksgiving. I am thankful for streamer.
Aw.
Your vehicle smart.
Big Mac, thank you for the $10
Always have a
donation.
safe
Thank
exit
you.
plan. And B,
I hope
just
you had a good
be ready for
Thanksgiving.
that to happen. It's
So was that today or yesterday? Was it
Yeah,
today?
It's so detrimental to be losing any player at any point, but this early stage as well. Yeah. 6
Hey
minutes
Lee,
gone,
who won
down
game
to 2
one?
players. You basically
Heroic.
can't do anything now if you're Mad Clan for the next, I'm going to say 16 minutes of the game. You do not want to be getting into an engagement.
On their
You wanna
second
wait
game.
until the late game, and then maybe towards
today.
the end you can
Okay.
push out as 3. But of
Wait,
course,
and today is
typically we'll see in this format the teams that win because they got 4
a
players. alive.
Wednesday.
It's pretty basic.
in
It is
America.
that
Yeah.
simple. So losing someone early, like you said, in a position where it's
Hello, Baham.
avoidable is seriously not ideal. And for a team like Mad Clan, who showed us, in the ranked decision how good they are, a bit disappointing. And now Cobra's going to go down to Fuzzface. Can
It's on
find
Thursday.
someone here into Landrun? He is also able to get away.
It's Thursday
Action,
now.
Again, similar to Mad Clan, losing a player early. Now their chances of finding a
Okay,
win
so
quite slim.
most people are celebrating.
Kaishin had already rotated out.
Yes,
and they
sorry,
go, "Wait,
I'm
we
not
didn't get
okay.
the vehicle spawns we wanted." So
When I
despite
start
the
my
fact that
stream,
they're
it's
actually
normally
2
late
players
American
closer to
night.
the
I forget
circle
that it's
in
currently
their
7
phases,
p.m.
is that, guys, can we just can we
My
back
brain
off and go back
naturally
to pick up a
thinks
vehicle
it's
inside
American
the
night.
Armada? And by that time,
Okay.
FaZe had already made it there.
Makes sense.
Sometimes I fault the team for making mistakes and whatnot. This was just, one of those, oh my lord, is that an incredibly unfortunate time? Because there was no way in the world they would be anticipating FaZe to be up there at that point. Just unfortunate.
And it's It's less so about FaZe finding a kill in this position and more so about Kaijin
Football Manager.
losing a player. That's
RTS
the
game.
nature of the format. The kill that
Send
FaZe
my
get
units
really
around.
doesn't do a whole lot
I
for
like
them.
this gamble
If
by
anything,
Na'Vi
of course,
of
they're
losing
actually probably the
target,
worst position
leaving
out of
target.
everyone. So you might be sitting there saying, "Oh, FaZe got a kill. That's great." Well, what would be even better for them is if they're in a good spot inside of the circle here and not basically in the blue or just about to be. A couple of them are currently. So they need to get a wriggle on. They need to find a good position. You can see on the map screen perfectly given to us. Of course, Kaishin's still up to the northern side as well. Petrichor Road on that move again. We saw them in the last game. Toby constantly rotating. Could eventually be their downfall if they don't find a spot early on. We saw what happened to
You
them
made
last
3
game.
pies
One thing that
overnight.
I do like about, I mean, coming in late
Nice.
to this circle in particular, that we see both FaZe.
Wait, so we don't obviously we don't have Thanksgiving in Australia, or well, the rest of the world doesn't.
No matter where it goes, is
Are you guys gonna post
there's
photos
A,
of all the
there's gonna be
food
spots up for grabs. B, if you're already centered down and
in
and
Discord?
it shifts towards
I
one
want to
of the
see some
edges,
photos.
traversing that terrain is going to be incredibly difficult. So simply because there's that much more space out on the edge right now, especially out towards
If you
the
want,
where FaZe are
do
coming
it.
in from. If they time their approach that they just exactly hit the current circle when the new one pops, they should be able to get like a pretty decent kilometer or two without anyone in the nearby vicinity, where they can then rotate like kind of safely around and towards the new circle. Whereas if they make their way in now and sit tight too early,
What?
and then it shifts away, they have to get back on their cars, they have to get
What do
going.
you just what?
They could be caught and like forced down behind everyone else.
Post what I'm making tomorrow as well. All right, all right.
Bro had already qualified.
Part of my American friends
Oh, wait,
face.
no,
Also,
oh,
you're
it's
having
not,
Thanksgiving, Selector?
Yeah, and I definitely agree with what you're saying, and I guess that's the nature of RNG in a way as well. You can never quite get a proper grasp of that circle luck. Sometimes it will shift away from you. Sometimes though, you find yourself a good position early, and then you get fed. It's just the nature of the game. It's why some teams, especially back a while ago,
I thought it was
to the point
everyone
forward,
was talking about
definitely
Thanksgiving
loved
like
playing
2 days
the
ago.
circle and sort of having a little bit more
Confused.
of a hold on what they were able to achieve, and less so dictated.
I thought
by
it
the
happened.
circle in itself. So playing that edge, sweeping, taking fights, getting kills. That was sort of the mantra for a lot of teams. That of course has to shift,
FaZe
and
Thursday?
change and adapt with the format.
Oh,
that
it's
we
a
have.
FaZe
Quickly,
circle.
though, as
I
we
can.
get
I've
to
got
the map,
spoilers.
great
I have
positioning
the
for
other map.
Na'Vi,
Guys,
covering
the
a lot of
circle's
that
gonna
central
go here.
position over that
By the
terrain,
power of
over that
deduction.
mountain range. They've got
Oh
a
my
good
god,
position
look at
there
that.
going into this next circle. Okay, well, didn't quite go towards Picardo, so those two
compound
now
here.
move over towards
FaZe
Example's
compound.
way, and they can hold that spot. The Monte Nuevo
Classically.
Crossroads, though, that's going to be quite deadly in the late game.
This is gonna be brutal for every team currently outside the circle having to rotate into it. If you're FaZe Clan right now, thinking back on the billions of times you've looted Monte Nuevo, and now when you don't, they get that shift. Woof! They're coming in late on the north side, which, I mean, considering the position they were in and started from, it makes perfect sense. But very
Yeah,
curious
this
to
corner
see
of town's pretty good in this circle as well.
get inside here. There has to be fights escalating, especially on the north side, because so few teams.
Oh, that's a bad pull up.
And to force full speed forward, they're going straight in
Uh-oh.
towards New Happy here. This is about to go down.
They're getting shot in the back too. Oh, this is just
holding
not good
in
for
that
anyone.
outside position, he's vital here. Aminati actually gets the elimination onto Nan.
He just flashed himself.
Indigo's knocked, but then one the other way. Aminati
no.
actually ends up getting
What a
knocked
mess.
as well by Ming. You happy?
A
are
turds
winning
to
this
Duckin?
fight. They have, of course, got
What?
a casualty.
My
Pure
mum
Gold
made
goes
it to
for a
Duckin
run
once.
onto Indigo. Nate goes out for Ming. You happy losing
For Christmas.
Mando. It's big. It's not ideal for a team that's looking to find a win. And then you got Star-Lord still outside with a nice little off angle. He gets the down. Wanted to
NH
blast,
actually
but he
losing
gets
this
it
fight?
avoided. The nade from TP
yeah,
Man as
yeah.
well, actually catching his own team.
Well, he's gonna kill them.
This is mutual destruction at its finest, Toby.
Yeah, it really is terrible for both teams.
But
This is just
it's just
something that when I
these early fights are
take a
so
fight, they
painful
have to
because
take it clean,
you just
fast,
lose.
eliminate them, maybe lose one in a 4v4, and then get back into safety. Right now, this is just a big. It's a beacon in the air saying if anyone else wants a free spot on the east side of Monte Nuevo, come take it now because we're both bleeding.
I bet Rappelgat's never had a Turducken.
Unfortunately, for both the teams, there ain't really anyone pushing in this direction right now. And now, in the meantime, speaking of pushing, here comes Shudik. Might be able to catch Logi off. Fate jumps out on the other side of the vehicle. Could have maybe had him, but forced back down fast because other teams
A good ducking?
towards him. That's
A goose?
Logi,
You're eating gooses?
that was a fortunate getaway.
Yeah, and just quickly, that was, of course, E36 that gets knocked out. This is now their second game that they've played, and no real looking at finding a win yet. Now, of course, have only got 3 more games, so they're running out of time. Those are the kind of fights you're either going to be super clean or you just don't take them at all. It's not ideal for New Happy either. Both of those two teams, obviously for A36, they're out of the game, and New Happy now down to 2 players. Because you take that fight, because you go for that position early on, then ends up no one's going to be able to win in the end. And that's why I don't mind the teams that are on the edge. You know, like your FaZe Clans, your Burr Rams, your Answers down south as well. Playing the edge game here on a map like Miramar, come in late. It can work out. Find that chicken dinner. You don't need kills. You saw it from Team Liquid yesterday. 4-kill win. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most successful teams in Winner in the Chicken Dinner is Gen G. And it's as if people have been reading their playbook and going, what is it that they do that grants them so much success? The way that VP is
Audi sells pre-stuffed turduckens.
So many times is find your approach on the more quiet side of the circle.
I feel like
Faceland up the
like it's not bad, but it's not that exciting.
It's actually done the exact same thing. They have a wide
really
split out
is it?
The east side as well. So teams trying to replicate what has been successful for others.
Oh, nice. The circle is nice. Sorry, the map stream's so far ahead.
Long rotation getting rewarded with AUG.
Yeah, and Buram's just basically pushed in and taken Navi's old position just south of Power Grid.
Not your usual circle.
You can actually see the 2-2 split.
So it's ending on Gex. Or under Gex, maybe.
Have a question. Do they bring the
I think it will come
to the north, or do they bring the 2 on the north to the south? I think it has to be the latter, surely. But I'm seeing the 2 on the north side.
It'll come
in their
south.
Vehicles in that warehouse, making that rotation for Navi to the south side. So that's quite intriguing.
It's coming south.
Yeah, at this point, you would probably have to. I mean, it's a gamble, isn't it? It could actually go over towards.
No, it's coming south then.
As well, and then suddenly that northern position may be a
well,
little bit better.
it might fit in the north.
Warehouse. It is difficult to hold. Buram's
I'd say
close by,
south.
So is Boundnam, but we have a lot of teams now moving, Toby, off the back of that phase 3 circle.
And the main threat of this is that the majority of them, if not almost every single player except for Konaxi, is coming.
FaZe will get in though.
None of them want to.
I don't know what they do after they get in.
Everyone is going to be coming.
It might, as I said, I think it might come hard south west,
away from the mountain that
which would mean that FaZe are in a great spot.
The question is, as you said, where we're headed. Are we going northwest? Are we going down towards the south? Which side of the road are we going to be on? One thing's for sure, though. This field on the southeast side of Monte is going to be in. And I think that's why we saw the likes of KPI go there early, saying, you know what? If we catch 5 from here on out, even though we're currently within the scopes of every single team, if we can hunker down and just play this one out, we might be that one team who's been floating in the middle the entire game and gets to a 4.
Yeah, I like my applesauce on pork too.
So I like the idea that they go there early. It could be
it's a classic though, isn't it?
Now Savior able to get an angle. Teams are within positions from where they can do damage. But again, throw one smoke.
I get map stream. I think it comes here.
Play for the late game. There's no reason for you to peek, no reason for you to shoot. Just hide it out and stay alive. That's what KPI is playing.
I think it can technically go here, but I think it comes
back to Navi a little bit, but I very much agree with their decision. As you sort of pointed out, going from the north to the south, much better compound to hold, a little bit safer as well for the time being, so that works out for them. Ian taken down by Dr. Logi of Boundnam United, and obviously for the teams that are not able to get these kind of compounds, not able to find
team
these
comms,
it's bowls, it's dips, it's these little.
I think they're good for producing content after the tournament.
That's safe. They're in the open. It
or for
take
highlights.
Much for someone on the edge of this circle to be able to spot a leg or a head or an arm or anything basically and take that off. So it's very difficult for the teams that are in the center of this position. That's why, again, and south side of the circle, FaZe just south of Monte Nuevo, Unique on the top side, Kaishin, Buram, these teams holding edge. If they get a phase 4 or a phase 5 feed, they can then actually have themselves an even better position for the late game where it will matter even more.
Exactly.
Oh.
Everyone is waiting for that one gift.
Oh, that was insane!
Oh my lord, Mamu, the play! He almost got run over!
He got in the car, got out of the car, down the guy.
The entirety of BPL pulling up on this one, but oh my lord!
That was wicked.
Play. Down to low HP though.
Actually wicked. I think he's dead anyway, but
not looking good for Mamu.
that was still wicked. No, he got the down again. He got 2 downs. He's dead though.
Well, and they have to hurry about this.
What did I say, by the way? Just saying. Just saying. FaZe in a good spot.
Yeah, and this revive inside of the blue, it feels almost temporary anyway. Smash, I don't even think can get off a bandage at this point. Mitra just has to run.
No point. It's phase 4. He's going to die to blue. Yeah.
And even when you do run, you're going to be running straight into Para. They know that you're there. And even at this point, I don't think he's going to make it out. BBL will go down. Mamu, yes, he dies
If
in this
AAA
situation,
wins,
but the other three players for
SQ
Road,
guaranteed
they're able
wins.
to now hold Monty Nuevo a little bit
AAA,
safer. They don't have to worry about
they
BBL
could
being
win.
pushed in behind them, for example. So you lose one, maybe in this instance, 17
I think it keeps going
takes out
south.
BBL, it's basically a 1 for
Hello,
4.
Whippy.
Kind of works out well.
Worth for sure. Expendable player goes
Hey,
down.
definitely.
Not expendable, you want to have Mamu alive for as long as you can. But losing one in that situation.
FaZe by the father goes
and
and coming out town.
I'm
I'm actually surprised about FaZe's focus towards the town here.
Let's see now, Kaishin. They've rotated long. They've wrepped around the entire circle 3 times.
I'm surprised they're focused. They've actually got people in town. I thought they would have kept up on the hills with 8C.
In between Space Station and Navi attack around and
KX are dead.
There's nobody. And why? Because there's nothing to play in that area. And that's where Kaishin are going. And I think soon they're realizing that.
Yeah, I can't believe FaZe are here.
Playing for open ground here.
FaZe, of course, they're holding edge of Monte Nuevo, they're holding edge of this circle, but Fex actually pushes into an aggressive position that Unique have just rocked up on. He has to be careful, and there's the nade from Adusi. He gets taken down. FaZe will be down to 3 players. Unless they can somehow get all other 3 members of FaZe over to Unique, win this fight, Fex is basically dead here, dead to rights. Look how spread FaZe are. Yeah. They can't play off of each other. I understand sort of what Fex was trying to do, but when an entire team rocks up, what are you really going to
I thought they would have had like either everyone here or everyone up here.
Different area, different map, of course.
I don't know why they spread for control like that. It felt like a super rule set play. Not I win the gameplay. I won't be surprised if this circle goes full south again too.
In the meantime, Baunam trying to hold off here. They know that they have Buram nearby. Cest actually able to get one player down, but Lochi still does not want to reveal his position.
About to find out.
Yeah, and suddenly Space Station Gaming in that warehouse position, they've actually played it well, by the way. It's a very open warehouse. You can't just sit in. You have to play outside and around it, be aggressive. Lochi gets taken down by Edie, by the way. Ming should get Mill. Never mind. It goes the other way. New Happy, though, down to just 1 player left. So unfortunately, it seems like it will all be coming to an end. They'll take Pero with them, though. And I think actually it might be 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2 actually. I think Ake's just outside behind. So Mill and Ake's left for Pero. They're not going to be winning this game.
I'm just saying that I'm a Miramar master, to be honest.
Teams that are basically taking
I just know Miramar.
Look at that.
So this is why I can't believe FaZe didn't hold the south.
Still in on the very south side, and so is SSG's.
And I said Ents might win.
North side. This
They
would have
might.
been a perfect circle for FaZe.
This is what it always used to
This would
do.
have been a perfect circle if neither Ents nor SSG.
I'm so confused by FaZe last
It's
circle.
just one of them. The fact that both the compound on the north side and the high ground position down towards the south, as you said, is in, makes that center position remain unplayable. Now let's see. KPI, they know that
That landed on him.
Out of the ridge, and now finally with the molly thrown straight in the teeth of Got Meow, they get down Buram, but they have a rotation.
KPI know there's a guy right next to them?
Yep, that's one because the bucket just blew up.
I don't think they know
Smoking, so
how close these guys are.
To make Baunam as well in this position.
They have no idea.
Thrown forward, draft game down immediately. More Cess gets
They're just looting.
Gets the 3rd down as well, and KPI thought they had a rotation to make, but no, Baunam, what a backstab.
Yeah, Baunam are very proficient at their fights.
These teams are dead. This fight is just who dies first.
Again, now they're only down to 2 players remaining for the rest of this game. There's actually a lot of teams, by the way, that are quite injured and down to 1 or 2 players. A lot of those not even inside of the circle, though. I think you got maybe 1 or 2 teams that have got a snake inside center.
Buzz not shooting that?
On the minimap,
Or is the smoke not displaying?
Below them,
It isn't worth shooting, to be fair. He kind of wants them to run into Unique.
They would have been able to just watch all these teams making their way out of Monte Nuevo, all these teams, and even a team like Unique, had Fex not been in that position, they would have had 4 alive, and they could have easily bullied them out of that spot in the latter stages of this match. So down to 3 players, it's not over with. The next couple of minutes, though, crucial for FaZe.
Exactly. I mean, you can see they wanted to make sure that they were the last team outside of the city. And
really surprised by FaZe.
Grasp over a bit too much. They take a casualty. Now, the issue is for them, and the map doesn't really show this, but the issue is for them, Ents can see everything they do if they start wrapping south or east around. So they'll get peppered once they start rotating on forward. In the meantime, Petrichor can't really worry about that. They know they have to make it somewhere, and that's forward. In the meantime, now, going alongside the Rich, Unique doing the exact opposite, trying to hold off against any team wrapping their way.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm looking at the map right now where FaZe are. That's where I thought FaZe would have played the entire last 10 minutes. Well, not 10 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm not sure why they were so aggressive down there.
And also, fortunately, Pero only had the 2 players anyway in Aches left and Mill, so Unique were always at a significant advantage. Mill now just trying to do a bit of damage. He can't find what he's looking for. Dante with the grenade, then the shot.
Is he going to spoil this for them? Is he going to flash a guy?
10 teams remain, 20.
They will not be ready for this.
Damage does HSM manage to do before he goes down? Because I mean, I highly doubt he's gonna go out and win this game. Phase 5 turning into phase 6.
They could have had 4 up here.
He's gonna jump
easy.
much faster. So I really hope for Dante he gets over on the other side of that ridge line before his fate is gonna.
Is he gonna kill someone?
Solo circle up the hill we go. Phase inside.
These this is rough. All these teams, this is rough.
West towards Squeaky and Rusty
Ents and FaZe.
He's missing everything. I said enough bullets to flush. No, it's not. Has to drop over to the SLI. Will get taken down before he.
Not even gonna get the flush.
So.
Hello, Albion.
Was it fate? Maybe it
Buzz
was.
been very vocal about his dislike. Yeah.
He's gonna be the one.
But you gotta adapt.
Save him as well.
Most players hate the format. I think.
Catch your breath,
do any
Toby.
like
They're
it?
going to catch that revive, and then they're going to have to get moving. So is SSG. So are all of the teams that are down to 1 or 2 players remaining. This is where it gets very
The map
difficult.
stream
Open
is
area,
PUBG esports
open
map.
kind of circle. Not a lot of room to move. You're going to have to
Limited
play off the
teams, yeah, because all that matters is winning, right?
You can find FaZe.
So they were up here controlling the town exit road. I just don't understand why. I don't know why the kills are here. I mean, I guess it's to be like, oh, this team's actually been getting quite a bit of kills. It doesn't mean anything, but they have been getting kills.
But then you've also got attack all around, by the
This
way.
is just a mess.
A little quiet about this, but all 4 players alive. They've got 3 kills, holding towards the southeastern side of the circle. They can wrap either down to the south onto Ents, or they can deny Na'Vi.
Oh yeah, Jack, you're offline.
Push towards the circle.
They've played it real slow on that south side now. Not forced to take a fight, but getting to the point where they probably will be glooms. Nate thrown forward. Alia goes down. That Nate could be absolutely perfect. We'll see if it's far enough. Bounces off. No, just off to the side. That was going straight for Quizzy, but unfortunately the bounce forces it off. So
Not sure how much cover either of these teams has once the circle closes. It's a fairly open area.
Anywhere for them to really go
Good
with
night.
it. Second nade comes through. That's going to be a Beagle explosion in a matter of seconds. So going to force Quizzy away. And the thing is, neither of these 2 teams are inside the circle, so they're pretty much fighting for the terrain right now. But as you can see here, there's not a whole lot of.
Oh, they're driving to the hut.
Finally, now attack around now realize.
Can they actually get to the hut and not get killed?
Done damage. That's what we talked about last game. Do damage now, then wrap forward.
And you can see the south side of this circle is a little bit higher than the more mid and northern portion, so Ents will be kind of looking down. Diggory actually gets taken down by Gems. Not
Oh
sure
no,
if he's
Jack,
safe
you're off
for the
dead.
res. Looks like on the map he is getting revived, so that should be fine for Ents. Na'Vi though, 3 players inside of a smoke behind a tree.
They're all
with
dead.
Blue, already pretty much swallowing them whole. Gems, JS, they get the double knock. Na'Vi taken out. One of the downsides, I guess,
favouring
you're
Ents
playing
here.
that edge for so long, not making those moves until the very last second, you get kind of caught on the edge sometimes. And in that case, for Na'Vi, they got caught out. 20
SSG
seconds
are going to
until
run out of
phase
smokes.
7. This is going to be a big one, though. Does it continue down south onto Ents? If it does, book them in. They should be able to win this game. If
Here we
it
go,
doesn't,
anyway.
though, then they need to move down and a little bit more into the open, and that could backfire.
There's no like.
We'll see now.
This is
towards
anywhere
SSG
this
with
circle.
GX right on the heels, trying to trap on forward, but Savior spots 2 pretty much proning on top of one another. Gets
I'm just
over
saying,
them down.
FaZe
Brothers
could
are
have had
still
4
on their
people.
feet. More shots being fired towards them now, though. They thought they had
They can still win.
push forward towards Unique, but they're getting backstabbed by the second. Just 1 more left alive. Roth down to low HP, trying to see if he can stay put. Will be able to get the med kit off. Now he wraps around the side, takes down SSR instantly. Still got the mini man to play
I love
behind.
this.
Savior
It's like
goes
the
for
petty
tries to
flushing
try and
because
save his teammate, but
they
no
killed
one
you.
saves
May as well kill them. We're both going to lose the game.
As
but-
exciting as all of that is, and it certainly is, none of it really matters. None of these teams are going to win. I'm telling you right now, it's
There
either
you go.
FaZe, Ents, or AAA. This circle is a FaZe circle. This is their 2nd game in a row, catching a whole bunch of feeds. Of course, they've only got the 3 players this time. In fact, there is only now 1 team that has all 4 players up. That is Ents.
So
They're
once
playing
again,
this smart. They
FaZe
know that
wants
AAA is close by to them.
Ents to
On
lose
this eastern
players
side,
here
you deal with
to
them first,
AAA
then
or
you make
something.
your way over to the circle. but they need to move down the hill.
Oh.
When you do that, I'm not sure exactly how exposed they will be, but they're certainly going to be a lot more exposed than they are currently. AAA, understanding the situation, you probably don't want to be pushing up the hill, but then where do you really go? So it's hard to see AAA maybe winning this one, but ENCE, FaZe, those two looking very good. Can't count out Unique as the duo up north. If they get a phase 8 feed, they could maybe snake their way to a win, but right now, ENCE the favorites.
Cycle around can't do a whole lot before ENCE make their way down the hill. That's really what everyone's waiting for. Now they've had it. They don't want to wait any longer, but as you can see here, as soon as they make that move, they will be visible. So casualties will be had out. Where does ENCE move? They have one ridge down that they could potentially play on.
AAA dead. Is it Xenox? Yeah, it is.
Trying to see if he can get into a good position and maybe take it
Xenox and Toby.
Before they get down the hill. Yep, he gets into a good spot, gets the knockout down. And look at the vision they have on towards space now. They know they're forced to make the play over towards Unique. This is playing
ENCE win this.
Into ENCE's hands. We talk about
Surely.
teams that want to dictate the flow of a late game.
FaZe will lose a player to Unique.
They force FaZe to wrap away. They force them to go the other direction.
And then ENCE have 4 up in the cover.
In cover. All of you go closer to Unique.
Pretty sure.
We force you, or we dare you to come to us, but you will die trying. Super smart play from ENCE to take this hill control.
Yeah, and Squeaky basically took it, but didn't overextend as Aduzi just catches
Yeah.
8C. He had no idea. Snake in the grass moment. Aduzi goes down. Dante's still there. Saved Unique before, but now he needs to save himself.
Yeah, ENCE had 2 second places so far.
For Unique. FaZe, not
And they've
even
been
sure
playing
if they
pretty
get the
well,
revival
so I feel bad for them.
Surely not.
They get this res though.
Good stuff. Maybe now they can, but
Dude, I mean, this KX player has been in the hut for 10 minutes.
And for FaZe, it's looking like it may be
You could kill an
another
ENCE player.
second place
And then it's a
finish,
3v3.
depending on what happens with Yuppie here, but ENCE, they played this perfectly. Yes, they didn't have to do a whole lot, but they didn't overcommit their position. They pushed in. Squeaky took a nice spot. They dealt with AAA perfectly. They didn't overplay their hand, and they deserved the win because of that. FaZe down to just 2. Gustav, 8C. Never mind, so they actually did get the revive, so they got Fuzzface as well. So ENCE do need to be a little bit careful here. You lose one, suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. It's not over yet. They want to deal with Yuppie.
I'm afraid they might have overcommitted a bit. Not saying that they won't win it, obviously, but I think they expected everyone involved in that final fight to be, or everyone remaining alive.
They got very close, yeah, which makes it a bit more messy.
Rostamar has seen something in and around the...
Oh, he's just dead. He's been prone here for 8 minutes.
That is
And now he gets set on fire, Sag.
For them to get the damage dealt over towards him. They are going to be forced to spend utility on him. Yep, Yippee will fall. That is massive. Because I thought for a second with them pulling up, if Yippee pulls off a massive 1v2 here, there's a good chance for FaZe to be the ones to wrap around. I thought maybe
what else can you do though?
pulled up on this a bit too soon, but now we'll see. They have the circle, they have the dot.
Don't ask me what the percentage is.
Players are. They keeping
I wouldn't say it's that inaccurate right now.
Overhill control. Squeaky peeks on over. Damage done to
I'd probably put it to 70%.
70-30. In that front line.
Because FaZe have no ground. Nowhere to go.
May just open things up.
If ENCE throw this, surely not.
Their backs, they need to move forward.
Don't throw this.
At the same time. Good nade that landed onto Squeaky, but ENCE playing this perfectly. They've got the hold at the back from Diggory. He can see just about everything. Rustamar can now push up front line.
GG.
This is all too easy for ENCE playing this perfectly. The spray.
Good for them, dude.
Lands in the end, and that's all that matters. ENCE will
It's been
take
so
the
stressful.
chicken dinner here.
What an absolutely phenomenal endgame. Everyone playing their roles exactly the way they had to. I'm loving this ENCE that goes out and takes charge and dictates the flow of an endgame. I haven't seen it a lot in the tournaments past, and now they seem like a whole other team with the amount of control they take. They keep Diggory up.
Hey, I said ENCE would win at
knows he can't go
phase
down, so every
4.
single time they
I mean,
shoot
that's not
towards
great,
him,
but
he backs off down the hill to force them to spend
yeah, I'll
more
show you
time
guys.
working
Look.
his way. In the meantime, the rest of the 3 wrap around, take full control, take them out. Perfectly executed endgame by ENCE.
Yeah, and remembering, of course, for
I mean,
FaZe,
they've had some bad games
circle
lately,
for
but they did come
basically
second
the
twice.
Entire game, right? So they unfortunately didn't have the members to compete with ENCE towards.
How
the
would
end.
that work,
Another second
Tolaren?
place
Because the
position
team
there.
has to win
Full
every
credit to
game.
ENCE, though. They're going to the weekly finals, and we're going back to the desk.
There's 16 games. Someone has to win every game.
And they finally do it. There were lumps in throats. It took until day number 3, but they get there, and that's all that matters. Maybe not quite as easy
It's
for
no
ENCE
draw.
as we would have anticipated after the ranking decision last week. But Chunks, at the end of the day, they make it through.
Good night, Ralphie.
Yep, and that's all that matters, isn't it? You get yourself your chicken dinner, you get to the final, and Ents managed it eventually. Did it with a bit of a different strategy to what
Did
we
we
saw
win? Wait, who's we?
Video
games.
Maybe they were getting a little bit too passive, but I think they
Metsanong
found
just
that
subscribed.
balance now for that,
Did we win?
Winner chicken dinner
Metsanong.
format where they were able to play
Thank
it
you for the 10
slow, they
months,
had themselves
Bez.
a compound. Sure,
Yes.
taking a lot of shots throughout the game, keeping
I
players' heads down, but
Twitch
not
chat's
really
winning.
taking
I'm
those
losing.
team-on-team
Ents are winning.
fights that
There we go.
worked out so well for them over in ranked decision. Instead, opting to play it a little bit more reserved, and then
FaZe only has 3 more games and watches the final
obviously when
10.
the final few phases started
No.
through, they moved out of their compound,
FaZe
they
has
moved
3
down the hill,
games to
they
make the
swept
weekly
as a squad,
finals.
and well, as soon as they saw FaZe kind
If
of
you don't
FaZe
make
had
weekly
taken some
finals,
casualties,
you have to
they
reseed yourself in the
immediately
bottom
moved in
16 for the next
push.
weekly
A
final
very
qualification.
deserved chicken dinner, better late than
It's very
never.
complicated.
It did feel a little
If you
bit
don't
different,
make
didn't
weekly
it, Brick,
finals,
because they
though,
were more
you're missing
proactive.
out on a
They were
chance
more
of
proactive
qualifying
and
for
they
the
were
grand
more reactive
finals
to what
and
was
also
going
just
on
getting
around them.
more
You could see
points
this Ents was a lot
that
more
adds up
energetic
to
than we
also
saw
qualifying
yesterday,
for the
for
grand
example.
finals. It's bad.
It's an interesting
You
one
want to make
call
it.
maybe proactive, because there wasn't that
Hello,
many
Emperor.
proactive moves that anyone in that circle could make, because proactive usually means pushing out, flexing.
I'm
out
not
of
doing the
your
full
position,
explanation, but I'll do the
getting
mini one.
angles.
Right.
If you try
So
to
they're-
do
this
that in a
is-
zone
they're
like that,
qualifying
you are
right now
going to
here.
die. And for the teams that tried to make
The top
plays,
16 play
particularly once we got
finals
the shift to the
and
southern
get
side
points.
of the road out from Montenuevo,
The
we
winner
saw exactly what
qualifies for
happened to
grand
them.
finals
Like,
automatically,
they
which
tried
is
to make
later.
that play.
Remember, this
Fortunate
is
enough for them that
there are
Yeti
3
was able
weeks.
to survive long enough to make it to the
Re-
shack and
So
secure
week
top
1 will be
3,
all these
which
teams.
overall isn't really going to amount to all that much, but there really wasn't much space.
The bottom
for
16
teams
play
to
each
push
other
out and make
in
those
week
proactive
1
plays,
to
but Ents
reseed
had the high ground
themselves.
to work with, so they had
To come
angles
back
just
into what we're
sort of
playing right
naturally
now
from their
again.
position towards
So
any sort of
next week,
third-party
the weekly
opportunities
survival starts
that they were
again
able to take. It was
with
kind
the
of
top
similar to
16,
attack all around, just
and we
down
start
the
this
edge
whole
on
process
the
again.
mountain side
And the
to
17th seed
and
from
slightly
the
east as
winner
well,
of
which is
week
why
1 of bottom
no surprise
16
whatsoever to see those two
gets to be
teams
the first
on top
team
of
who
the kill
comes in after
standings
game
for the
1.
previous game.
I don't know if that
They were
made
the only
sense,
teams
but
that had the angles
I
and the
tried.
possibility of doing so without exposing themselves to an absolute death trap.
Yeah, very bright start to attack all around. Managing to grab 9
Hey, Tito, you can
kills.
call
We've
for
got
the grand
Blues
finals
up
this
there
week.
on the
One team
leaderboard
can.
as well in their very first game.
Yes.
It's
Well,
all
this
good
week.
to
I don't know if
say,
it's
yes,
this week.
It's a great start for them and all that, but
Is it
at the
this
end of
week?
the
Saturday and
day,
Sunday?
They now only have a small handful of games left to make that impact. That said, people are definitely noticing them after that.
I mean,
I think
we
it is,
saw
yeah.
what happened with Heroic, didn't we? They only had to play.
You don't
2
play for 3
games
weeks. No,
after
you keep
dragging
playing
out
still.
in their first to be able to actually make it.
You keep
through to the
playing
weekly
still, I
final,
think,
and,
but
Attack
you're
All Around,
if you
judging
win
from
the
game
next
number
weekly
1,
finals,
showed similar
you win
performance, so they
30k,
didn't get
but you
quite as
didn't
many kills as,
qualify for anything
as
new.
Heroic did in their first game,
There is
but they
prize
did a
monies
lot
for
of
the
damage,
weekly
they
finals as
flagged out,
well.
and they showed really good team cohesion moving through. They were as a 4-man for the entire game. You didn't
I
really see
think.
them
That's what
split
someone
up
told
too
me,
much.
actually.
They
Is
were
that true?
working through
Yeah,
as
it
a
is
unit,
true.
taking those fights as a team,
I see it.
and that's the most important thing when it comes to winner chicken dinner. You have to remain 4 players up, and that's something that for the longest time in that game, Attack All Around did.
Yeah, you keep
extremely
playing.
well.
Well,
Something else to call out
I'm
from an
pretty
MVP
sure.
perspective. You just saw it, Saga, a really well-deserved MVP. To
When
rush
do
them
I
up.
play?
Almost 1,000 damage,
20
longest kill. Basically a
20
Noadra distance away. Absolutely delightful
9.
stuff from Ents there.
He comes back out of retirement.
Another level.
He's 40 years old.
Particularly when it came towards the late stages of the game, where there wasn't going to be too many targets left over, and those that there were left over in that zone were really being funneled into one another. And there were some really clean shots as well being hit by Squeaky as well towards FaZe as they were making their final push over towards Unique. So the DMR definitely in favor for Ents and their high ground position, giving them a whole lot of opportunities to put them to use.
Let's now hop over live to an interview with our winners. They've done fantastically well in ranked decision, and it took them 13 games, but they are in to the weekly finals.
That would suck. Not playing for 3 weeks. Well, 2 weeks.
축하드립니다.
We're at the end of week 1.
아니 랭크 디시전 1위 팀인데 이게 어떻게 된 건가요? 뭐 2등을 어제 2번 하기도 했지만 계속 10위권 바뀌었거든요. 혹시 이에 대해 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금한데요.
You were in the second place twice last night, and other games you are not even in the top 10. that may have kind of mentally dragged you down, and how did you recover from that?
Because the format is so different than playing with the super settings, so you need to kind of adjust how you play. But yeah, yesterday was kind of rough for us because you know, 2 second places, no wins. So, but like
yeah,
today,
Squeaky's a
fresh
Chad,
day, fresh
obviously.
mindset, and we managed to win a game. So of course it feels good.
그래서 일단
He's good at the interview.
그 경기
Hey,
포맷이
Jay,
너무 달라가지고 어제는 조금 당황을 많이 했고요. 그다음에 2등도 2번 하고.
Yeah, I think the weekly finals are Saturday, Sunday.
내지 못했는데 그리고 오늘은 새 날이니까 새로운 마음가짐으로 열심히 해서 이렇게 승리를 차지하게 됐습니다.
아 좋아요. 사실 뭐 파이널에서 또 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라는 건 너무 당연할 것 같아요.
This is what I'd do as well,
제가
Tolera.
느끼기에 지금까지는 서바이벌 룰에서 약간 수동적인 플레이를 보여준 면도 있지 않나 싶었는데 오늘 약간 달라진 것 같아요. 이유가 있을까요?
You've been showing really passive your play style, but then on this match you played kind of differently.
No, they didn't.
Yesterday's
played passive this
fight
game.
against Rempa in Mirror against Ghibli, it was kind of, we played too passive and like.
Yesterday they did, yeah.
We should have won the game against Ghibli yesterday, and today we wanted to like be more aggressive and proactive. And like we saw one FaZe guy alone, so we just pushed him, and then it was 2v4, and it was kind of easy game for us after that.
그래서 기블리랑 할 때는 이겨야 되는 걸 알면서도 좀 저희가 참 주동적으로 하느라고 잘 못했던 것 같은데 일단 오늘은 조금 적극적으로 조금 더 교전을 적극적으로 임하면서 좀 승리를 쟁취할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
기블리가 또 긴장하게 했군요. 우리 파이널에 먼저 진출해서 기다리고 있는 기블리 스포츠에게 혹시 한마디 가능할까요?
Would you like to send a message to the Ghibli who is waiting for us in the weekly finals?
You played really well the fight yesterday, Ghibli.
어제 경기 너무 잘했던 것 같아요.
그러면 우리 엔스 팀의
What was that sound?
출사표 한번 들어보겠습니다.
What
Did
is
someone
your
scream?
determination getting to the weekly finals coming up this week?
We're gonna have the same momentum as we had in ranked decisions, so we're gonna aim for the top, and I'm pretty sure we can manage to do that again.
그래서 저희가 랭크 디시전에서 했던 것처럼 똑같이 하면은 이제 좋은 성적을 거둘 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 스키키 선수 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요. 다시 한번 파이널 직행 축하드립니다.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you very much.
네, 이렇게 해서 13번째 매치에서 승리한
Say, Squeaky is good at interviews.
저는 스키키 선수 만났습니다. 여러분, 이제 14번째 매치가 기다리고 있을 텐데요.
And that was Squeaky from Ents. I absolutely love his interviews. He nails it every time. The amount of disrespect was negative. He's so kind to everyone else as well. It's hard not to absolutely love the
I only
guy.
just realized what you guys were talking
I'm so
about
happy that we're
yesterday.
gonna see Ents in the weekly finals as well.
Because his name's Liam
They came into this
Desposito.
with such high expectations after ranked decision, and I'm really glad. Charles,
Start a
that you
timer?
mentioned,
Have
look,
they
we
said
just
quick
have
break
to
yet?
Play it differently in this format, but they showed now that yes, they can play both.
Yeah, and I think another key thing that he was able to identify there was the fact that they did play a little bit too passive yesterday when they were in that end game up against Ghibli, and that was kind of the reason that they lost it. You could even tell that they were very passive with the way they were actually taking that fight, even though they had a really strong advantage coming into it. Even the peaks, like it may just be something that people play the game a lot notice. Like there were a lot more jiggle peaks than going for like wide peaks and actually just trying to spray them down. So I think it's shown a lot more confidence from Ents today, especially I think coming up against a team like FaZe in that final zone would have been a bit of a confidence boost, because it's two teams that have come up against each other so often over in EU. There isn't kind of that nerves as, oh, maybe this team is going to do something unexpected, like maybe it was with Ghibli yesterday.
I think the fact that you haven't heard...
It's not fair to start the timer yet. We're
time
still in
make you a little more
post-game
confident in pushing FaZe
stuff.
To be honest, there was never an opportunity for a shotgun to shine in a zone like this. If you don't have a DMR, you kind of are trolling. But for FaZe, it was pretty unfortunate that they weren't quite able to deal with Unique in quite a clean enough fashion to give themselves the space to work with. They had no vehicles left. There was really no opportunities for FaZe in this final circle, given the fact that Ents had held on to that high ground position, had avoided taking the damage, but still been able to dish it out from high above as they overwatched pretty much the entirety of the circle. The one team that really stood out to me as a sort of, I have no idea, A, why, and B, how this has happened.
I know what you're going to say.
So, of course, Buriram and BN United, they took the battle. It started off, Buriram started rotating south and thought, wait a minute, we could just go and fight someone and die instead. So they did that.
That sounds like a
BN
good
United
thing,
tried to
Albion.
rotate into the zone.
Wait, dog.
KPI.
How does the dog feel about the cat?
Earlier on, sent it into the middle
Cats.
and pressed the Z key to prone for a while. Somehow, after that fight went down, were able to just walk out of the field with nobody shooting them and just wipe
Is it
out
a small
up
dog?
top. They did unfortunately get picked off by BN just afterwards, and it really amounted to nothing overall because everyone on that side of the zone ended up dead by that point. But it was just crazy that they were under so much pressure, so much fire coming into that position, and they were just able to walk out for free. It was very, very strange.
So that is another
dog loves both cats. One cat likes dog. Flint hates the dog.
Potentially taking a chicken dinner. This one though goes to ends. They will join us in the weekly finals.
Is it a little fluffy white ball?
Game number 2, guys. The players now have a scheduled bathroom break. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back,
all right, guys.
Back onto
It's time. We're starting the timer. It's a Portuguese Padengo. Oh, what? I've never seen this dog before. Look at this. Which one does it look like? This one? Or this one? Or none? Or this one? Medio Grande. Pick.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The finale
of
2021 PUBG Esports. PUBG Global Championship 2021 is here.
Doggo.
32 teams from 4 different regions. Europe, APAC.
It's a good-looking small dog. A lot of small dogs don't look
competition during PGC
great to me.
2021. Starting with ranked decision from November 19th. 3 weeks of weekly series, grand survival, and the grand finals. A variety of matches await us. Let's take a look at how PGC 2021
Alright, I'm gonna get a drink, guys.
First,
I'll be right back.
The weekly survival.
I reckon this is gonna take
Survival will run
over 10
with
minutes.
Winner chicken dinner rule from Tuesday to Thursday with a total of 16 matches in 3 days. The team with the chicken dinner will proceed from the week's survival matches and advance to the weekly final. The 16 teams that advance to the weekly finals will play 10 weekend matches with the Super Rule. Each week's weekly winner will grab a ticket to the grand finals. Also, weekly final teams start again from the first match of next week's weekly survival. So, how will the bottom 16 teams join the survival? The first week's ranked decision matches with super rules will rank the teams from top to bottom. But starting from week 2, only the bottom 16 teams will compete to decide the next week's bottom 16 standings.
I need a drink.
Through 3
A
weeks
hard
of
drink.
weekly series, and depending on the results from the weekly finals, the teams advancing to the grand finals will be decided. 3 weekly finals winners and the top 9 teams during the 3 weekly finals will advance to the grand finals. Excluding the 12 teams that already advanced, the last 4 remaining spots for the grand finals will be decided through grand survival. In a single day, teams that grab the 4 chicken dinners will fill up the missing spots for the grand finals. The final 16 teams will go through a 15-match grand finals over 3 days. The team with the highest point total in the grand finals will be the PUBG Global Championship 2021 champion. The PGC 2021 champion will have the honor of being the winner and earn a ton of prize money. And that's not all. Your crowd-funded prize money will be added to the total prize pool depending on the team's placement. On top of that, we have special prizes for the teams and players who played astonishing matches during PGC 2021. So this is the format for PGC 2021. What do you think? We hope this resolves some of your questions. And now we are moments away from PGC 2021. Which team will stand on top of the world? Are you ready to witness the new champion of 2021 PUBG Esports?
kami ang Archangel Predator and kami from Philippines, and sa buong team ko siguro kahit alam namin parang underdog kami dito sa tournament na to. So, I mean, gagawin talaga namin lahat ng makakaya namin para manalo, para makuha yung championship na gusto namin, ang gusto ng lahat ng buong organization ng Archangel Predator.
So ang strength namin as a team, individual lang yung mga strength namin eh. Kunwari kay CJ, yung strength niya, nanonood siya ng anime before the tournament. So ayun, magbunga na yung pagkataba niya. Mag-dominate siya. Okay ba yan? Okay na. So sa lahat ng teams ng PGC, kami pa yung underdog. Pero aasahan nyo kami na mag-dominate kami sa tournament. So better watch out. Watch out. You better not.
Oh God, what's happening?
Supportahan nyo lang kami dahil kami yung mananalo at iboto nyo din kami sa Pick and Challenge kasi may easy points kayo sa amin.
Lipad, Archangel!
Hey Rocket.
Đội mình là Game Home Hà Đông. Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Apparently the Battlefield patch is really good.
Đến từ khu vực APAC. Đây là một giải đấu rất khó khăn và thử thách, vì vậy rất khó để biết được ai sẽ là nhà vô địch. Rất mong là các bạn sẽ đón xem chúng mình sẽ làm được những gì trong giải đấu sắp tới.
Đến với giải đấu lần này mình muốn gặp Sonic vì họ là đội đương kim vô địch PGI S10. Các bạn cẩn thận, chúng tôi đang đến đây.
You would smash an alien away PC? Like, oh, what Drev said.
Trong mục Pick Game Challenge để tạo động lực cho team mình cố gắng hết sức.
Thành công luôn đi kèm với sự may mắn. Game Home. Thành công luôn đi kèm với sự may mắn. Game Home.
Oh, Game Home get to play right now. They're the new team who come in. I mean Sonics. That played twice? No, one was a blooper. Holy shit, their audio levels all over the place. In one of them, he did it at the wrong time.
Welcome back to PGC 2021. We actually just heard from Archangel Predator and Game Home Dahong. I believe Archangel are in the lobby now, so AAP going to be joining us. What do we think of them, Rick?
I think it's a tough one for Archangel Predator, considering that we haven't got their full roster here just yet. I believe Mad will be able to play later on, but for now, they are going to be using a couple
This team has a coach and a sub.
That is a big part of the success in the APAC region. But Calbs, I'm not going to lie, for a coach, this man has stepped up and he has been performing incredibly well for Archangel Predator, at least compared to the expectation that they might have had. Still not ideal in terms of the ranking decision.
I'm not blocking his name, am I?
They've got, what, 3 chances now to secure themselves a win. Yeah. They tied for first place in PCS APAC on the chicken.
All the teams playing now are stressed as fuck.
BN United and with kills as well. So definitely a team that can certainly perform, but BN United haven't really hit that same peak on the global stage either. So between the two of them, they have the capability to make that a reality. And Triple
I am blocking bottom right now.
Certainly showed that they can survive and get the frags towards the late stage of the game. We are certainly starting to stack the lobby a little bit.
This is my spot for when the games are on.
Maybe the odds are high that we might start
3 games to go. Yes,
go through to join Fury in the finals.
Chunks, it's never easy when you don't have your normal 4, right? Like playing with a sub. At the end of the day, they gel.
Has anyone heard of this brand of Toomey?
No, it just isn't. It's about that chemistry, isn't it? It's the unspoken things a lot of the time with teams where you just expect them to do things without having to say anything. So I just hope
that's why
the players that are filling in are able to adapt today.
Match 14 now. We're in the plane.
I'm selling out.
Let's find out what this game brings. Toby, Xenox, take it away.
They sell bags. Why am I hearing tables?
Oh no, Xenox.
Thank you very much for this 14th match. I did not have myself muted at all. Thank you, lads. Of course, here for the weekly survival. Match 14, Toby, PGC 2021 presented
by Alienware and Toomey. I could have played that one off perfectly, by the way, and no one would have been none the wiser. So, Toby, thank you for that.
You're welcome. You know what? It had to happen. I've throughout having done EMEA, we've always been called out by the other guys when we accidentally forget to unmute, and that's just the way it is. That is just how the cookie crumbles. Either way, let's get this one going. We're joined by the guys from Argentina to see the.
Ugh, I would hate to be doing the phase drop here.
There was, okay, I'm gonna
This generally means phase will drop down here, get cars, and drive to Milta.
Apex team to go out and win it in game 1. Is it Argentina?
Ooh. Honestly, it could be any APAC team. That's just the nature of
We'll take
the
Novo. It's not worth it.
They play in. It's a difficult one to predict, but Archangel Predator is a very, very solid team. If any,
It's a drop I used to always do.
Boundham United.
I mean, maybe they will, but I don't.
At the Widow Winner Chicken,
I'd rather go Milta.
Their ability to win fights when it matters, to get themselves into good positions for that late game.
We'll see what they do.
And therefore get the win itself.
I'd even more want to go Milta.
Honestly, second to none in the APAC region. So probably Boundham United, but look, AAP, very solid as well. Looking forward to seeing what they can do. They have 3 chances.
We'll see what they do.
Got 3 chances to find a win to get into the weekly finals.
3 shots added, and hopefully for them they'll be able to make it happen. We talked, I mean, I kind of want to go into this again. We don't have to talk about it for a long time because obviously we've got a game to cast, but we talked about the likeliness of a team going through that
Haven't had this
circle
many times,
without having
have
to
we?
play the grand survival for grand finals, obviously. My best guess is that we'll maybe see 2, maybe 3. I think 3 at most.
We used to do this all the time, Decipher. The interesting thing here is
like every week you miss,
Gustav has not moved.
You don't play that other teams will play.
So maybe they're considering coming back down to rotate over bridge
Yeah, look, I tend to agree with you. We had a
instead of going through here.
discussion about it. I think you've got sort of one chance, right? For the teams that
They're
don't
going Novo.
survive
They are doing Novo.
this week, I would then say right,
Interesting.
one strike.
I
and
don't
you're out.
blame them,
You've got
actually.
one more chance. You've
I'll be
got
honest.
To get in next week onwards and then build. from
Sorry,
there.
wrong screen.
Of
As
course,
a player,
there is the grand survival. So even if you are unlucky and you do to miss out on
coming
all
from
of
this
the
side
ones,
always
you still have
sucked to
somewhat
me.
of a chance anyway in
I
the
loved
grand
being
final later
Gatka
on
and going this
each
way.
time. So it's not the
Gatka,
end
well,
of the world
west
scenario.
to
You have a
east
little
was
bit of
so
a
much
look.
easier than
They're,
east
of
to
course, a
west.
new team that
I
has
hate
rotated
this.
in.
Coming through here
Gatka,
sucks.
they come into the lobby. They've got 3 chances. Like we said, they're a good team. They are solid. From the Philippines, of course. They not necessarily the best team from APAC. Many would obviously look at Fury. Then you've got the likes of Boundham United, Buram, etc. But they're up there. They're a very solid team. They can hold their own. Good fraggers, and they can play well to the end game.
I wonder if Pero will stay here.
A good team, but I mean, okay. So unless if we get an
Maybe they'll hold
intense,
this.
spicy military shift in phase 2, with where CJ
Yep.
is currently posted up, they're at a pretty damn
Oh, maybe
decent
going
spot right
deeper.
from the get-go. So if they can fortify the center sort of realm of the circle,
How
maybe
far behind
push
is
people
this?
into the forest to prevent
Oh,
the
it's
other
ahead.
team to take full control of kind of their back garden in that compound, they seem to be in a really good position here from the start as well.
Yeah, Gakka's always a difficult one to sort of assess early on for phase 1. I don't probably read too much into it. Obviously, there's so many changes that can happen with the upcoming circles, but it's always nice to be sort of around there. The big thing, though, I think here's for SSG getting across
A 50-50 would be
bridge
sick.
safely and as quick as possible with this.
Awful for the players.
It is going to attract a lot of teams in this vicinity, so they, of course, want to get across early. Don't want to linger around too much on Sosnovka Island. The same will then be said, of course, for Unique looting up in military base. Then you got FaZe as well on Sosnovka Island. So we had 3 teams overall. That's a lot of teams for a rather southern circle. If teams do want to gatekeep, they could have actually had sort of a pick of the bunch. They still could. SSG, if they want, they can actually just play in this position right here. It's deep inside of the circle. You can then gatekeep any teams coming across the bridge, like FaZe, like Unique. So it would be a good spot for SSG if they want to hold here.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I'm a little worried though. I mean, if there's one point in time that I would hate to see bridge camps, because I mean overall I don't like bridge camps all that much, but if there's one point in time I really don't.
I love bridge camps in Super Rule
That
set.
would be in a format where kills don't matter, because the risk you're exposing yourself at compared to the potential gain, I don't see the upside.
Well, I guess in a sense, you're trying to make the kills matter in a sense by making sure that no team can sort of come in behind you. So by denying
True.
teams getting across that bridge, you then actually make your backside a little bit safer. Of course, in any case that you can actually get kills without giving anything up, it's always something you probably want to do. You're just taking out the competition, you're making your area around you safer, and therefore that leans into surviving. What you don't want to do, though, is get too overzealous and crash compounds that you don't really need to crash. That's probably the biggest factor in it. Na'Vi over towards the yellows, really decent spot, somewhat hard to crash. You can hold many different angles, turns it into that close quarter fight. So they can hold here basically until the circle dictates.
Not much to say, really.
But SSG.
Orangle, first phase is just putting yourself in a good spot that you either think will potentially win you the game, or putting yourself in a good spot where you can rotate easily from.
A warning shot or something similar, or at least
But in this format, you might gamble.
In the nearby area. Having said that, there comes the warning shot. I don't think they want to have SSG sitting nearby. I mean, it makes perfect sense for SSG to scout up in this direction because they hadn't heard anyone early on, but now, of course, backing off, realizing there's a team around. All of them.
This game and then 2 more? Correct, yeah.
From the east side of the road there. Makes perfect
and
sense.
Sonics are in the last game. Wait.
Right now, and there's no reason to contest it.
Yeah.
Cheeky Orm for SSR, GEX. You like those nice and early. As long as you can hit those shots. It is, of course, very, very impactful, especially if we get like a
I'm watching what FaZe do. I think FaZe are going to go sit on the bridge, though.
So tasty to have. Keeping an eye on the map here, a lot of teams now that were north now starting to make their way,
I think,
of course, towards the circle. So already looking quite congested. Looking at Mad Clan, New Happy, and FaZe are the only 3 teams not inside of this circle currently. I don't mind that for New Happy.
Yes, they'll have a Miramar match,
2 teams, Toby, that have, for whatever reasons, in the first 2 games, had fights early, lost fights early. I'd like to see them get to the end game with all 4.
No, they won't. They'll have a wrangle.
I mean, if you look at the area of the map they're coming in from, those are the area. I mean, with the exception of military base, of course.
Wait, what?
Those are the areas of the map with the most space. So it's not like they're in a hurry to. Oh, there's nothing available for us inside the circle. They can take their time, wrap in late.
I thought it was going to be
Miramar.
Miramar.
Be on the edge. They know they're going to be.
If you start on a wrangle.
Here, perfectly timed with the map as well.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Up towards the north, whether Mad Clan up.
Yeah, because odds is.
Way, or if they wrap left around over towards.
Odds is a wrangle.
Plenty of space for them to sit tight on the edge. I'm just saying. I think the reason FaZe hasn't left military yet is because they know Synox what's going to happen next.
Don't say it, Toby. Don't bring it. Don't. Look, I love a good Sosnovka Island circle. Love a bit of a military.
Gonna play Sanok? Don't you dare say that.
There's way too much of the mainland intact here. It would be.
I hear you say
look,
that.
it would be a very fun shift if it does happen onto Sosnovka Island. I think for FaZe, they're probably just being a little bit cautious. Yeah.
I don't know why. I thought it was going to be Miramar.
Sure. No one's bridge camping.
I'm so curious what happens then between AAA and Sonic.
Somewhat wait, but the problem with this particular spot right here at the Milta Bridge, it's not inside of the circle. Yeah. Had it been, maybe.
Oh, they're going back to Milta?
It's better to cross now. You know it's clear. No one.
I hope it goes. I hope it goes south. It doesn't really matter.
You can then make that little wrap back.
What Xenox is saying is correct.
No one's going to be there, so you can make that quick little wrap. So
they can always go back
to the compound on the beach, just to the left side of this bridge. Hold there, wait for the circle, and then play off it.
And this was the warning shot that I talked about earlier. The pufferfish coming out and say, "Oh, I'm so big and scary. Let me just fire a bullet and let you know that I'm in the nearby area." Rather let a team know where you are than have those kind of RNG pull-ups come your way where their opponents don't expect you to come. You didn't expect the opposing team to come, and you take casualties early on. Because again, even if you get those 4 kills, if you lose 1 player and it is not for a absolute prime real estate position, it's not going to be worthwhile. So liking the fact that these teams that aren't in, like, at least right now, prio spots, just say, you know what, get the hell away from me.
Well, I mean, 4 for 1, if you're defending yourself, is a win. Even if you're attacking in that situation, it's probably still a win. This was the compound, by the way, kind of referenced. It was very difficult to say it, but I think in any case, you get a 4 for 1, that's fine. As long as there's not like that third-party situation where another team of 4 is about to push onto that position as well. And as you said, a big factor is, of course, the position that you are holding. If you're on the edge, you probably don't need to be taking that fight because you're not fighting for that survival position.
Exactly.
But if it is a position, a strong compound, late game, inside of the circle, dead center, yeah, 4 for 1 there would be perfect. But currently at the moment, we are just 15 seconds away from phase number 2. Not a lot happening at the moment inside of the first 10 minutes.
Circle time.
As we know, with sort of Gatka field finishes, always fun to sort of watch them play out.
He did. I was looking at that going, how the hell did he get that kill? But that was from way down in the other compound.
Honestly, are FaZe going to turn around?
Knock on the roof. Good job, Algebra.
It's more safe, I think. I think they are. It's safer to go across the bridge.
He doesn't get much for it. He gets a
because no one's going to camp the bridge.
He gets a thumbs up.
In this mode, you think it's sometimes worth to tell the teams where you are, so don't crash it. Happens a lot, Albion. It happens in normal rule set too.
Nice shot. We did get our circle shift
Like,
phase 2 though, Toby. It is going to be the
sometimes you'll have a solo in a compound, and you'll just stand and shooting in the air.
It does mean that
because you don't want teams to come.
You happy. You
This is what they're doing.
All around that farm region.
I think right now. They're doing it right now. They're just shooting.
He's actually going to go in the blue, rotate Sosnovka, and then come up on the
but
other bridge.
it's not even a good spot, so I
Currently,
don't know what they're doing.
Station Gaming are occupying. If they stay
Oh,
in that
wow.
spot and then FaZe make their way through, that could be disastrous for FaZe in the long run. There's that replay of the shot from Elgin Bots. It got a nice little pat on the back from Toby. Not much else technically, but it's still a nice shot.
You just love to see it. I mean, impact or no impact doesn't matter. It's just impressive to watch. You love to see it. Love to see it. As you said, circle down towards the west we go. And I mean, there's still plenty of spots to play around. Of course, you have the kind of the center belt going on through with the forest.
Okay,
area.
I just want to talk about how.
So, quite a few teams up on the east, scouts up the north side. Though that forest area, not that much space to
KPI, Iron Hut.
Sure no one else is contesting them. We do have Archangel
In the middle of the map, in
on
field.
Newcomers to the lobby in their first engagement of the game.
Losing carbs early. Not ideal, CJ. Oh, the nade so close to smash. This is not a bad spot to take this fight, but Mad Clan just to the south can engage on this if they feel they can actually third party, sweep up these kills, clean up these two teams, or at least one of them. Mitchellist landing a couple of shots onto CJ, but he gets away in the US. Elgin Bots makes his way over to Carbs, and he can get the revive.
Yeah, I think they were explaining it earlier, right? They were calling it a pufferfish.
We're on the very northern side of the circle, right? So we're not dead center. This is not exactly like prime real estate. But if you get a couple of northern shifts, this compound is actually quite strong. So for AAP,
FaZe will get to cross for free.
From that fight, didn't quite work out. BBL with a decent position, but look at this from Janky Turov. This is absolutely danger for Unique.
They have no. Oh, do they now realize that their opponents nearby? The way they're jumping around, and also with the vehicle coming up closer now, you'd have to think that Unique are starting to sense that something ain't quite right. But right now, Doozy is playing his back turned towards them, so Gems not wanting to shoot initially. Now he does, but look at the timing. As soon as he starts shooting, Na'Vi from far away shoots towards him. Perfect timing. Django was up close, though. Now jumps up in fight. His position revealed, and finally, actually, it's going to be Glooms able to take down one. Fate does get flushed as well, so casualties have come in on the Unique side of things. Deus now pulling up here, trying to take full control of the hillside.
Yeah, I think it'll be just one and done. It's still a win here for attack all around. Unfortunately for Unique, they just get... So, oh, what a shot! Shay is never mind! It's not one and done! They'll take two for the road. And unfortunately for Unique, that's probably their game.
Wow, the double SLR headshot on the buggy. What a... I mean, it's just...
Wow.
You know it, right? When you're in that buggy, when the first one connects, meaning it already has the line on in, that's just like, yep, I'm not going to be surviving this. I can feel it.
Oh my God.
3 bullets is all it took for him to take him down. Let's see. New circle is going to pop. We stay by the
FaZe.
water.
Another FaZe feed.
Shift on these circles. I tend to always force everyone
Although the
out.
next circle will be center.
But we're playing the Fairy Pier side of things. I love it.
Yeah, and there's pretty much all of the best spots currently occupied. Na'Vi in the woods just south of that compound that Pero's holding. Then you've got SSG on the northern side of Fairy Pier in itself already with E36. But the crash from BBL, I love to see it. This is the kind of compound that you want to be forcing the fight. Even though it's winner chicken dinner, sometimes it does call for a good crash. In this case, this compound at this spot with this circle, Toby, now's the time.
Smart play from Ammo.
What a mess.
On his own, trying to hold off. And look at the amount of damage.
Yeah, it's really chill.
Down from BBL, and they're taken out instantly.
We used to rotate from Ilta like that, the same way.
Utility proves useful for Petrichor to get themselves the 4 kills, and now in the meantime, on the other side of things, Na'Vi trying to hold off against KPI, who's come to say hello.
Such a clean fight as well for Pero. So if any other team had have made their way in, they would have been ready for it. Nice shot from Silzen, lands the headshot onto Example. Na'Vi actually now with 2 down. And I think they're just actually going to turn...
This KPI team keeps getting towards the end of games.
Go back over.
They can just never win.
And unfortunately for Na'Vi, pushing towards
SSG have the middle, like that new plane crash area, but it is so hard to hold.
Well. This could be a strong game for KPI if they can play from this woods position.
Exactly. They knew they had to worry about attack all around, but they positioned as you can see. Yeah,
Jesus,
exactly
I don't know if I'd ever pull up there.
They position themselves so they're ready
Scary.
for the potential fight, but they also knew we have to deal with Na'Vi too. So punishing a 2-way split, knowing that Na'Vi still have players down towards the gas station, they just say, you know what, we have to just full on aggress. We have to.
What are NH doing?
If we can get casualties on their side too, that's perfect, because that means that if we
I think NH are breaching.
later on, you will have that much more space to play around.
New Happy pushing actually into KPI's dip.
Oh my god.
They
Wait.
back off. Ming's gonna send
Dude,
it
what?
into the compound of
The
Pero, which, of
pre-smokes.
course, They have already been successful in defending once. Why not do it again? Ming's already down from 8 left. Closes the door.
Oh my
in their
god.
face.
What a
Could
mess.
not get away though. Ming, Zipyan both down. Nan is low. HS still half health as well. Mill got the down onto Zipyan, and unfortunately for New Happy, they're not going to be happy with the sight that has befallen them. Nan, I think the only one left, indeed. And he
Honestly, I respect the crash, though.
Pero
I
defending
respect it.
once again. 8 kills, they'll get the revive onto
Guess what? There's
H-Lab.
another
This
team
is
coming.
A very difficult compound to crash. And maybe they'll have another set of visitors. GEX rolling on up.
And this is not an easy flush this time. They are going to get control of half the compound.
New Happy as well. We'll see if they can hold off against yet another team trying to make their way here. So far, they're 2-0. They have managed to not only get 8 kills, but not take a single
But
casualty
see, if you
while
crash
they
this compound, you're fighting for guaranteed
Hard
spot
way
in the
from
circle.
GX to read what side of the compound they were fighting on and pushing
Because of
another,
the water
but
circle
it's
shrink
the
like
opposite
this.
side of the circle to really play this one on. Circle is going to shift massively towards the north, though, so all the south side teams will have to wrap forward.
Not surprising, of course, the Phase 4 water circle settings doing its job. Could have got a little bit more to the south, but that's fine, and it makes that compound even better. The woods position of KPI, great as well. Unfortunately for a doozy, was the solo for Unique. Elgin Bots will get that kill.
All these
Down
huts.
United should be able to deal with Dava. Does have the rest of Mad Claim behind him, so he can actually just play a little bit safe. Decides to just get up, take the fight anyway. Sits down Zest. And unfortunately, it seems like Dr. Logi just hides inside of the shack. I'm not sure exactly the play here from Balnam United. They pushed away from a more central position, pushed into that more open territory towards this shack.
He knocks the... Oh my god, what?
Save the day.
He did it. He flipped the car, and then he got in the car. Oh, now he's nailed it.
The nade will do the job from Dr. Logi.
But it's also going to flush Zest. I like the idea of them trying to kind of flush him out, but Zest didn't manage to crawl far enough away, so maybe there would have been a rest opportunity for his teammate instead. They take a catch of that card, not really in a
So weird.
flipping on over. Gopmeow will be the one to secure the kill. None of that's going to matter a whole lot.
What will FaZe do?
Lose one and trying to stay alive here.
They could actually just drive into the middle of the map.
We're fortunate. I mean, at least they do get to stay alive as 3.
It's worth it, though. You get the position. Yes, you give up your teammate, but you were never going to get that revive anyway. It was never going to happen, so why not confirm Dava, get that position, get that shack. Who knows what can happen from here. Attack all around, though, making the position over to the gas station that Na'Vi were previously occupying. Kind of still are, but of course it's only Melman and Quizzy left, so they fall back a little bit just north of it. KPI, they have not moved, and I like that from them. They don't necessarily need to spread out too much. They've got a really good...
Once again, I feel like FaZe are playing super rule sets still.
Spot to defend as well. And currently with this phase,
They're currently setting up a breach on Petty.
Pero, a couple of teams to look out for towards the lane.
But big dick move.
They're pushing up to this gas station though for attack all around. They're gonna have to be ready for this fight.
I thought for a second they were trying to wrap right around, but no, it was a bait all along.
This is so ballsy to do.
Initially, Gustav allowing to get into a good off-angle position. Now the molly. If that hits inside, I'm not sure.
It's a good molly.
It did indeed. That should for sure be one attack all around player eliminated. No, it doesn't spread wide enough for James to go down. Now Melman from the hillside able to engage on this one.
Can he hit it? He has to hit window.
Oh,
good nade. Wait, did that hit it?
Now Navi is starting to interfere here as well.
Well, 80 finally deals with gems for the damage onto FaZe.
That was a team nade. That was a team nade.
Buzzface both down. 80's low. He might lose this. He will from behind. He got the one in front, of course, but as I said, damage has already been done
Nah,
to FaZe.
didn't work out.
Gustav, the only one standing.
I don't know, man.
He's
I don't
a
get
bit
it.
Further back. He's not getting Vex back up. FaZe down to 1. In fact, now down to just 2 games remaining.
I don't get why FaZe wouldn't play for circle position here. Oh my god, they could have all 4 up on the south of the circle. Obviously they didn't know this, but look at this.
Like a 60 damage to him, all of a sudden making those hopes a little more disparate.
I thought they would have played central.
Even shifts down in that direction too.
Oh, look at that spot.
I don't understand.
This is just, I mean,
they're playing super rule set still.
At least for now, as long as
that's what it feels like.
High ground on the southwest side cannot use the center of the circle for anything, and we still have 5 teams that have to find their way into this. We're in for a very chaotic, even more so than it is already, end game here, Xenox.
I think I'd rather see them drive
the nature
center
of sort of
on the gamble.
Field, it's open terrain, it's openness in the fields, of course, but most importantly, sort of the lack of compounds. There's not too many of them, and the ones that you do want, it's worth crashing for. We've already seen that a few times with Pero. Of course, Na'Vi just down to 2 players. Melman trying to see what he can find. He was a detriment to FaZe at the start of their initial push on to AAA, so But Na'Vi, they basically helped to take out FaZe in the end. Of course, Gustav's still alive, but as a solo player, not really much expected in terms of finding the chicken dinner. But Na'Vi just trying to hold on, see what they can do as the duo. No kills yet. It's KPI, though, that I've got my eyes on here. Because
they could have pushed the... I guess it's hard to scout. I don't know. FaZe are confusing me today.
Push into the woods of KPI. Will they be ready for that fight, KPI versus Para, if it does eventuate?
I like the fact that they're now trying to make more of a pressure.
Team one big run here.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going on though?
More room on the edge, and it makes perfect sense. 28 bullets for old.
So what Mad are doing right now?
Clear showing of teams.
I don't know if it's gonna work. But I thought FaZe might have done this.
Why don't we just take center? I mean, that's how we win these games, right? Let's just drive up to the center of the circle, sit tight for a while. I think they're gonna be feeling a lot of utility.
Oh, apparently it is gonna work. But from the other side, obviously. I thought FaZe were going to push middle.
There might be a play for them to make, but no, you can see here already teams with good vision on them.
It's a really risky push from Mad. They obviously sense no team there. Spot is open, and they can see that, of course, courtesy of the terrain.
Oh, what a nade.
Push onto GEX. Great nade, though. CJ goes down immediately.
The confidence to throw it hard. Oh, no. They had a nade out, too.
With this perfectly. Carbs low on health. No chance. GEX defending their position. Pero's not going to push out either. And they should be able to just clean up the remaining 2 players of AAP.
The door was...
If he slightly misses that, he just nades himself, I think.
For the Archangel players to get on and send, and won't be sitting around waiting. He wants to go in aggressive around. I like this 3-way push around the side. They're still inside the circle, and they know they have a fight to take. They cannot have a 3-way thing going on here. They need to deal with it now, right now, and they do. Smart play from SSR. Wrap around the side, get the double kill. Now they can go back inside, potentially get Xavier back up on his feet, and then they can take the fight for Petrichor. I like the proactiveness from GX in that one.
Yeah, and for those who maybe didn't catch it in the kill feed, it was a 1-for-1 knock between GEX and Paris.
What's happening?
We're going for that
sorry, KX just drove from the middle of the map here into the compound. God play, I guess. What is this? Oh, they're doing the way too dank thing.
Friendship that has honestly lasted for way too long as it is already. Ake's still not up, by the way. And look who crept in. Jumpy from Kaishin. Oh, he's getting involved in as well. Savior finally gets eliminated by Mill. They get Yuppie as well. A whole range of kills for Petrichor Road in this game. 10 plus now. And honestly, they're going to need more than that if they are to survive. But look at this phase 6 circle. You can see it in the minimap. This is the game for KPI. Surely Mill takes out Zennan though. GX slowly falling apart.
You say it's a gift when circles come towards your compound.
Haven't found this many nades. You find more nades in competitive PUBG. And then, because you kill other teams, for reference, Pero has had 2 teams crash them and they've killed them all already. More nades on the bodies.
Do they have the vision on the second? No, they don't, but they finally able to get one down.
But they've paid the price. They've lost 2 players. They got 14 kills, but it doesn't matter.
Yes, that's all good and fun, but they're only 2
I'm still so annoyed by FaZe.
Having said that, KPI have fully committed to taking out attack all around, and the Petrichor reach this. They have a play to make it up to the right, the east side of the hill.
Jays gets caught. That's actually Gustav.
Petrichor Road, yeah. They're actually one of the favorites for the tournament, but they have not been doing as well as people thought.
Further defending their territory, which once they deal with Janku, this is going to be a pretty easy spot for KPI to hold. Dead favorite.
I mean, they got 2 up. They can still win.
Only 2 teams have 4 alive. It's SSG and it's KPI.
KPI, again, have 4 players at the end of a game.
So for KPI now, it's all about just kind of spreading out, not spreading out, but sticking together, rotating, cleaning up these teams like Madclan, like Pero. Ooh, never mind. Janku, that is the solo player that makes a big impact on the game. As I'm hyping up KPI, they might lose Capitan.
Oh, they really need to get the res on this one.
They've got their res.
To me, at least, inexcusable to lose one. You know, you have just 1 guy left to worry about down there, and the fact that they have no one kind of worrying about their backside up until now, I think that one right there was them backing off. Canaxi will fall in the end. SSG and them. Ram has been fighting on the west side of the circle for quite a while.
They do? Wait, what?
Actually able to survive with 4. At least maybe should Roth be able to carry his teammate into the circle. He's running out.
Oh, no.
Right now. No! Oh,
when carrying a friend goes wrong.
The open is that you could potentially go down with them, and that's exactly what's going to happen there. So from potential 4 now to most likely 2.
See, they could have ran. They could have FaZe could be there.
And we take it back a couple of minutes ago. It was Mad Clan who made that mad dash.
Were they
to the
EU
center
teams?
of the
I
woods.
believe you
That's why they've
say
got
they
this
are
position.
dead.
And as we go into phases 7 and
FaZe
8,
are misplaying
they'll
hard
probably sort of
today.
bloom out a little bit as their trio and look to maybe take control of this western side if they can deal with the rest of SSG. You got Pure Boy there as the solo as well for E36. AAA still has the solo of Janku coming in behind KPI, which, by the way, did get that revive onto Capitan. So, little prayer there for KPI. They're fine. They're safe. They're okay. They got 4 players alive. And for Pero, well, unfortunately, as great as a game they've had, they've only got 2 players still at that compound, hoping for one more shift. They kind of get it. They don't have to move just yet. But again, this circle leans itself into KPI's favor.
Yeah, if you're Petrichor and you sit in that compound for much longer, it's going to be guaranteed that once KPI gets control of the hillside, there's no escape for you.
I kind of hope KPI win.
Might still have. There's no way they ever get
I think they've been playing well.
If they don't start making that move. And if they can time it with KPI having a fight with, well, maybe attack all around. That should be a fast one, though. But if they can time it with them and Matt fighting one another, there's a potential real backstab opportunity for Petrichor. But they have to get out of the compound at the exact right time. And believe me, I've seen teams try and do just that. And they tend to always...
FaZe could have even put 4 in the hut. But I guess FaZe don't play like that.
Still inside of this phase 7 circle. He's not going to move. Just basically holding what's in front of him. He's got the basket behind him, so he's safe from behind. Right now, the onus is actually on KPI to actually start to try and control a little bit more of the circle. Yes, they've already got a large portion of it. Mad Clan, by the way, I'm pretty sure they've got a car fort, and they're just not moving from it whatsoever. They're not pushing out. They're not trying to gatekeep. They are just holding on to their defensive position, and they are basically just stationary unless
you just want the Japanese players to win,
SSG
Alden.
tries to roll up on them, which I like this little move. Yes, it's only the duo, but they do get to a much better position. They get close to Mad Clan. You only need 1 knock. Now it's a 2 versus 2 here for SSG.
And you can see as soon as that happened, Petrichor starting to leave the compound as we speak.
Oh no!
Watch out for the snakes in the grass. He's been hiding behind
Snake
that
man.
vehicle for so long. And
He just SSG just did a really good push, and then this happens.
Close enough to spot them at some point as Jump finally does, but it's going to be too little, too late. Will go down. 2 knocks have come in on Matt.
KPI win. KPI win. Or Pero clutch it. Pero with the clutch, maybe.
Will Janko be able to do damage on this side? He does manage to find 1 knock, but still 3 alive from KPI, and they're pushing forward here as well.
That knock is somewhat big. It definitely halts the momentum of KPI. Drafting has to get the revive, so that means that Pero, Mad Clan might be divided out quickly by themselves before KPI can third party. Big stage from Mill, but it only got lashed. There's still time for Mad Clan to maybe get away from this spot. Never mind, no chance at all. Mamu with a massive nade. Petrichor Road up to 18
Petrichor
kills.
Road. They have 18 kills.
Versus 4 finish.
They would have to be in, so this would have to be like a nuts play.
You would have to think
2v4.
KPIs to win. I mean, it is KPIs to win. They've got the dot. They've got the position.
KPI are the kind of team that could throw this though.
Much individual skill out of the Petrichor guys that if there's a 2-man that can bring something home, it might just be them. They have 18 kills in this game already. They got
6 and 8 on those guys.
3 gear. They got an arm to play with as well. Let's see if Mill and Mamu can bring this home, or if we'll be bringing KPI on to the weekly finals.
If they win this game, this might be one of the best team performances I've ever seen from start to finish. They have been inundated with teams.
Nah, Ixlash is not up. But these guys have 6 and 8 kills.
Every single time. Now a 2 versus 4 for Mill and Mamu.
This is the play. Wrapping left is the play. They don't know that, but they're doing it.
34% winner chicken dinner percentage. Honestly, it should be lower. KPI, it's a 4-on-2. They should be winning this. What I will say though, it's so important for Pero to get the opening.
This is the wrap.
2 versus 3.
This is the wrap. They need to get this kill for free though.
But they need to get the opening pick fast. They have the 2v1
And Emmy should not reveal himself.
He's going to give the audible cues, and that's going to shift. Yep, you can see it already now. Capitan coming up here to help Silson, moving the
they're backing off.
But now audio cues are going to be gone once more. They need to get 1 knock in an instant. They cannot allow for the opposing team to feed in front cross. You can see
he has full armor, level 3 vest. He's got utility.
Kudos to KPI for not going hunting here. They know what's at stake. They know what they're up against. And they
KPI just have to not give anything away,
it's not, oh, guys,
which they're doing.
Let's just push them, get it over with. No, they're playing this cautious. They're playing it patient, and they're playing it to win. I love the fact that they're taking the time here.
If they had have sent someone down south to sweep like we typically see from a 4-man, and that guy gets caught, yeah, that would be disastrous.
Exactly.
They're holding it very compact, very tight, close together, which means they can play off of each other. If someone gets knocked like a Silson, while Capitan's right there, he can get the trade. Then it's suddenly going to be a 3-on-1. So that's the way that
Time to Orm. Time to get Orming. That Orm could win the game.
They had a little bit of a
He's got 3 gear too.
The only chance, though,
and
was
utility.
KPI making a mistake. They haven't done that. Now it's very, very difficult to see them winning from here.
They've got the rock. They've got.
I think they've kind of taken too long here.
It's going to be in the open. They're pretty much like this. Rock
Mill literally needs to hit some Orm shots. Orm headshots.
It's going to be a shooting fest with, well, Mamu and Mill both having to take out 2 each every time they do 100 damage combined on one of them. It's going to be a lot to ask for, unless if they can throw a Hail Marinade over the Ridge Line on an opponent they can barely even see. They're going to try and smoke off the side, allowing for themselves to run forward.
Oh,
There's the first nade. Silson falls down. If they can get one,
It's the random nade, bro. They need to read. No, they should be renading the knock. They're not even rezzing. Wait, they're not even rezzing.
That's it. That's the final nade! Capitan! What? Only half health? That should have just blown him to pieces!
Oh god, Xenox, your mic.
Silson's dead? It could have been a 2 versus 2. Instead, Capitan stays alive. He's able to heal up. It keeps it a 2 versus 3. That nade was inches away from being full damage.
Choking.
And it gives KPI the chance, but are they fumbling this, Toby? Are they throwing away their advantage? Pero, they are the aggressors here.
They have played it
I like
slow,
this
they've
prone.
played it cautious, but now they might be playing it too slow. They're allowing for Petrichor to move on forward. They've been smoked off. I love the fact that
they got him. They got him.
Close fight, 1v3. You need to pull off magic here, Mill, if you want to bring this one home. Barrel in hand, level 3 gear equipped. If there is any sort of situation,
They know where he is
where
too,
you
I
can
think.
go out and do this, now is the time. But you would have to think that with KPI being 3 strong, they have the winning position here. Flash is thrown forward. This one could take a little while longer, but it's like once the first shot is fired, now it isn't there. You have it. The win does
Poor Pero, dude.
from the South American team.
You get 19 kills and you lose. And the 19 kills mean nothing.
Sigh of relief for KPI, but they make it to the weekly finals. Pero, for everything though, they were the winners in our hearts.
Good for KPI though. They've been playing well.
In the game, what a match! Only 2 weekly survival matches remain. We go to the desk where they can break down this awesome match.
Unbelievable. I'm really glad we don't have heart rate monitors on the desk watching that final fight. KPI, playing with their hearts in their throats, but they managed to make it through. Look, Rick, they're the team that statistically are most likely to be sent to circle at any given time, right?
Oh,
they didn't do
Pero
that
a
this
Chinese
game,
orbit.
at least not as much as Mad did, for example. And they managed to squeeze out the W. They gave Petrichor so much respect at the end.
The last Korean team is
I mean, it's a little interesting for KPI because they did find themselves a shack in the middle of the wide open field, and we were like, okay, classic KPI. And then they went and got a bit more aggressive and took the dip below Na'Vi. We were a little worried they were just going to get bombarded with grenades, but actually with a bit of assistance from a third party from AAA, were able to take out the Na'Vi players playing the hilltop above them, and then held on to that position long enough that the zone
2 more games.
shifted in that direction.
This game is game home, and the next game is Sonic's.
A couple of zones ago, became pretty much the center, and from that point on, they weren't really under any pressure because nobody really wanted to go for the crash on the dip. Everyone seemed to be gravitating towards the compound of Petrichor Road, and everyone who crashed that was getting absolutely obliterated. So nobody else wanted any part of that side of the zone, so everyone else was wrapping around south towards the bridge where FaZe, Na'Vi, they were battling between themselves with AAA going in that direction as well. So really they weren't under all that much pressure until the very late stages of the game, and at that point on where they still have their utility left over, they're pretty much fresh on the durability on the armor as well. They were looking very, very solid at the end of things in a 4 versus 2 to close out their win.
I'm worried about the drop.
Yes,
Pero not Chinese.
KG, but they wanted to make sure there was a 100% chance of them winning that, and who can blame them?
Yes, they are they?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about securing the chicken dinners, but
yeah, they are.
The problem with KPI is I'm not sure how much that chicken dinner was earned, and it sounds really toxic, but let me explain. All right, they've been sending it center.
I'm very confused by FaZe though.
Game, and they've been getting so close. And look, if you throw enough darts at the board, one of them's gonna hit a bullseye eventually, and it seems like that's what's happened with KPI. Sure, they did a really good job being able to clear out their sides, making sure they're not getting pushed, but it's a really tricky one to say that this is the most effective strategy. And sure, it worked great for them this time. I'm really happy that KPI have made it through to that weekly final. But the downside is, if they aren't in that top 16 going into next week, if they have to battle it out, if they aren't able to immediately, you know, get a chicken dinner and they're forced to keep going for these panicky send it to the center strategies, are they really going to be able to make it again? And I hope for their sake they'll be able to find some...
I just realized that happened.
Position they played right next to Na'Vi, I thought that they were done, and that's just the theme that I've had with KPI, is they've taken positions that I just thought
so there's
were
2 spots left, right?
for pretty much every game. But you know what? They've made it work, and this time around they've proven me wrong.
That's crazy. NH, Pero, FaZe, Na'Vi.
The grenades this game. They had 19 kills. I'm pretty sure 15 of them were
Sonics are probably the teams you would expect to have qualified.
KPI, they outlasted the bombardment, the onslaught that was coming in, and eventually... well, they ran out of the compound, which meant that there was no bodies left to pick up more utility from, and KPI got the surround.
Brew our favorite. I personally don't like the way they play at internationals.
And the final spray.
I'm really not surprised by how they're going.
Out the win in one of the very
I think they're great. They're so fun to watch, but
again,
they don't know how to play winner chicken dinner.
A little bit later, not too far from the start. They've had a couple of games less than the teams who've been in.
They're too risky, dude.
And so far, they've had some very close results. They've had a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th place. So KPI, it's been coming for quite some time, particularly the way that they play out the position in the zone has played into their favor for the high-end placings, and this time they were finally able to convert.
Yeah, there's no getting around the fact that they've always tried to place themselves there or thereabouts, right? It's impossible for us to ignore, and we won't, guys, don't worry. The fact that Petrichor Road got 19 kills in that game, they were phenomenal, but KPI have very consistently been towards a center.
It's the most toxic format for players.
Times where KPI have died, I don't know, outside of the circle, phase 5 or later, and I think maybe I can count 1 game off the top of my head, and that
what happened to Unicorn Phoenix?
They're very, very good at just being there or thereabouts, and you're right, Chunks. Like, enough darts at a dartboard, you will hit a bullseye, but to be fair, they're also playing the format, and they're saying, guys, if we keep putting ourselves in good positions halfway through the game, we're bound to get some excellent positions towards the end of the game.
I mean, that's what you hope, and that's something that they've consistently done, and I'm happy that they've finally been able to clear out the fight this time.
Who the fuck is Unicorn Phoenix?
That they start
it sounds
to get a bit
familiar.
More scrappy going into later weeks. Obviously, it's really impressive from them. Look, they didn't just sit in the center. They had a long rotation to make it in, and when they identified there was a playable position, they did send it, and credit to them on that front.
Oh, they're the Vietnamese team.
KPI get a bit more scrappy into the future weeks, you know, when we do especially get over to those weekly finals, when it is about the kills, I want KPI to get in more aggressive positions, because they are a team with really good fragging power, and I don't think they're doing themselves justice just going for a dip that is often a really rough position to play and not able to make much really happen out of, and then you just rely on everything else around you fall in the correct way to be able to get the win. But
I don't think
everything fell in their favor. You got to give them credit for the win.
Rick, I think Liam just hit
qualified.
the nail on the head there.
Didn't they win Apex?
Really did they deserve?
They came
this?
third.
It's more of a
in
KPI to show us
the last
in the
PCS
finals that when they're playing with points,
they didn't play the other 2 PCSs
and rack up those kills and play the way we've seen them play in some of the PCSs.
So they were not qualifying.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. You can play however you like.
They only got one PCS of points.
If you can get the win, whether it be with a
so Fury
dumpstering of the lobby like
out-qualified them
earlier on, or whether it is a sneaky little 3 or 4 kill win where you do play a more passive game
and AAP,
securing yourself a spot in the finals. That's what matters. And for KPI, they didn't do too badly in the super settings when we were going through the groups in the seeding part of the tournament.
I can't find the leaderboard for that, but
overall, which is just outside of the top 16. So they only missed 2 games at the very beginning of everything a couple of days ago.
All I know is a player joined recently and their name is Fap.
The different style of format, the points rule, that they are able to hang with some of the more competitive teams that we might have expected to come in. And at this point, there's definitely some big names that are going to be missing from that finals lobby, but KPI will not be one of them.
So they've tried again. They successfully do it this time around. Let's go ahead and hear what KPI have to say.
Roll in turn.
제 옆에는 실젠 선수 나와 있거든요. 바로 인터뷰 나눠볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다. 실젠 선수, 유니폼에 보여주세요. 성능 유지라는 말이 적혀 있어요. 본인들의 강점이 된 것 같은데 어떤 뜻이고 어떻게 이런 유니폼이 만들어졌는지 한번 여쭤봐도 될까요?
Silsen and Light Keep performance in game is your guys' forte. What does it mean? Could you tell us for your fans, please?
La idea es de la organización, es el nombre de la organización en coreano solamente, y es simplemente eso.
저희 팀 이름이 영어로 KPI를 번역해서 성능 유지로 하였고요. 이 아이디어도 역시 회사에서 먼저 내놓으셨습니다.
한번 보여주실 수 있나요?
Our name in English is KPI, Keep Performance in Game, which is translated as 성능 유지 in Korean. It was suggested by the company.
우리 실재 선수가 제일 먼저 죽었어요.
Are they Korean or?
어떤 생각을 하셨나요?
When you guys were up against Patrick Road, Silson got eliminated first. How did it feel like?
No.
Bueno, me sentí mal, pensé que la iba a trolear, pero los chicos la supieron resolver bien.
심정은 되게
Spanish.
안 좋았고 제 덕분에 혹시나 팀이 잘못될까봐 걱정했지만 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서
It's broken. I'm broken. We're all broken.
맞아요.
I got really worried because got eliminated first, and I was anxious to watch the rest of the match, but our team managed to win the chicken dinner.
¿De quién era la orden que estaban hablando en la hora?
Oh, Snuggler.
Teníamos la idea de que Navi estaba spliteado.
You pushed out Navi from
Snugglebot,
the
hello?
gas station ridge and showed very strong performance overall. Who gave that order and what kind of conversation took place?
있다는 거를 알고 그 기회를 잡고 그렇게 로테이션을 했습니다.
I
gave out the order actually, and Navi, because I knew that Navi was split, and that's why I ordered that way.
Ustedes llevaron el pollo hoy y con qué mentalidad van a jugar en el weekly final?
Y creo que lo difícil ya pasó, ya creo que vamos a jugar mucho mejor.
For the weekly final,
제일 어려운 단계는 이미 거쳐왔다고 생각을 하고요.
what is your determination for the weekly final?
좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I think we've already went through the most difficult stage, and we'll try to show our best performance.
I'm terrible, Beck. But at least I have Twitch chat.
네 번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 KPI 게이밍이었습니다. 저는 실젠 선수와 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 잠시 후 15번째 매치를 준비하고
And that was a KPI after their victory. They move on to the weekly
There you go,
final. And look, let's be honest, like we need to see something change from them once they get into the points format in the weekly final. If they're able to do that, great. But really, Petrichor Road stole the limelight a little bit there, Chunks. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Yes, they basically spent most of the game playing tower defense, but you don't get to 19 kills because you do that and nothing else. They executed every single hold brilliantly.
Yeah, look, Petrichor Road did really well being able to defend that compound, and to actually get out there with two players up with so many different squads pushing in is really impressive to see. I know that Blamus, the assistant coach for Virtus Pro, actually tweeted out a screenshot of
Dude, I get so many likes on a tweet where I just say
on the floor, and it was
watching
so
PGC
to see the fact that
really makes you want to play PUBG, and
clean up with so many chicken dinners.
if I mention PUBG, I get so many more interactions on Twitter.
I've been catching a lot of heat from chat for saying that KPI maybe didn't deserve the game. I maybe phrased that one wrong, so I do want to.
I've been here the whole time. I know. I saw you come at the start.
Sending it to the center every game. It was only a matter of time now till they got themselves a chicken dinner. My worry now, though, is that teams are going to get a read on it going into the later weekly survivals and then be able to actually get aggressive onto KPI and shut them down.
Waiting
so
list.
I do want to see a bit more of an aggressive playstyle coming out for them, especially this weekend at the weekly finals, where, you know, you have to go for those kill points, which is something they have been able to do. I think it's the approach we've talked about a lot with Ents, as an example, where you can either play specifically for the win, or you try and play your regular game and then let the wins come hand in hand. And it feels like right now KPI have two different playstyles as opposed to some other teams that only have one.
And to be fair, you are absolutely spot on there, because Saga, I think both of you mentioned it during the game. KPI got themselves into a good endgame position, but
I'm running out though
in the mid game, and like there were a couple of close brushes with death where in the weekly final, a team hungry for kills would just push that and try and get the squad
Straight
wipe.
rum.
So
That sounds awful.
Chunks, I think he's spot on there.
I think the one thing that we especially need to point out when it comes to particularly KPI, but also teams like ENCE that tend to have a very more defined play style. ENCE, you know, we heard the interview from Squeaky, they're looking to change things up very slightly, but we're in this part of the tournament with an evolving, constantly rotating lobby. So it's different teams every time you hop back into the server. They all have different play styles. So you can't really prepare too much for exactly who you're going to be up against without knowing who's going to be getting the wins, which is frankly impossible to do. But once you've now qualified for the weekly finals, particularly if you're a team that qualified early, the likes of MCG, Gen G, and Fury is the first 3 teams to qualify. They can
what round do you get, Orbit?
Watch how all of these other teams are playing. They can do their preparation knowing exactly who their competitors are.
Wait,
going
what's
to
the
be over
where do I normally buy my alcohol from?
Which means that you can identify some of these.
I don't know. Let's just go to Dan Murphy's.
Habitual instincts of some of these teams, like for example KPI going towards the center. Whether that will change up on a different format, we will have to sort of wait and see, but in particular you can now go back to the ranking decision when they were playing in the super settings, try and identify some of the key features of their style of gameplay and look to make plans around it. That is something you can do knowing the lobby that you'll be up against in a more consistent path.
And now we have Game Home entering the lobby. So
Mouthy Jin. What is Mouthy?
Left in our final 2 matches of
this is what I normally
survival. Chunks, what do we think about Game Home?
Game Home, really promising team. Obviously, they weren't the first seed coming into this. It was Unicorn.
Yeah, but Wine's like I like Wine a lot.
They weren't able to make
drinking,
it through. So
it's
very
so heavy.
Promising roster. And I will just say, look, 2 games and still 2 NA teams. The Americas Hopium is alive and well.
Well, let's see if Game Home can make
this is what I'm drinking
on this lobby. Toby, Xenox, let's go to match 15.
But it's nearly empty.
Thank you so much.
This is the one Dash sent me.
More games left to play here at the PGC 2021 Weekly Survival matches, of course, brought to you by Alienware and Toomey and Xenox. Oh, Xenox, what are we in for with just 2 games to play?
Get that last year? Yeah, I don't drink much.
Try and play it slow and safe now.
And I've had other drinks.
Yeah, especially off the back of KPI's victory as well, and the way that they were able to.
Like
sort
I
of
had a
play
Roku
that
of
more
Roku.
Survival-centric
Roku.
approach to get the win, and it was completely deserved as well. They had a very strong position at the woods. Didn't really need to do much more.
I should just buy some cheap 700
It
mils.
does obviously come down to the circles and a little bit of luck here and there, but I think when you see Petrichor Road get 19 kills...
Wait, there's 18 pages of gin?
Probably makes you a little
What's the most expensive
hesitant
gin?
to go out there guns blazing, so you need a good mix though. You need a very good mix of both.
One thing that I don't
McHenry?
feel like
Animus?
KPI got enough credit for during that game, because yes, I mean they had the east side of the
Wait, the gin I had.
Of the hill there in the end game, and they were allowed to play pretty like calm for the most part because no one was aggressing on them. But that's
what have we
how
got?
they got to that position, not specifically the spot on the map, but to be in that situation. Remember, they pushed up. They were the ones to aggress onto Na'Vi when they had a 2-way split. They said, Na'Vi, if you want to be around, you better take a fight to us.
Monty
They
again.
killed 2 of them, forced them back off. They only got in that position and quote unquote do nothing.
Bombay's okay. I think Bombay's like Bombay's like the standard for me.
In that position because they dared to aggress earlier.
You know what I mean?
Like
Like
everyone else kept backing off, and that's what I've been saying the whole time. If you don't dare to make space for yourself in the early to mid game in these
Nearly
sort of
sound like
positions,
commentator.
you will get smothered. And by doing so, if there's one team that do it from that east side, being KPI in this last game, we see the highlights of the game here. If they can,
Is Toby strong?
the other teams are going to be kind of bunched up in small packs where they can just third party. That's exactly what
Denmark.
they played a perfect winner-winner chicken dinner.
Wait, are there any Danes in chat? Is Johnson here?
And obviously for Petrichor Road, it's not as if they did anything wrong either. They just basically dealt with the cards that were given to them. In this case, a couple of free kills onto PPL at the very beginning.
That's how they
That
killed
was
them all.
The first of many pushes onto this.
He's
compound
Danish,
that
Trebs.
Petrichor Road had to
I was gonna
defend,
say,
and yet somehow
I'm not an expert, but he doesn't sound that Danish to me.
Credit to the strength of this roster. Then came along You Happy. It wasn't the most clean crash onto the compound, but still, Akeslef does a really good job, closes the door, doesn't quite get away as quick as
He doesn't sound like the other Danes I hear speak English.
It is a very big thing to sort of touch on here, though. But for
Who?
Petrichor,
Toby.
this was a very strong position to hold, and they needed to be aggressive, and they were in these fights. They were constantly looking out these windows, making it very difficult for teams to push onto the compound. It was, of course, pretty much
the
center
caster
of the
who isn't
circle,
Xenox.
and they played it very, very well.
sure.
Did they get unfortunate? I don't even think so.
Toby
I
is
think
Swedish.
The nature of the position that they were holding was
he's got a
position
got a
that everyone
Danish
wanted.
name, and his flag on Wikipedia is Danish.
What 10 players before they took their first casualty is. It should, I mean, I say it should never have happened. They make it happen, so of course it should, and it did. But replay all those fights 15 times, and that's probably the only time.
His Twitter says he lives in Denmark.
Casualty. They played that one to perfection in terms of preventing teams from taking over your compound. The way that they are like, we had
And he doesn't sound Swedish.
The staircase, making sure that he could buy
I don't-
enough time for his teammates to come.
But he doesn't sound Danish.
Played exactly like it should, but most likely we wouldn't see that happening in the same fashion again because, you know, PUBG, 16 billion different things you have to take into consideration.
I think actually somewhat
Khalil sounds American.
downfall was the fact that when GEX
He's from Norway.
They stayed in the warehouse. They didn't take
I don't mean that in a bad
That
way.
just gave them sort of that long-term fight that, while it didn't happen immediately, it was going to happen at some point, and at that point would have been when they were pressed. to
Albion,
take
do you
the
sound
fight,
American?
Which is where Petrichor Road lost the majority of their team at that point. So that was probably the most unfortunate.
I love all these
part.
players who just shoot. Oh wait,
Moving
was
on
it
to
Ming
a
last
fourth
time as well?
Now match 15. This is it. Final 2 chances. Game home. Make their way into this lobby. A team that has
Who was
little to
spraying?
no expectations. 2
At a wall?
substitutes. One of them the actual sub for the team, and then one player in Mikmu who is a sub that does not even play in PCS. So very much no expectations on game home, but we'll see what they can do with these 2 games.
Yeah, they have a rotation to make alongside with everyone else. Circle hard towards the west once more, and once again as well, face not in Montenuevo when the circle is right on top of it. It's almost as if it's meant to be that they ain't gonna be getting it. Attack all around BBL, 2 of the more center-heavy teams early on. Who would have thought they'd be fighting off early on? Seems like a rotation being caught in the middle of everything is going to be BBL taking casualties early. Of course, not what you.
Bay's got a good rap here, actually. Oh, we'll watch this, and then
not ideal, but it's important here for AAA. They need to keep fighting here and keep trying to get the rest of BBL out of this.
I don't know.
That's position towards the eastern
This doesn't seem point. It is. I'd rather honk my horn and keep driving.
Smashing what was kind of
Bay's got a
2-on-1.
sick rap here.
Was close by and also helping out Gems and Janku, and now with the rest
Come
of
up here.
AAA. Pretty much winning this
Hello, Z.
compound. It's a very strong compound to have, and that's where you know.
Oh
in
no!
that instance,
Oh.
it's not like
How?
drive
Any
away.
thinkers?
It's more like, hey,
What?
let's take out
Oh,
these guys.
no.
Y'all are close to that compound. We don't want to allow them to push them us or aggress us. Take them out early. Don't have to deal with them. But BBL, that
Hello.
is just disastrous. I think that's
Any
almost 3 games in a row
Onyx
now.
ranked Halo
They just
players?
lost the player super early.
Hello, Kate. Thank you for the raid.
About it.
Good evening.
Scout better for
Hello,
it.
chatters.
I mean, you have Gems literally hiding his
How's
vehicle
Halo?
down
We
the
are
roadside
watching the
because
PUBG
no
Global
one
Championship.
is gonna be aware,
And for a little bit of context, all that matters right now is winning a game. If you win a game, you progress to the next stage. So it's very
you can't really
intense.
team who, yes, okay, so they do maybe get a bit more.
What's
time
up, guys?
between
Hello,
teams
404.
when
Spion.
playing their regions and the
Danny.
kinda online scene,
Chloe.
but when you only have 10
Nutties.
minutes between every game, you get a new
Ben.
team in, and yes, you have to worry about what is that new team.
Was it
gonna
Halo
do.
the whole
You also
time?
have to worry about what are the other 14 teams gonna do to respond to the fact that that new.
Can we
team
get a
is
shout
there.
out?
And there is just not enough time.
Here,
between
shout out.
games for a team
There
to
we go.
know every single change up that's gonna happen, and that's why we see, especially in the winner with chicken dinner format, we see more and more weekly survival. I should say, we see more and more of these
Oh,
early
doxed.
on. Wait, what? Where
Doxed
did you
him.
come from?
Hey, Neon.
Type of situations like that one where teams crisscross and just run into each other because they couldn't have really prepared for it otherwise.
Bop. Ba, ba, ba.
Yeah, and a lot of that.
Well, yeah, we're just chilling. Early game PUBG, so we're just like, oh, look at the pretty map. Look at the teams move around like
not
ants.
preferences, but the way that they can play and their play styles change up a little bit. And then, as you said, the revolving door of teams just change dramatically. And the other thing as well is, though, for the teams that are coming in at this point now.
Did you play any
2
ranked?
games, well, basically this entire night. Any of the teams that have made their way in tonight, their play styles and how they're playing this, is it just simply
Sonic's only play the last game selector. They have 1 chance to qualify.
try and come in and be aggressive. Take
1 game,
fights,
big win.
Which we've kind of
Big
seen
win.
somewhat from AAA.
Yeah.
I'll highlight them here. I think they've actually done a decent job in taking fights.
I showed a
taking
picture of
kills,
Albion on
defending
stream
their
earlier. I did,
territory.
and I'll do it
They haven't
again.
obviously converted that into a win, but they have, I at least think,
coming in tonight being pretty decent. 5th place, 8 kills. 4th
Doggo.
place, 8 kills. There you go. The stats kind of back up.
Wow,
the way that
guys.
I'm feeling
Speaking
like
of
that's still
Discord,
about
you
them.
joined
And that's
Discord and
fine.
post
Obviously, in a
animals.
sort of point rule
New
system,
Doggo.
they've been,
Well, not
getting
new, but
a lot of points
new picture.
while they don't get the win. It puts them in a position where they're making top 5 2 games in a row. So they're obviously doing something right.
Issue is, do they come into top 5 with 4 alive, or do they get in there with 3 kills but only 2 alive? That's kind of.
If they win, Tigger's going to... If they win, it's so funny, because if they win that one game, it literally does not matter. Nothing before that matters.
4 alive in phase 5 with 2 kills, or have 1
So
alive with 10 kills.
there's one team who has one chance to qualify, and they get to play next game, and it's the last qualifier game, and there's an Australian in the team, for those who don't know.
Probably needs to do a better job of surviving the mid game, and yeah, as you said, keeping 4 alive towards the end.
Hello, Dan.
BBL, Mad Clan.
Wait, Dan.
Generally been something.
Are you talking to me while streaming again? No, you're not. You're done.
With keeping those players alive for the very
Next
very
game is to...
Downham United as well. Been, I don't want to say disappointed. Probably had higher expectations coming into tonight. But
When does Shroud play?
9th, 13th. A team that typically does well and is their strongest asset in the APAC region, staying alive, 4 up, late game. They just haven't quite been able to do that to, I think, the degree they're capable of. Maybe it's their positioning. Maybe it's just the
Petrichor
fact that
Road.
they're just losing their fights, the fights that they generally would win in the APAC region. So just one to keep note of. And of course, Petrichor Road. The winners in all of our hearts in the last game, Toby, but unfortunately 2nd place. You just got to hope that they can sort of build on that last game, take that momentum into this
The
game.
doc.
They're feeling strong.
Where's the
Going
doc?
into this one.
He's banned on Twitch.
One of the things,
Wait, if the doc qualified for PGC, would they be allowed to stream the tournament?
They've actually played out incredibly similar. We had the first
Just
game
saying.
where you forced everyone onto the hillside early on, and it's so incredibly difficult to play in such a big open space. Then you have the other.
All right,
one
what happens
where
now?
We just saw now where for the most part it's all up on the fields north of military or north
Oh!
of here, right? Then you
What
have
the
previous
fuck?
one where we're going
Is
into
this?
another open field, and now we have
Oh,
this one. So
God.
yes, while there are certain teams that you would think over the course of X games they should fare better, the circles have really not been.
Okay,
consistent.
so
You know
I would...
what? Why not keep
Oh,
it
God.
going, Xenox? Let's force everyone.
That's
into
awful.
correct
I mean, it's going to finish up here, I guess.
playable circle.
That is a...
Like, AAP should be happy. I think it's going to come up
I
here.
almost feel bad for the teams that have to play it.
This is
Bench
essentially
playing an
water.
opening
Yeah.
goal here for
So
FaZe, though,
next...
on the HS.
Not next.
That's
The
unfortunate
circle
for the
after
happy
this,
game.
it will
Storyline
remove the mountains.
built for them is
This
just
circle happened yesterday.
constant
Kind
losses
of, but it pulled away
early
from the
game,
side
mid
earlier
game.
than this.
There's another one here in match 15.
It pulled away earlier than
They've
this.
got a bit of a fight on their hands here against Mad Clan. Now, this current position actually
Like
pretty
second
decent.
phase,
Fight
removed
ball
most of
over
it.
towards the eastern side of this circle, and at the moment, Burram playing this very well. Ian's gone, 2-tap, already knocked down. Canaxi had a chance to maybe get another knock, but it's David who comes in for Mad Clan with a bit of a flank. Lash can't find the knock that he was looking for. Nordra just gets away.
Our circle's completely random.
21 health.
No.
Burram,
So the first phase on Miramar has to be touching the plane path, like a little bit.
The odds of this
And
one
then
shifting east is gonna
on
be very
phase
small
4,
with the kind of mountainside we have just towards the
the
west.
circle
So
removes unplayable terrain or water.
right now, I think neither of these two
And
teams,
for the
again,
big
as
brains
soon
who've
as
played
you
a
have
long time,
casualties
there are
on both
areas
sides,
on the
so
map
was
that
this
the
fight
game
was taken
considers
kind of
unplayable
first you have to
terrain
ask, right, and could
that
that
are like
kind of gotten away
rocks,
from
for
the
example,
more
like big
north
rocky
to
areas.
avoid this?
So
Potentially,
they're
but I
not
like
that
that
random.
Burram
Miramar
is
circles are
now
kind of
playing
easy to predict, not pinpoint, but the general area. That's why I'm saying it's probably going to go up.
Doesn't in phase 3 shift away from that unplayable terrain.
Hello,
Nice
Potato.
holding
Good
the
morning.
left side angle of this smoke for Nordra, gets the kill onto Lash. That was a pretty easy
Oh,
one.
Dan, I have an
Oh,
emote.
man.
Hang on.
Well, more importantly, Edie, how do you get yourself out of this position? And he needs, honestly, Gold Meow, Nordra, you can see in the minimap, they are making their way over. They need to defend Edie. The smoke allows him to heal. Na'Vi have to make the run across. And this terrain, of course, does not allow for that
For context.
sight line between the two players.
Right.
So they have to literally get on top of him. By that point, Burram hopefully have got a good angle to defend Edie, allow him to make that run back and push away Na'Vi.
Wait, where's the other side of
I
it?
don't want to overcommit on this one either. I'm liking the fact that Alia is playing this one a little slower. Second nade ain't gonna be doing much. Should allow for Edie to stick around at least for a little while longer. You can see the kind of over-the-shoulder safety is there from some of the teammates, but that is a long run to have to make back towards the compound. It ain't gonna happen either. Alia able to take him down. Should be a flush to
There you go.
follow, but again, don't want to overpeak here trying to get yourself a flush if that means you could potentially go down because of it.
I didn't quite catch where Nordra was.
After this circle, I'll tell you where it's going.
Very low.
Basically,
so obviously, Ram weren't in the best position to sort of
because
more lives and more players at that situation. Remembering at that,
it's going to remove.
Got knocked down. They only had the 3, so there was only 2 at the compound. Not.
I'm
3,
sub to
so
Grubby. I got a gift sub.
Not really in the best position to go and save him.
I've been watching Grubby a lot though.
Good compound, but only 2 players. We'll see how they play with that one later. FaZe Clan, it is going to be, I think, south side of the circle for them, where actually quite a lot of teams.
Okay, wow. Okay, came more south than I expected.
So far out to the west,
oh, this is a really weird circle.
Going to be expecting it to surely go on top of Boundham United. It does. There's still actually unplayable.
I think it has to come here now, right? So it has to remove this. This cannot be in next circle.
Maybe it could go down to the south.
I was going to say.
So it's either going to be down here or up here. It's only choice. So BBL are happy, although they only have 2 players left, so not that happy.
On the hillside, I like that play, trying to prevent anyone.
What game is this? Like number? Match 15. Second last match. Nothing to play. Oh yeah, there are 55 alive to fit in this circle. They do not fit in the circle.
That's gonna be yeah, good luck.
And any team playing on the rocks to the left, they're gonna have to move next circle. And they know it. Everyone in the lobby knows what I know.
And unfortunately for Ram, down to just 1 player remaining. Like Mad Clan as well. BBL down to 2, so already a lot of teams injured. You happy also only with 3 players. So 55 alive, just short of the 15-minute mark. And for those teams that have already lost players, it's very difficult to see them finding a win. Remembering, this is our second last game of the week for Weekly Survival. You are running out of chances. For Na'Vi, though, perfect play. They get this compound, which, as you can see in the minimap, Toby, just barely in. They can get rid of God Meow, take the spot, hold for phase 3 until phase 4.
That is it's going to be a short joy to have that compound if the circles does head in the direction of which I thought it will. I think it will. In the meantime, game home.
Those buildings are awful to play in. He's dead.
That's not optimal.
Surely.
Second player tacked up at Dante. Now from across, getting tacked up by New Heavy.
They got a smoke down.
More cautious, thought maybe they're only going to be within vision of 1 team, but not quite the case down on the south side. In the meantime, I'm curious to know how FaZe is going to respond to this. They are sort of the next recipients of people coming their way, and you can see just the logo out there.
I'm going to say it goes southeast.
Separating them, so probably won't be engaging on this one at all.
So a minute left till phase 4.
Do they wrap around on this?
Na'Vi. What? Unique disgusting just right behind Fate. He's going to be able to just sort of maybe ward him off a little bit. Unique actually going to go wrapping all the way around game home rather than.
What are Unique doing? Are they going to go playing that? Oh, I don't know about that. That's scary.
Side of the road, actually.
Not much choice though.
Is that a long-term play? I guess they're playing for the south shift.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing. Another thing is, as long as that hillside to the east is still in, that is an unplayable area. Unless if you have 6 billion smokes and maybe a shack that you can build and.
Why is one of the AAP players in the blue?
There should be no way they get out of their life. Having said that, I've seen crazier things before now. Let's hold that thought for a second. Archangel up against Interforce 36. Both, of course, trying to make their way through to the weekly finals. But with this fight happening here on the very edge of the circle.
If he goes down in the blue, I'm going to be really mad, by the way.
I don't see any of them making it.
I was going to say,
okay, this is shocking to me. It's already happened on the map stream. I guess I don't know how the circles work here as well, as I thought. This is surprising.
South as I was actually predicting it to go. So
that's really surprising.
Pretty nice for the duo of BBL. Mert and Code Marco in a really good spot, but unfortunately don't have the rest of the team with them. Shots, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Going for that revive, and unfortunately, Pure Boy will not be
dead in the blue.
Place to get a revive, but gets Silent Knight. So in the end, that sort of mutual destruction does play out. For
I guess he was covering, but it's not worth it.
Though, with 3 players,
FaZe definitely knew about it. Or they were going to wait to make the play later. You don't get many circles here. Normally, they've shifted away from the edge of the map already. Oh shit!
And of course, in the meantime, Game Home have made their way down here.
Does he have a nade? If he has a nade. Okay, yeah, he has a nade.
You can see immediately the nades get swapped on forward. You want to get him down before he can do too much damage.
Another one. Second nade.
These vehicles will blow up eventually, and they will probably
that car gonna blow up?
To use them in order to get away. One knock does come in. Fate falls down. Vehicle exploded on the other side, but 307 here is being a real nuisance to the guys from Unique.
Yeah, and this is the downside of Unique's position. trying to play on the side of this road here. Absolutely susceptible
Yeah,
to
this is
nades.
what I was
Game
saying
mode
too.
3007 really proving that at the moment, but hang on a second. Na'Vi pushing up to Petrichor Road. Mamu was the front line. He understands the situation. If he goes down there, he's not getting revived.
Na'Vi
Mix, though,
dead.
he loses that fight. Quizzy got the knock, but Mill able to get one as well. It's unfortunate for Na'Vi, but they are losing this fight. Example goes down to Axlev. Petrichor Road picking up where they left off from the last game, looking clean against Na'Vi.
Tag all around, wrapped right up underneath him as well.
I don't know if Para can res though.
They were gonna try and engage on it, but they actually pushed back on the other side. I like that play. They knew that SSG was still in the compound to the east, and they thought if we try and wrap on kind of third party this fight, we're gonna be the ones being backstabbed in the end of it. So smart disengage from attack all around in a situation where every single other engagement I've seen from them has been them going full on in, kind of head first. Here, they play it slow, they back off, and they survive for another couple of...
I can't believe they haven't lost a player yet.
Eliminations. I'd have to think. Nate's in the
That car's gonna blow
meantime,
up.
Coming in, and now New Abbey taking the fight across the street.
Yeah, and they have to.
PUBG only made cars flip, so it looks cool, didn't
They
they?
need to push up. They're not inside of the circle yet, so they're going to.
It's the only reason they did
try
it.
and get into this position. Nice little car fort has been massive for Unique in staying alive. It has blocked the majority of the nades. It has blocked the majority of the Molotovs, but that one gets through the back line. Dante gets taken down. Zipyan as well gets Fate in the front line. This one might get faultlessly. How does he stay alive there? That's impossible. Fortunately, another one was thrown.
Yeah,
from
doing
there.
a vehicle fort in a dip like this on the edge of the map
Unique.
is like... That's what I expected to happen a bit earlier. You can't do anything. Alright, so now FaZe will actually have to cross the road. Nades are super weak now, though, is the thing. If you haven't seen PUBG for a long time, if you prone, the nade does like 60% less damage or something.
They thought they were safe to make the peak on over, but unfortunately peeking into
But if you're sitting around cars, it's an easy target.
Be too much of a fight to take that you wanted to do. So CJ able to find one, but should be always going to get here, I would assume anyway.
Well, CJ
So FaZe have to do something. They have to make a play. Do they have cars still? I don't know.
Losing his life for what I think is the third game in a row. First.
Why is that there?
That's so unfortunate.
Oh, someone sprayed that.
Okay, that's a spray. The graffiti spray from NGX.
Oh,
and they
shot.
How does he get out
Para's
of the
gone.
compound?
Okay, Paragon.
Yeah, nice little win there for GEX. Center of the circle, good position. I'm not
They
sure.
have one
how
car.
susceptible
Oh, they're gonna
it
clown
is
car?
to Other teams.
Is it clown car time?
Sort of look at that position, whether they've got.
Is he going? Dude, okay. So for reference, CJ drove away from them, did a circle, and now he's back.
He missed that. Could be sort of an end game spot. 8C gets caught from behind. CJ might be able to get another one. He does get spotted by Cobra as well from a large distance away. Buzzface pushes up.
Oh, he
close,
slowed them down. Oh, they have 3 cars.
on
They have 3 cars
CJ.
now.
He gets taken down by Gustav. They'll get the revive onto 8C, and all is well, but only for the time being. They need to get moving. Blue is on its way.
Air 5 over to Kaishin for doing a headshot before CJ peeked over the same
Oh, no.
because that could easily
The
have
bad
gone against
driving.
him. Now Bynum trying to make the rep on down, and I think they're going straight.
Where are they going?
towards where New
Here,
Abbey
the
currently
side of the
positioned.
road.
Are
Oh,
they
God.
Stopping just before. Seems like they might have sensed
That's
something,
actually
so they're
playable.
gonna set up
What do
shop on
FaZe
the
do,
other
though?
side. The thing is,
They're going
FaZe
south.
is probably one
Dude,
of
if
the
FaZe
down-
breach compound and don't lose a player on the way, there's only 2 players in the compound.
CJ peeks on over. That delays them for a bit, and now they have to wrap even further south around.
Nah, FaZe are going for the same dip.
Yeah, I don't see the long-term plan
Maybe.
for Balnam United unless things go absolutely
This
perfect.
could work out for
Yeah,
FaZe.
Happy and or FaZe could be their undoing. Oh no, this is not great driving.
No,
though from
no one's
FaZe.
dead.
They may go down.
Wait, there you go.
Both of
It's
them
leaving.
could be. In fact, they are able to stay alive. Barely.
Any team at this point of the game would think this compound is packed with players. But not getting shot at in the field is like, what? What's happening? Where's no one shooting at me? And are they going to get this?
Their direction down towards the compound. They finally do get here, and somehow they're all 3 still alive through that entire field. While
Never mind.
protection coming through,
They lose one.
Margo does spot one, goes
But-
tries to get around the building, won't succeed in doing
Wait,
so.
did they lose 2?
Down to just 2
Oh, they
players,
lost
just
2 already.
amazing just how much pressure FaZe
Never
has
mind,
on
not
the edge of
working.
the circle,
NH gonna
now
take
New
advantage.
Abbey, free
Oh,
in the
God.
car, heard the commotion, and they want
This compound's had
more
2
of
players
this
in it the whole game.
engagement, thinking if they can take casualties early on, there might
Whoa.
be a win for us.
Wicked.
Oh,
Wicked.
mid-air knock on towards Phosphate as New Abbey.
Wait, was that a mid-air knock?
And what an entrance as well at that from New Happy Fuzzface. Unfortunately, he is taken down so early on. Nothing he could do there. FaZe down to 2 players late game.
Dude, if NH win this game, that'd be pretty cool. They've done a lot of work this game.
Over towards the northwestern side of the circle. Yuppie's taken down by Godace. Cobra very low, but he wins the fight against Urine. Left side peak though, it's Godace. Successful knockdown. Lanran, the only one left. Boundham United, they need to find revives though.
SSG have 4 up on the hill. Who wins this? This is a game. Oh. This is the game that isn't really like obvious to me at all.
What are you doing? Almost taken down there, lost track of where the opponents were for just a short time. Youngby is still up for rest here. And now
there's
pushing coming on forward. He's just calling the bluff on this one. You ain't gonna push well, get my boosts off. Flash going out, tries to wrap out on the backside of the building. Smart to make a play on the flash. You go forward, but I don't think he's gonna be
Korean casters. Oh, we decided to do English today.
No.
No. No. And Ming managed
Terrible.
to stay alive. In the meantime, FaZe eliminated as well and somehow New Happy make this play without taking.
Yeah, Toby and Xenox are fine compared to
my days, what have
some
I
other
just seen?
commentators.
Not ever
Code Marco has a shotgun.
I'd never want to see that again from God Ace, from Boundham. That's so unfortunate.
So for reference, God Ace is a sub who came in today. They dropped one of the other players. That must feel really bad. And a player came in, God Ace, and he just did that.
They've got 4 alive, good spot on the north side. They probably don't have to worry about Lanran too much, right? He's the solo at that compound. So GEX position that they took earlier against Petrichor Road.
The only team to use the sub so far, I think.
Turned out to be a boon for them. It's been quite successful. They've got 4 plays up. This is where now, though, you're going to have to take these fights.
Yeah. Curious to see for SSG when they're planning on hopping off the...
This shotgun is not as good as the other shotgun.
Well, I'm liking that New Happy ain't in a hurry to leave this. Of course, they don't necessarily know exactly how many players are alive for PPL. They know that there was a fight going on when they got here, so clear indicator that there's still somebody alive, but the shotgun behind peaks one, unfortunately.
Hero used the sub?
Wait,
Wait, really? Wait, tell me who. Did they?
Smart play from New Happy. Send out one, but always
Hero.
make sure that the bag is safe. I love that play from them. In the meantime, Lanran will fall. So
What,
SSG
did
now
Nowik play?
must know that they have a
He wasn't
play
playing
that
today.
they can potentially make down
Was he?
on the side of the hillside.
And the thing I love about this final circle here with these 4 teams, everyone's healthy. I mean, You Happy is the only team that is missing a player.
I mean, it's empty. The compound is empty. This game is... Okay, SSG.
Everyone is playing on
I don't like what they're doing, though, in this format. What? Keenan, chill. Keenan, please.
This is a nice little maneuver.
The rest of your team just jumped into the compound. Don't 1v4.
Game 2-2 split from them.
Keenan, you do not have a helmet, and there's no way that they get up on that side. Thank you for wrapping back. I was gonna say, if you peek on over here and you get yourself knocked, that is unnecessary damage taken. Let's see, near circle is gonna head a little north. We know it's most likely
Not worth it.
shift down south with FaZe.
Nah, but he was going to look down. If he gets downed in that situation, it's terrible.
If you're SSG,
I guess it's pretty good having them up there.
Help breaks loose before you have to make a play.
It's just scary.
You want to see if maybe they'll fight each other first.
They have a lot of control.
Can they get up towards Keenan and Altless? No, that is the question. If they can't get up, then that means they have to push on to GEX.
When do you come down, considering the circle?
So
Like,
SSG
you don't want to go down too late if it's not safe. But I think it is safe. I love Gex here. Gex are just prone underneath. I like it, though.
Rotation, good awareness. They've got the compound.
Playing the format.
Onto GEX position at the bottom of this hill, which of course SSG on top. Will they be on top though at the end of the game?
The more damage SSG can do now.
Cliff is still in. Yeah, but I'm saying if the cliff is still in and you're stuck up there, it kind of sucks late.
And now Keenan should be wrapping down towards him. Maybe they get a knock or
It depends if there's a way around still.
New Happy already.
Or not.
No shots connected first time around. Aldous would have loved to find the knock there, even if they get the rest back up. That's just still damage done, helmets removed, vests removed, whatever it may be.
I can remember
in your favor.
early NA,
attack all around
PCS, NA, people talking shit about Aldous.
Well, the answer's no.
And here he is.
Otherwise, you would think they would have thrown those nades.
What?
Yeah, 7. That's just for
Do you have
Jayers
3
as well.
bullets?
7 nades.
They have probably an idea, but I don't know if they have the exact whereabouts. These nades just fall
Good
short
idea.
for GEX. Now they understand the severity of the situation.
I don't know. Is it worth using them right now? It is. It's to cover their push.
Won't matter so much for Space Station Gaming, at least not yet.
They're covering them their push.
New Happy are going to be pushing to this fight as well. So AAA, GEX.
Dude, it's so funny. There's going to be 4v4, but they're not going to push, are they? I feel like they're not going to push. This is the format right now. What we're seeing right now is format. SSG are the only team kind of peeking
around. I don't know
around.
if you saw, but does Keenan and Altus, do they have nades they can maybe underarm throw down below?
They do,
Oh.
but I think every single peak they
Oh,
make
dude, nades just don't do damage.
completely exposed to New Heavy. Altus does manage to find an attack all-around player, and I'm curious to see if maybe...
SSG have by far the best spot.
As I say that, actually does manage to lob all the way where I thought he was throwing it up the hill to damage SSG, but
Worms
no.
3D
A
now.
smart mortar attack over the hilltop. It's going to do damage towards the attack all around, guys. Run towards your teammate, even if
Hey,
you go
Texstar.
down. Gloom's might-
Not bad.
It's not gonna happen, though.
We're just, I'm amused by what Winner Winner Chicken Dinner does to a game.
Back off west now, the circle's gone down in that direction.
By how the way people are playing in this game right now.
New Happy's the outlier right now. That's kind of not.
It's
not
just funny.
stopping SSG,
It's
but
like
SSG
it's
can't
kind of
really
like what
send
PUBG
Keenan
was
and
like
Altus
in
down to the Happy
2018,
in a position
early
that,
2018.
not gonna punish them.
Competitive.
As you said, peeking over
People
the top of
didn't
that hill.
aggress.
Nades continue, but I think so far GEX has been in the better spot in getting damage from their
These nades,
New
bro.
Happy do need to move now, and they are going to have to move towards this fight of GEX and AAA.
You would have to think that this is an SSG win. They've just sent 2 down to take the dub. They still have 2 up
The
hill.
2 guys on top can win this game for SSG. They just have to take their time.
The fragging power from New Happy. And I'm not sure what
Here
to
they go.
expect.
They go
Here
push.
we
They go on.
The push is coming forward. Whoa, that nade.
They're going, they're going, they're going.
Well,
We're
they're
not
going
showing
now.
the
They
guy
got that
pushing,
knock.
but
As
all
soon
right.
as they got that knock call time. Look at the heart rate monitors on all of those members. JS though, he's cool, only 110.
Oh
Gems up
god,
top. That's
they
a
haven't.
really,
They didn't
really
commit
good
to the
Molotov.
push.
New Happy have
They
not
didn't
moved
commit
on
to the
this, by
push
way.
earlier.
GEX,
They just like.
and just keep landing all of the shots, even though it's AAA. The aggressors, the nades, the Molotovs, it just don't matter. Only Gems.
I'm
and
scared
JS
here.
remain
I'm
to
scared
play.
that. Oh!
Still have nades left at this point. They have been throwing
How
them
many?
constantly. That's gonna be 3 5 minutes. Peek on your. No,
How do you lose that?
Save you. And then there's two damage. Oldless finds a double behind the face
This
cam.
is so
Finds a
silly.
double on towards
How did Oldless get a double nade?
harvesting in here while
And
everyone
they didn't
else
go
is
and kill
taking
NH.
casualties.
They didn't push. I think SSG just win.
This has just been awful from AAA. SSG are going to clean
Good
up
nade.
here. Just finish off the job. Janku, he's
This is
the
such a
only
bad
one
look for
left
PUBG, though,
AAA.
I think, in
There
my
is still
opinion.
New Happy, but
I think
only
SSG just
two
win.
current standing
Yeah.
members. SSG, they're going to win. They've worked for it. They've waited for it. 15 long matches, but finally, Toby, they will be heading to the weekly finals.
Actually, 9 matches.
It would need, I require the miracle of miracles. As I say that, I mean, even if they get to, I don't even want to do this. Even if they get
Well,
to
another
a
North American
Space
team calls.
Station written all over it. They played a great position up on the north side. Now they have no HP. Sharpshot finds one. Oldless finds the second. And that, my friends, is SSG through. And look at their faces. They knew they were.
They are very happy. I would be too. Winning at this point is so good. It's so relieving.
Said 15 long matches, but in the end, deserved for SSG. Good things come to those who wait. We know there's, of course, one team that has been waiting all this time. It's Sonic.
SSG are the only ones who had a good
News,
spot, though, I
for
think.
North America, maybe
It took them 9 games. They only had 9.
Remains to be
They
seen,
were not a
Toby,
first
but
seed.
What a match in the end from SSG. Played it perfectly. The split, the call to send the 2 over to the compound, in the end, just paid dividends.
It played out perfectly for them. They had control of the hilltop. They had control of the west side. They knew once the circle went towards them, we just have to sit back here and wait. The fact that attack all around were so slow on the engage on GX just bought them more time, allowed for the 2 split players to go down and take out New Happy.
Time
Overall,
for Sonics.
incredibly well played.
Their 1 game.
Well, I mean, for SSG, this is obviously job done. Now, there's only 1 game to go for 16
Hate to play.
other teams.
Yeah,
This is
same.
it. There'll be a short little break. We'll go to the desk.
I mean, it's hard for me to say. I would have loved to have played this tournament because it's so long and big. But
What an interesting result.
fuck this.
Was. We were
as a player.
several
It's
teams
good to
going
watch,
into
kind
this
of,
match
but
that
fuck
might have been
this as a
on
player.
the cusp of a chicken dinner, but not quite winning it. I will confess, SSG weren't one of them. However, when we take a look at how that last fight
So,
panned out,
N8, dude, NH not
SSG,
crawling.
They had 4 players
They've been
alive,
playing.
and
They've
they
been one of the
took
best
their
teams at the
chance
tournament so far.
specifically at the correct timing.
Feels bad.
Can't fault the way they played that tactically.
NH,
It was really
FaZe, Pero,
I'll be
Navi.
honest with you, Joro. I'm a bit of an SSG
And Sonics.
fanboy at times. Oldless,
Surprising.
carries
Now's the
me in
time.
ranked quite often, so now is the time for me to just absolutely fanboy for a moment. SSG played that perfectly. That was so well played from them. Look, they got themselves the high ground, which we all know by now. High ground in PUBG is really powerful to work out of. But you got to bear in mind that that high ground was classed as unplayable. So they knew that come the late game, they would be forced off of that hill. They weren't going to be able to play it until the very end of the match. So once they managed to get themselves a knock over in that western compound, they actually sent it down the hill in the bike to send 2 players and actually rock a 2-2 split. Keenan and Oldless, I believe,
who's doing an interview,
held back up on top of that hill, just gathering info, not getting over aggressive, while their teammates down at the bottom made a bit of noise and tried to just get info.
Twitch Prime reminder? You mean this?
GEX start to get involved. Well, obviously SSG sent those 2 players out the compound to actually attempt a third party, but that's not exactly what they ended up doing. The zone shifted over to the west, and I believe it was Roth and Sharpshot ended up playing super passive over on that hillside, playing for zone control more than the kills. Then obviously when they saw the kill feed popping off, SSG went
any
to
Steam sale buyers, guys?
Nades left, right, and center to shut down both teams.
Do we have a short Steam sale intermission?
2 players to the blue zone was not ideal, and then from that point onwards, SSG pretty capable of cleaning it up, but really impressive all around there. Nice kills on the board and a really aggressive end game. Control aggression. That's what I like to see.
Wait, how much is Dark Souls?
And I think controlling that aggression.
Wait, why is it so expensive still?
On making sure you nail that timing is really
not.
what got SSG the victory there. We saw New Happy had a fantastic number of kills, but at the end of the day, in fact, Attack All Around, I think, had
$28 in Australia
as well. But Space Station Gaming still came out of that with 9. Rick, it might not have been
Death's
quite
Door?
as flashy.
Oh, that's the one Kate said to
with
play.
Big, super tense engagements. They might have been picking a couple of people.
It's 25% off. It's already pretty cheap.
To start the engagement, and that's what got them the dub.
Yeah, staying up on top of the high ground.
Weird business. How's PGC? It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good, Iris. Oh, you just got here just in time. Sonics get to play 1 game. Next, they're 1 chance to call.
That's a whole ridiculous.
My game of the year. It's funny yesterday.
Now we're going to hear from Space Station Gaming themselves. They, of course, booked their ticket.
I will watch the interview first, and then I'll keep talking about what I was going to say.
행운의 파이널 티켓을 가져가게 된 팀은 바로 스페이스 스테이션 게이밍이었습니다. 제 옆에는 로스 선수 나와 있거든요. 바로 인터뷰 진행해 볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. 네, 이렇게 파이널로 극적으로 가게 됐어요. 사실 PGC 2021에 오신 것도 아메리칸 지역에서 마지막 시드로 왔다고 제가 알고 있는데 PGC에 임하는 각오가 남다를 것 같은데 한번 들어봐도 될까요?
SSG was the last team to qualify in the NA region to PGC. Was there any specific determinations that your team had in this tournament?
It's right now? Wait, what is?
I think we're as confident as ever coming into the tournament. I don't think there was any point in my mind that we could come together. I don't think what
is
people
he reading
remember
it?
is that we're actually the newest roster. Like most of these teams that qualified, they have like 3 members and they just plug and played one
reading
guy.
There's no way to
New
read.
team from the start of the year, so
do you think the questions are pre-done?
You know, making this work was I didn't think I had any doubt in my mind that the guys would be able to pull through.
저희 팀이 사실
That was a boring question. Hope the next one's better.
세 선수들이 있는 상황에서 한 선수 정도 교체하는 상황인데 저희는 4 선수 모두 다 올해 초부터 교체한 경우였지만 그렇지만 저는 항상 저희 팀을 믿고 어려움 없이 항상 잘 해낼 수 있다고 믿었습니다.
네, 계속해서 팀워크를 맞춰가고
Wait, Kate, don't leave.
것 같아요. 이번 매치에서도 톱4 상황에서
I have something to say after this.
굉장히 자기장 내에서 위치도 좋았고 또 다른 팀들이 교전 중이었을 때 핀 뽑는 소리가 막 옆에서 들렸을 것 같거든요. 개인적으로 그때 어떤 생각했을지 좀 궁금해요.
When there were top 4 teams left, there was a situation where your team could hear the pin coming out of a grenade. What was your thought when you heard that sound, if you did?
We knew they were chucking grenades at us the entire time.
Decent question.
We get a little lost with hearing those sounds because I'm super loud, Keenan's super loud, everyone's really kind of loud. But I think we had been in those scenarios. We should have won the first 2 games before that. It really just comes down to we tried to remain calm, discuss how we win the game and how we lose.
Look at this Chad camera looker.
You know, we ended up to manage to pull this one through.
He's looking at us.
사실 수류탄 핀 소리를 잘 못 들은 상황이 제 목소리도 되게 크고 제 팀원들 목소리가 되게 커서 수류탄 던지는 걸 보고 눈치를 챘습니다. 그리고 팀원들 상황에서 되게 조합이 잘 맞아서 끝까지 마지막까지 잘 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 정말 어떤 상황일지 궁금했는데 이렇게 또 설명을 해주시는군요. 이제 파이널로 가는 기회가 이번 1주차에서 딱 한 자리가 남았거든요. 혹시 어떤 팀이 올라올 것 같은지 예측 한번 해주시겠어요?
There's only one team left for the weekly final slot. Which team do you think, in your expectations, will qualify for the last?
Decent question.
I think Sonics will come out really strong. I know they're a really strong team in this tournament, and I don't think they're really happy with finishing 31st. You know,
if Sonics win, it's such a good story.
With the hot drops, but they're a strong team, and I think that at the end of the day, they'll pull through in this game.
제 예상에는 소닉스가 올라갈
But they are versing AAA in Pachinki. Alright, this interview's over. Anyway, yesterday on Reddit, I saw an article posted.
올라가게 될지 저희가 한번 마지막 매치 지켜보도록 하겠고요. 로스 선수 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 15번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 스페이스 스테이션 게이밍이었습니다. 이제 마지막 매치가 여러분들이
About game of the year. Game of the year. And everyone was saying that Resident Evil 8
Are you serious?
was their game of the year. Johnson, this is terrible time.
Johnson tipped $3. Did Somon say Prime? 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19,
Yeah, Prime.
23,
Yeah, Prime.
2,931,
There's a horse.
37,
Fuck yeah.
41,
Let's
43,
just play sounds.
47, 53, 59, 61, 67, 7,173, 79, 83,
Johnson, thank you for the
89,
$3.
97,
I'm just going to keep talking. Anyway, everyone was saying Resident Evil 8 was the game of the year. And to be fair, when I saw the list of games that came out this year,
13,127, 100.
I don't know what the fuck the game of the year is.
137, 139, 149, 151, 157, 163, 167, 173,179, 181, 191, 193, 197, 199,
sounds so depressed.
211, 200.
Where is it? I'm trying to find the list.
227.
Maybe I'll find someone else's list. 2021 game of the year.
233, 239, 241, 251, 257, 263, 269, 271, 277, 281, 283, 293, 307, 311.
we're done. Thank you, Johnson. Yeah, what do you got? Deathloop was a bit disappointing, and it was kind of broken. It Takes Two, Metroid Dread, Psychonauts 2, Ratchet and Clank. I mean, maybe that's a good game, but it's on console. And Resident Evil 8. There just aren't many games. Some other people on some other lists have like Hitman 3. Did that come out this year? I mean, Forza came out. There's not much. Wait, I haven't seen this one. 1v1 my mom? Wow. What is this?
너무 어색한데? How you doing?
그냥 잘 지내고 있는 것 같아요.
Is Inonix okay with his surgery?
Yes, yes.
Okay, nice. Good. Genji will be strong.
Thank you. Sonix is strong.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
can we drink?
Is this new? It's because they don't speak it. I don't know how good Pio's English is. I've met Pio and he was very shy.
Like from Squid Game? Yeah.
You like chicken?
Yeah, Korean chicken is the best chicken. So should we just start eating? Yeah.
What? Is it spicy or something? Like what?
That's good.
What is the... What is the point of the segment? I thought it was going to be spicy or something. Is this so awkward?
We met in a warehouse.
What?
For a photo shoot. And I was like jiggling my hand warmer around and I accidentally touched the heater that I was standing next to with my hand warmer and it burst open. And all this like black sand went everywhere. So I lost my hand warmer. I was kind of sad because it was really cold. And then Pio gave me his hand warmer.
Aww.
Yeah. Before that, I thought he was like a cold-hearted killer. I was like, this guy...
They're both wearing gloves.
He's a robot, but then I realized he's a human being as well. Are you excited for the games?
No.
How do you feel about TSM in South?
Pio just doesn't care. Pio doesn't give a fuck. I wear gloves when I had Korean chicken.
I spoke to Gunnar this morning, the coach. He said, tell Pio I send my regards.
I'm assuming someone is translating.
Be much surviving for us in Pochinki.
11게임이?
AAA and 17. It's a bloodbath.
Do have Tickleton up on the roof with a scar.
Why?
That's pretty
No mess.
If anybody gets themselves into a sight line, quick and easy.
I was skeptical as well.
마지막 탑4에서 만났으면 좋겠다.
Good. Why do you still prefer the SLR and barrel?
일단 데미지가 좀 세고.
No, it's just clean. If you go to a Korean chicken place in Perth, you'll get gloves.
The M4
it's
is
standard.
No. Very risky.
On the roof with a scar. That's pretty devastating. If anybody,
it's going to be a quick exchange back and forth between the two. Like gas cans decided to avoid everything and just go to street level. Tickleton.
I was just gonna say, can we take a moment? How his plate, all the bones are just polished, and then on mine, it's just like.
Where are they? I'm more curious about what's behind them. Wait, what?
We are Gongbu. We are Gongbu.
What are they doing?
일단 대회를 이겨야 되니까 이거라도 이기고 가야죠. 승리 스타트를 할까?
What? Is this a thing from a Squid Game?
깔면 되나요?
Okay. Is there like a technique I should know?
I didn't even hit it. 에이, 저도 못 치는데.
How's it supposed to flip?
이거 맞죠 이거? 오!
Oh. It's well filmed.
오!
This is well filmed. Oh.
Yeah! Yeah! I mean.
You win. Genji winner.
Wait, what do they do next? Throwing marbles. Oh, it's like the game that has a name that I don't know.
What's his name from Squid Game? Dokso.
What's that game called?
널리 날아가구나. 오, shit.
Botcha? Botcha? Botchi?
오, 씨.
I can't even see the other. Oh, are they going for the line? Did I misread it?
이거 느낌 안 것 같은데? 아!
Wait, how do they know whose marbles who?
Sonics. 1-1, baby.
What? All right, interesting.
I'm genius, yeah.
Genius?
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Wait, dude, PO has technique. Oh, never mind.
Thank you.
Did they practice this?
He's dead.
2019년도 때는 대회를 안 나왔었는데 그 당시에는 뭐 어떤 걸 하고 있었던지.
I was at PGC 2019, but in the crowd.
젠지가 우승할 거라고 생각했는지.
Actually, yes. For my Pick'ems challenge, before the tournament even started, I picked them and only them, and I got it right.
오, thank you.
In 2020, we won PGIS. What was Gen G doing?
사실 진짜 5주차 우승할 때까지만 해도 와 이거 진짜 최종 우승할 수 있겠다 라고 생각했는데 6주차 때를 좀 많이 못하기도 했고 그 당시 소닉스가 진짜 너무 말도 안 되게 잘했던 것 같아요.
Gen G, I remember after the first day, I saw Gen G on the leaderboard and I was like, that's impossible. What settings does your team play with on stage?
사실 진짜 기본적으로 all 매우 낮음, all very low,
Low?
and
Yeah. Okay.
very simple. 약간 특별한 건 딱히 없어가지고. Oh shit.
Wait, wait. They have guns. What's happening?
I don't know the total
it's over.
scene or idea. I just.
Are they going to start shooting things?
전 알고 있었어. 합성하는데 쓴다고 촬영 감독님인지 모르겠는데 한 분이 제 앞에 서 있었었거든요. 차라리 티켓팅이면 그냥 편하게 볼 텐데 처음 보시는 눈 마주치고 이렇게 숨을 겨누라고 해가지고 총 쏘는 거 아닌데 누르고 쏴야 되잖아요.
For us, it was just I was just holding it. I didn't really pull the trigger.
전 쏘는 거 했거든요. 엄청 무거워가지고 총이.
That probably means he's gonna shoot me in the trailer.
In the trailer, you only see PO with the gun.
I don't know.
I found it hard to hold it steady because the lens was right up against the barrel of the gun.
I don't think they would do this in any other
As still
esport.
as I could. For the camera, it would be going. Woo.
Am I right?
그거 말고 다른 것도 있었나요 촬영?
Yeah, I had a small PGIS trophy.
아, 부럽네요. 트로피.
Maybe the PGC trophy will be for Gen G.
아, 나는 헤어지기 전에
The intro is actually good.
그거를 드리겠습니다.
What is that?
What is that?
Is 축구인.
축구인?
What?
Oh, like
sleeping.
Sleeping. Oh, this is my PO.
Cooling system.
Cooling
I'll give it a
system.
try, that's for sure.
인증 좀 해달라고.
Yeah. Okay. I wish Gen G the best. Obviously, I don't want you guys to do better than us, but if it's not us, then I hope it's you.
Incredible.
상위권에서 경쟁하게 될 텐데 27게임이랑 트리플 A 꼭 이겼으면 좋겠고 결승전 와서 경쟁하겠지만 우승.
Wait, how long has this break been?
못하더라도 SQ가 했으면 좋겠다.
That was a good segment. The start was a bit weird though. When they're just eating chicken, it was a bit weird. This is the intro, by the way. Oh, it's a flare gun in this. Wait, no, that's not the same thing. They didn't use it. Maybe they didn't use it. It was a little bit too long. The start was a bit, yeah.
Well, that was one of the
was good,
closest games we've seen all day. That was incredible. I really enjoyed watching that. And of course, we're going to have Tiggleton in the lobby now as well. Rick, more NA.
Raph, stay up.
Back.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 well-known boosts.
Bye, Arvez. Wait, send photos later.
Your adrenaline syringe. The little-known 4th one is being flamed by Chunks because it seems that ever since that has happened at the start of today.
For those who don't know, every team who's won a game is over here in the finals. And these are all the teams fighting for the last spot.
It's been all Western teams. A large part of that comes from the fact that, like, there's not that many Asian
The
teams
losers
left
aren't out of the
because most them
tournament,
have
but
already
they
qualified.
don't get to
Today,
play
we
weekly
only
finals.
had 2 Europe and 2 Americas teams qualify, which, you know, it's got to bode well a little bit if you are the likes of FaZe.
The hair?
likes of
It's ready?
Sonics coming in. If you know, all your Western
Hell yeah, Andy.
teams have been actually performing very well on the final couple of days.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Chunks? Maybe we need some APAC flaming coming in to balance things out from your end.
Yeah, as soon as Saga said that, Xenox tagged me in our Discord and said, please flame APAC. So, now is the time. APAC, What are you doing? Buram, first of all, just so split up right now. They need to stop just sending solos. They need to work as a unit.
Temporary. I'll
Sure,
change my
it
profile
works
picture soon.
well
All right.
sometimes when you're feeling
Soon,
confident,
TM.
when you're the top team in the
I'm
lobby.
just messing around.
You can go out, you can flex, you can get aggressive, but in a lobby like this, I feel like Buram should definitely center it up a lot more and
Oh, the clown
as
thing?
a team. So that's my hope for APAC here. We want to see more than one APAC.
I think he has an
team to
emote.
make it through to the
Wait,
weekly final.
yeah.
It feels a little bit rude.
That's an
to
emote,
talk
isn't
about
it?
the top team in the
Any
lobby
Tig-
as soon as we
Wait,
switch
am I a
over to
Tig
the
sub?
Sonics cam, because we expected them to be up there, but they're coming in for our very final game of the weekly survival series. But like we said,
Any
before,
James
they're a team
subs
that
in
is
chat?
well used to success, both regionally and internationally and globally as well. So if there's any team that we would maybe, you know, if you
I don't
are,
think
for
I am.
example, Rems from OCE, if there was any team that you would put money on, let's say for example $1,000 on a bet, then this is probably the team to try and do that. So best of luck to
Nah,
him.
that's it.
I hope it goes well for him, and by proxy, I hope it goes well for the Sonics as well. Because I mean, Pio himself said it. He's
You missed the-
expecting.
you didn't say- didn't you say
he
the
will
stream,
get to
Andy?
face off in the weekly finals up against Sonics, and it's definitely an expectation for a lot of us that they would make it to that point. They've really put themselves like on the back foot in the possibility to do so, but there is still a very strong possibility that they are a strong enough team. But they have
Halloween
to
one?
get
Yeah,
the
yeah,
hot
yeah.
drop potentially with
Yep.
AAA first.
And we need to talk about that in a couple of minutes, Chunks. Are we about to see a Pachinki hot drop? Is that gonna happen in this final game of the
Wait,
day?
what did Orban say
Surely
about
not.
what did
I
what
mean,
Tig said?
Just
I
surely
missed it.
not. Sonics have one chance right now. One chance to make it to the weekly final. They wouldn't.
50
they
seconds,
wouldn't
by
take
the
that
way.
gamble,
The
would
plane
they?
path
Would
is
they?
up on the map stream.
Would they?
Please don't.
Rick, what do you think? Are we gonna see? I mean, you heard in the video, like the players were talking as if, look, hot dropping, we just have to win these fights. Going somewhere else isn't an option. That wasn't mentioned anywhere. Are we gonna see it in this next game?
You know what?
Korean casters.
We've
We're
been
watching
lacking
English
in
today.
hot drops today. We even
Because they're
highlighted
not
it.
bad.
The starts of these games have had far too many players alive for our liking when it comes to phase 2. So we need to sort of sort that out a little bit. And AAA, you know what? They have actually looked pretty solid when it comes to picking up the frags, but they've been doing it in a more systematic
People who
way.
don't
It's
reply to
not
text
been
messages
scrappy
quickly. It's
Apex
crazy.
style fights,
Yep.
which is more, you know, what would typically maybe lean into success in a hot drop, but they didn't really have the best of times in it during the super settings portion of the event earlier on in the week. So if there was a time for them to convincingly win a hot drop, this has to be it.
I mean, that would be incredible. Heroic did it in 2. Can Sonics
Soz?
do it in 1? It's match number 16 of Weekly Survival. 1 spot left for the weekly finals. Who's gonna take it? Casters, over to you.
Are they going?
One
Pachinki.
game, one chance. That's all that remains here for the weekly survival, of course, presented by Alienware and Toomey. This is it, Toby. The final plane before the weekly finals. 16 teams, 1 spot.
And you know what? I like this plane. It's a fair, decent plane. But I do feel like more often than not, when we get these really fair and really decent planes, they tend to be followed by brutal circles. And if today's game's anything to go by, Senox, I feel like brutal
I don't think
circles
they
is
are.
all it's been throughout the entire day.
Yeah.
So hopefully for these 16 trying to find final spot,
They're not.
let's give it a fair playing field, shall we?
Yeah, back over to Erenkel as well.
They're over farm right now.
2 games we had off it probably threw up the craziest of
Wait, but
circles.
so
Erenkel
many
himself
teams are
also
going where they're
has some
going.
Interesting ones too. I'd like to maybe finish off with another one. Why not? Of
A
course, we
fair
have the
plane?
Sonics on the
That's
right-hand
true though,
side of the
Andy.
screen.
It is
They
a fair
are
plane.
a new team that has made it into the lobby.
It's a correct statement.
All this time, match number 16. They get
Wicked,
one
no,
chance,
it's good.
one shot.
They're gonna try and drive away, I guess. Oh, I hate this shit. Oh, this would be. Oh, can you imagine how bad this would feel?
That is where they have avoided. AAA are there. and
Mimes
AAA
pulling to
will
bunker.
keep
Oh, this is a mess.
themselves.
It's a mess.
Sonics will go somewhere else.
I was gonna say, are they hot dropping shelter? That is, it's been a while since I've seen that one. They are hopping up towards the northeast, of course, with the plane going diagonal.
Oh, it's near the circle too.
Not a lot of teams will be headed in that direction, but having said that, there are still a few making it over here. It
Ooh.
seems like they will be able to fly on forward, but they're getting shot at already, and I'm seeing game home players in vehicles. This is suboptimal playing ground.
Oh, he's not doing it.
Those turn around, though, couldn't get to Tiggleton in time.
Good choice.
Unfortunately, we did turn around because Tiggleton ready to
Dad, can you imagine how stressful that would be? I would have loved to have seen
that
heart
would have
rates.
been a very unfortunate start for Sonics. And well,
GHD might be the
actually
one
not
team they
that
didn't
bad
think
for
about or
them.
prep for that
Kaishin,
much
though, has
with drops.
Selfie.
Because
So
they are
that's
the team that
training
came in
their
last game.
compound. Landran's found an M416. They should be able to deal with him quite comfortably. Kaishin's been a team that has quite honestly gone under the radar a little bit today. Only 9 kills, by the way, from their 7 games. So they haven't necessarily been
decent.
a team that has
Good drop for the circle. They knew the circle was going to be there.
Here, that's a nice little early kill. Get the blood pumping. Get the game rolling a little bit. They finished 3rd in match 2. Outside
Good
of
drop of FaZe too. FaZe are right in the middle.
Again, we talked about switching lobbies and whatnot. How do we?
No, just the Wrangler and Miramar, the way it should be.
I called it a pretty fair plane. How do we end up having
the way it should be?
Shelter or the nearby.
Did AAA have 26 kills in 4 matches?
With 1 down towards prison. I guess this was just the area
That's a lot.
that everyone thought, well, this is probably the one spot that no one else wants to go to, so I'll just go here. And now 3 teams. I don't recall the last time.
Don't you Sanok. Don't talk about Sanok.
Scraps, which
garbage
essentially is, and because of that, now Mansion, Mills of Power, and like all
I used to want to just go when we did watch parties when Sanok was still a map. I just wanted to go AFK.
Completely up for grabs and available. So curious to me that this ended up happening, but that's the
trash.
That's what happens with changing lobbies, I suppose.
If
Hello,
the
Zaya.
path had been a little more northernly, I would have expected maybe a bit of a pop from Mansion as well, but not to be. The pull-up laner and just gets set down by 3077. Cobra needs to get a couple of shots back. Does get the down onto Disgusting. Sylphie there. But unfortunately,
Disgusting.
Cobra completely outnumbered here. Has Nordra actually. Just behind him in the woods. Nordra just pulls up and just spots him getting.
Brew, always. Dude, Nordra's so far from his team, and he's just up here shooting people.
To start their final game. Game Home get the revive, so they've got 4 players up, and they've got the compound. This is good for the APAC team.
Well,
Textile, when we last played together, was Sanok still in?
Building that
I
could
remember.
potentially be where the game is going to end, but he's got 16 bullets, hasn't loaded any.
It was right. It was one of the 10 matches. No, 2 of the 10 matches or something.
Players not exactly grouped up and united.
It was
They are trying
garbage.
to do that as we're speaking, but you can see here, Buram trying to maybe get a little bit of
Dude,
coordination
Brew,
where
I'm
they're
just
playing from, and now realizing there's one inside this compound.
Crazy
to
people.
Make easy turn around.
What are they doing though? I mean,
no clue.
Buram
I
have
have no
players
clue.
everywhere. They are split. I
They're
mean,
all
we're
over the
only 4.5 minutes into the game.
No one
Yeah,
told
all
Brew
over the
that
place
it's
quite literally,
winner winner chicken dinner format.
Struggling to sort of get an
It
idea
was,
as
yeah.
to what they're
Garbage.
trying to do. I'm assuming try and scout out.
Pain. Where do we even drop? I don't remember. I hate the map so much. I can't remember where we dropped.
To have this many people join them to go towards Shelter, similarly.
You missed boot
that
camp?
Sonic
What about
didn't
you? Probably
expect
missed the
to be
old
joined by
boot camp though,
anyone,
not the new one.
And Game Home probably didn't expect that either. So again, you can't prep for that many teams with such a short margin. And now let's see here, Game Home, they're already split, and now they have to fight off back Moo. He does manage to take down Smash, but unfortunately, the full force of BBL were there, and they wouldn't learn a lemon.
Oh my god.
Everyone is
Camp Alpha? I can't even remember which one Camp Alpha is.
The format, you think it's all about survival.
We had Quarry?
Teams are taking fights to get big play
I just don't
positions.
remember. I've
The map
oh
is
no, we
so
did have
congested
Quarry.
on top of this
Yeah,
farm and Milta area.
next to
you
it.
can see the map.
I remember now.
up. But it is
What a trash
so
map.
congested already. Inside of the first 5 minutes, teams
Tipping to win?
vying for these positions based off of this circle. That's why
Sonics
they're
or
vying
FaZe?
for these spots so they can survive for the long game.
It's unfortunate that none of them know that.
Oh, there's a horse fucking me.
Oh no.
Could you imagine? Not only do we have all the players except for Unique up on the north side, but they're also bunched together already as
Oh.
We didn't get to see it during the game, but holy moly, that's a hole-in-one if I've seen one.
Yeah, this is of course the ending of our previous match, Space Station Gateway. They had it pretty easy in the end, all things considered, due to of course their positioning and the way they played it, so all the credit does go to them. For AAA, GEX, it was always just going to be that bloodbath between those two teams. New Happy were down to
And
the
he's
south.
spending
They
his
didn't
money
get
tonight.
involved, actually, really at any point. And Space Station Gaming, Roth ended up pushing up, cleaning up, and then they had the 4-on-2 to finish it all off, and of course booked their place in the weekly finals. They left it almost to the very last game, but still job done in the end for SSG. But of course, with our current game and our final game, of
Shave my head, that costs a little bit more.
Survival, things kicking off early between
The channel
Paro
points.
and Archangel Predator. 1-for-1 trade. Both teams now down to 3 players. Not ideal for Petrichor Road. For those that only maybe just tuned in, I would very much recommend go back, watch match 3 of the day. They played a phenomenal game and unfortunately walked away.
Dude,
second
bro,
place,
are
but
crazy.
To, maybe watch back later.
Utility spent to try and clear out. Yep, here headshot does come through. Not from runs back though. Well, the Molly did the work for him, so no reason to. Is that what we call a fadeaway in PUBG? You know, just throw the Molly, fire one bullet. That's a headshot. Don't even need to peek it anymore. That's fine. I know the Molly's gonna deal with him.
Golf,
so he gets
man.
himself the kill and what I can only assume to be the flush here to follow. And yeah, Burram making a bit of space for themselves. This is where they got their win to go through, I would say. With
Frozen pizza in the oven.
ranking decision match.
I'm having Japanese curry.
Turf advantage going for them playing in that area of the map.
And for Sonics as well, this is really what they need to do. They need to avoid the fights. Everyone else that's played, 7+ games, in some cases 16, 15 games, they're ready. They're all warmed up. They've been fighting for these early game positions. But for Sonics, the best thing is to honestly just loot up, chill out, hold a decent compound, play for the late game, and that's just something they didn't see a whole lot of in the ranked decision. Of course, losing out to 17 Gaming almost every time. Not every time, but close enough to it. So it's just all about getting to that late game scenario for them and see if all of that...
I mean, we can go Korea if you want. It's the last game, though.
Here in this final game. What a story that would be if it does happen. But of course, 15 other teams in this lobby.
Get a wheat bix for dinner.
North towards Severny. They are making their way down south. You happy? Close by to the split of BBL. That might kick off.
The
As I'm
Bix.
looking at the map. They are getting quite close. And Unique.
I don't like
still
wheat
also
bix.
got
How do you feel about that?
Somewhat are getting bridge camped by FaZe.
Yeah, just stay Unique. No reason to stress that one. Marco does manage to find one from New Happy. Second one might be to follow. No, not gonna happen. 6 bullets in the chamber for Marco. Would probably want to reload before the next engagement starts. Not gonna matter. Nan finds him, gets the instant flush confirmed as well. Down to 2. Should they be able to get Yan up, that's going to be 3 alive, but there are still more BBL.
If I have wheat bix, I have them with honey. But I don't really like. I don't like milk.
They called it bluff. They pull up 3v2.
Probably never have wheat bix in my life again, to be honest.
Mert and Metrali is actually a little bit further away. Nice play.
These NH players are so good. I don't know how they haven't won a game.
Wraps back, gets the kill, and that's going to be BBL down 2.
Yeah, perfectly played from Nan. Here's that pin being pulled, like you said, Toby, and then he's able to just wait for it to get thrown. As soon as it's thrown, he knows there's that animation. He knows that player doesn't have the gun out. He pushes it, gets that kill. New Happy play that pretty well. Yes, they lose HS, but still 3 players. You can work with that. We've all seen teams.
You don't put only Barista Edition in your fucking wheat bix. I don't eat cereal, though.
With now for the remainder of this game. They needed a northern shift, though. 25 seconds until phase 2. New Happy cannot afford to be rotating as 3.
They could use a military shift if they just insta-sprint to the western bridge. I'm just saying.
I don't know. It's like the wheat bix. They're either there's like a golden time period when eating wheat bix where they're good. Either side of the golden time, trash.
Everyone is bunched up in the middle, and who is it gonna pay off for? Circle? Well, it's going to try and keep as many players inside as possible.
All right, Na'Vi. Dude, that Na'Vi spread right now. Please regroup.
Donut shape looking circle. I like it. For this
kind of finish, regroup.
I think it's deserved. Had we got a Sosnovka Island finish for this very final match, it would have just been chaos. As fun as that is, just really want the best team going through. And this kind of circle, I think, really pays dividends for those teams. I wonder if a Unique, do they force the military?
If I have wheat bix, I have to put so much honey on them.
Back over to the Lighthouse Bridge and come in from the western side of this circle, from the yellows, from the cliffs, and play from that position. It looks as if, though, they are going to force it over the Milton Bridge. So they'll be pushing in actually towards FaZe and over towards E36, who are making the push on the beach at the moment. So FaZe Clan got a couple of teams coming to their doorstep.
That is interesting because the fact that, I mean, E36 wraps around this way at pretty much the exact same time as Unique and now starting to cross over. And I hope for E36 that they think better of it and wrap the other way. This could be pretty disastrous for FaZe if they end up getting tangled up in all this. And on the other hand, they could get a lot of kills. Should this fight end up happening, it does seem like Unique are able to wrap around.
This must be so depressing to lose players at the start of a game like this. Sonic's taking a hill.
Game, really, and none of them has really gained anything from it.
It's not a bad spot here either. Unfortunately for both teams, wounded. Game home down to just 1 player left. Disgusting does well, though. Now forces Kaishin down to 1 player as well. So they meet the same fate when it's all said and done. Cobra, the
that's what I'm saying, Andy. It's like the golden time period.
No chance to see him really get
but the other side of that, they're too soggy. And the other side of that, they're dry.
As well, but at least inside of the circle, good little spot for the time being. For Pero, they lost 1 early. They're down to 3. Got to be hard to see them finding the win from here. But over towards Snakeway, they've got a decent spot next to Na'Vi, who are playing a very big 2-2 split, in fact. So intriguing to see.
So you
how
only eat
Na'Vi
small
might
amounts
be
at a time?
still.
What?
Especially now that they've found it's not directly
No.
in between them, but they
Just don't
could
eat-
come
don't
apart
eat
their-
Weet-Bix.
Their split rotation to some extent. I just gotta say, you know, you've had a tough game when you're Cobra and you have a 15 bullet barrel and a pistol 12 minutes into the game. That's the indicator of you having not the greatest game right now.
Yeah, Ace team's not having the greatest game either, or at least weren't having the greatest game. So they're all dead. And unfortunately for Kaishin, only 9 kills from 7 games. It's just not going to cut it, even in this kind of format. You still need to be.
Yeah, do non-Australians know what a Weet-Bix is?
To qualify, it's still a really good indicator for playing well, and that's really what you want to be doing. Even if you don't find the win, you know, the likes of New Happy, FaZe, Bownham United, they've got a high amount of kills. Of course, they've played 16 games, and that's a factor.
2.5?
Even if they don't qualify from this final game, going into you know, the bottom 16 and to sort of give themselves.
Wait, who just said oi oi oi?
Exactly. Let's see, new circle, 30 seconds away from popping. I'm curious to find out when Petrico, if they do want to call the bluff here on Na'Vi, maybe they realize that not enough shots.
3 Weet-Bix is too many.
Compound, that maybe it's a split going on.
Hey, Merkut.
If they pull the trigger on that, they could not easily, of course, but could go out. And
Circle time. Circle time.
A solid double kill and gain
Circle
control of
time.
the entire landscape in that area. But let's see if it's going to pay dividends. Should they do so or not? New circle. Where are we going?
North.
South.
What does Sonics do here?
Well, they could have.
I guess they fight for the hill, but it's going to be hard, man.
They'll take that. Of course, they're only a duo, so how
Like,
much
it's not a game where you're just like, I'm just going to win the game from here.
For now,
it's not really how it
also
works.
a decent position over towards farm if they can defend that.
Or do they
could
take
go
a
up
risk?
4 and leave the southern compound.
I feel like they'll
farm
fight for the
if
hill.
They want to. Teams, of course, are going to want to try and crash that position with this kind of circle. Pero with 3 over towards Snake Way and Na'Vi, that's where it's time to group up as well. Their 2 will move up to the other 2.
Na'Vi trying to reunite.
This is the last match, yeah. That's why Sonics are playing.
Opting to play this open position. We've seen many teams play it in the
They're
past.
one
Now,
game.
well,
oh, what?
Cobra, if you shoot now, he's not. He's gonna sit there and he's gonna hold that angle until Konaxi, unfortunately, goes down and ends up dying. Because there's no way in hell that Konaxi expects this.
Well, this is not inside of the circle.
It
so
is.
at some point, it's not. So at some point, Cobra's going to have to make his way out.
You want me to leave,
Has
Andy? You
absolute
want me to leave my own
idea
stream?
That Cobra's in shelter. Mad Clan are around the area as well. I still don't know what Birem are doing. They've got this
They're
weird
trying
split.
to find a hold, I think. I mean, if you look at exactly. If you look at the map, they're trying to find somewhat of a hole in the wall, a bit of a gap where they can sneak on through. But as you can see, both of us,
Show map?
I mean, maybe you can spot. There's only. I mean, their best read.
Sonics
right
are
now
far
is
north.
there's only
Very hard
one
game.
home in that compound, and they go take it for you. In the meantime, a team that didn't hesitate at all.
Oh, the car!
Forward. Just goes to the end of 36, full speed ahead.
Didn't kill him.
Runs on, gets run on over by Indigo. There's still 2 up on alive, so they could potentially still.
They rotate up there. They started on the north. They haven't had a chance to go deeper for free. They landed near it, yeah.
Casualties already. That is the slowest run over I have seen in a very long time.
Oh, Gustav, did they?
It was like slow motion. Unfortunately for Gustav, he didn't get run over technically. He got rammed into the sun. He got sent packing, flying. FaZe, they clean up, they get the kills, but they do lose a player for it. It's not ideal, but what can you really ask them to do in that scenario? Enter Force with a crazy little push, and they get one, but ultimately that will be a detriment for FaZe moving forward. And
Yeah, it's going to be a rough game. They've waited till this circle closes, so their back is safe, and now they can fight up the hill. But it's going to be a hard one. But if they fight up the hill and they get up here, kill AAA and have 4-man on this road, it's pretty good. This circle will most likely
They're on the hunt
north on one of the sides.
Dealt with, and it makes perfect sense to me. They know that more teams could be looking to make that direction down to the south side of the map at some point.
Always goes south. This next circle is a water circle though.
So avoiding a
But there's still room for it to go south.
Decision to commit us to and go out and take out.
It doesn't. No, I don't think it always goes south. And it didn't go south.
And now 7 seconds.
Because I can see into the future.
Does it continue on to farm for GPX?
Also known as the map stream.
They would certainly like it, but it goes north.
It's
and
not
that's
bad for them,
a good sign for
but it's
Sonics
also
fans. Of
not
course, they're
easy.
in the circle, Toby,
They
but
gotta
they're close
fight
by
up.
to it. They can play the northern side of the circle. Yeah,
Try to
space
not lose
work
players.
with is the mantra. AAA, decent spot for them, but it's the south side of this circle, right? All of these teams that were towards the beach or around the farm, what do they do from here for Phase 4? Do they send it to farm? Do they send it to this position sort of center of the circle around that little footpath.
I like Sonics. I like Tig.
What's going to be the play for them?
No, you would really want to found that knock. I was going to say the more time they wait to engage and attack all around here.
It's also the biggest storyline right now. This is their one game.
To come in the meantime, Baonam thought they could potentially get a piece of farm. Not going to happen. They back off. And now Mime finally does get one knock. They spot one more attack all around. Play a wrap around the other way. And that's going to be them.
One down of AA.
For Sonic's fortunately one less.
Oh, Huin's in a bad spot though.
Now making the pull up on the compound. They went full speed forward and they have a 3-on-1 versus Disgusting.
Used to play with Tig, that right?
Disgusting getting that knock helps his chance.
He was our sub for Chiefs.
A 4-on-1. You wouldn't have
he played his first competitive PUBG with us.
Baonam United. They understand the scenario here that it is a solo. Cobra does go down to Dava. That was Mad Clan over to the top right. Zest and Young B push in. They get rid of Disgusting. They'll get the revive. FaZe on the rotation as well, just north of farm at the moment. Where do they go though? They're starting to wrap back around. They've just
he would have probably been in the full roster, but he took a break to play school. Talking everything he knows, yes.
That's the play. Drive into the center of the circle and go, nope, didn't like what we saw there. And
for reals though,
I think they wanted to get
we knew Tig was insane when we first played with him, but he needed some like, he needed to be whipped into not being so aggressive, and we whipped him.
That's the most impressive thing to me. Got away from there. I might be saying this a little too early, but got away from there with everyone alive. Fuss seems to be in a bit of a pickle here though.
Dodger just as well to his right. And God Meow's.
But he took a year off to go to uni. Sorry.
Swap here from Nordre.
Finish school.
Not uni. FaZe down to 2. Only 80 and Fex remaining.
Did I say play school?
And it's looking like
FaZe are not making it.
Unfortunately, will not be playing on Sunday this weekend.
Sonic's looking good, but they have to win this fight. They got to win this fight coming up.
Still alive and
pushing AAA.
If they can fight their way on through with the final.
Still pretty aggro. Yeah, but I'm talking, he used to stop on a rotation to shoot a whole team.
Na'Vi try to make an aggressive play towards
I think there's even clips of us telling him to stop. He was already insane at the game, but he had to be told to not be insane.
To throw in this flash and then make his way in. Checks the right-hand side. Alia had a little bit of an angle. Glooms, speaking of angles, gets the knock onto Mings. Couple of fights all happening at once, especially over to
it's a really hard circle.
The northwest as well. Sonics, Triple A still close by to each other, but it's Pero Na'Vi. Example gets 8 left. That's a big kill, of course.
He would have 100% been playing with us if he didn't take a break.
They had an amazing day, and honestly, they've been a fascinating team.
This is really hard. They have to kill AAA while also getting into the circle with 2 teams gatekeeping them. It's a rough one.
In that direction early on, we wanted the game to end up by that north side.
This Na'Vi fight too is just kind of pointless because
now Milt trying to hold off 1v3, finds the first
I don't know where they go.
Now the rest has to be commenced to both of them.
Sonic's in a real rough spot up here. They got Mad looking at them, and they got AAA behind them, and then they've got NH, AFK in the middle. Games as Chiefs have team for these days? I don't know. Probably League, CSGO, Valorant. Not sure.
God Meow just tagging the feet. Oh, AAP, unique. Dante
I watch Sonics. Sonics are about to run into AAA. Sonics are driving.
So is Algen Bots though.
Sonics are driving.
Destruction between those 2 teams. Algen Bots gets eliminated by Zest. Unique though also somewhat down for the count here. They're out of play as CJ. Though the last one alive for AAP.
This is the play or this isn't the play? It's just one of the 2 things.
Only got the 1 player left. For Sonics, they've been so defensive this game, Topi. They have been hugging this blue. They're not wanting to go.
If they get onto the ridge here, they might be in. They might be fine on this edge. They just have to watch out for AAA behind them. Good move, good move. Good move.
On their feet for the entire
well thought. Good play.
With the double from the car, 3-man vehicle.
I thought they were going to go further. I was getting scared. Well, Bliss has Valorant, Siege, Rocket League, PUBG.
Ooh, Melbourne
seals the deal for Archangel. Out they go.
That might be it.
9 teams left, 28 alive for our final match of the weekly survival week 1. Still a lot of teams that have got 4 players alive. Baonam, Buram, Mad Clan as well, and Sonics, all with 4 up. Everyone else 3 or less. Sonics.
Where's Textile? He'll know.
Position, if I might add, New Happy have only got the 3 players.
Am I joining the Rocket League, Dan? I've never played Rocket League. Not a single time.
To the south of them as well. This position for GX, by the way, that they crashed, yeah, it wasn't even inside of the circle. So
yeah,
sure
Gex should have just breached the middle.
In the end,
You're probably gonna die, but
throws out a couple of smokes. He'll die to
last game, you got to make a play to win.
Got the only compound in the circle, Toby, and they are a very proficient team at fighting late game with 4 players up.
I mean, this is not bad for Sonics.
Win from here.
If they don't, AAA are getting killed by the Navi. It's really good for Sonics. Yeah, you can carry down teammates in PUBG now. Good circle for Sonics too. I can see the future.
This is playing out perfectly for Sonics. They don't have a lot of space to maneuver, but if damage can be done to the teams that are holding them outside the
honestly,
circle
Sonics and Mad are my favorites right now to win this match.
Work out for them. 2 down from attack all around. In the meantime, New Happy, I think Sonics know they are their first, or at least immediate, threat here on the north side of the circle.
Yeah, and that circle is now... The compound's out of it. So
don't Mad wrap into Sonics. They probably edge towards the hut or sit on the hill on the corner.
Decent position up north. They can push into the circle onto Sonics and or New Happy, depending on what happens. Buram, Boundam,
it's a bit sketch though. This edge of the circle where Sonics are is a little bit sketch.
The majority of these teams. Jayers through the smoke onto example shots. Back the other way. Needs to be careful. Still 3 first aid kits. He can go for it. And as you mentioned,
Sonics won the last global championship. Yes.
Match. He's got 5 now here on Erangel. Throw them down onto Na'Vi and end their fate.
It's a bit of pressure here on the edge right now for Sonics. If they get down by Mad or something, it's a bit scary.
Will be Buram, and here they come. They know Adusi is down here.
They know NH is there, I'm pretty sure.
He's going to be welcomed by a full
because they would have taken it otherwise.
The nade is there. He's actually going to do damage to himself. Sub-convenient to say at the very least. And now, Adusi jumping around the spaces again. He's going to molly himself as well. This is going from bad to worse.
The thing is, you don't want to move too early. If you get it down on NH and you push, you might get shot by Mad. But I think Mad are going to pull more west to the side of the hill where BN are. If Mad start fighting BN, very good for Sonics. Very good.
Buram, Boundam United all still up. 7 kills, 6 of which from Zest as they start to push out. They've got Mad Clan though pushing in above them up to the north. 24 minutes has now elapsed.
Yeah, it's I'm telling you,
the nades, they are bouncing over Navi's heads.
It's falling.
Jay has had 5. He's now
the cards are falling.
This one is
Sonics.
very good. Big nade from Jayers and AAA send Na'Vi packing in 7th. 6
I'm telling
left.
you.
That's why you have 8 nades, so you can throw the first 4 and miss and hit with the 5th. I like it. And Na'Vi knew that once they allow for Buram to come in on the south side, it's game over for them. They were simply there was no way.
BN are going to get some downs on Mad, maybe 1, and then they're going to come behind them.
Thought they could buy their time.
Pause champ.
For them, and down they go. Nice hold by attack all around, but they took casualties in doing so as well. Now, we head on over to Matt. They've been able to sit tight for a while. Headshots traded. None of them really forced to make a move here. Sonics have space inside the circle, though.
And this is now where, for Sonics, they have not really had much fighting this game. They should have a lot of utility.
I think Mad have to push Sonics, though, because BN have the whole ridge. This is the fight. This is the fight right now.
Apparently, they don't have exactly a whole lot of utility.
This is everything.
Clan do, though. They've used a lot of their smokes already. Lash holding the first one. Dava pushes out. That was a chance for Tiggleton to maybe get that first knock. No one is third-partying this, not just yet at least, but New Happy are close by. You can see on the map.
I'm looking at Buram right here. If they make a play onto Baonan, that is going to be Baonan.
Am I nervous? I have no stakes.
If Buram stays on the south side, which
I'm excited.
That could be Baonan making the third-party fight and forcing.
This is hard. That circle's really rough, actually. Getting past NH in the hut, even if they win this fight.
Keen on engaging on anything. Don't know if they have the exact numbers.
Oh, NH are pushing AAA though. They don't want to get stuck in the hut because they're proactive players.
Yeah, smart play here for New Happy. If they had pushed on to Sonics, then they give up this Western control. Obviously,
Mad at just driving.
They get rid of him. Very quick, very clean, very sharp as well. And they are going to be able to control this circle.
That it's relocating. They don't like being up there.
Into a scrap with Sonics. They're going to send it. Recall back to our last game of Erangel, and they did something very similar. It did get them into 3rd place. In fact, they're going a little bit further. Scouting.
This is amazing for Sonics.
But David gets
I think Mad has just thrown the game and given Sonics the game.
Edie as well from Buram. Mad Clan looking quite mad at the moment.
What is going on?
In doing so, they made NH over peak and distracted them. This Mad just gave Mad just gave the best position to Sonics.
Moving on. 4 teams left, one of which
NH was right to leave the hut.
There's an absolute
Mad
massive chance
doing what?
that Sonics can pull it out. One game, one
Brew are
go.
having a
It
good
is
game
going
there.
their way at the moment, especially
It's gonna be a 4v4.
with United and Buram fighting each other. If they wound each other, if they're down to only 2
I can't
or 3
believe I just
players
saw that
remaining,
happen.
It makes life so easy for Sonics. There's a very happy man right now in Rems somewhere out there who could be smiling in a couple of minutes. 10 kills though for Buram. Do not count them out. Look at that heart rate monitor. All in the red.
Oh, Sonics are pushing?
Man should go down.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that 100% makes sense. It's way better cover. This is going to be a straight up 4v4. I don't know. I don't know whose position's better. From my memory, I'd say Sonics is a bit better to play. The only thing is, BN might be shooting Sonics more than they're shooting Brew.
And everything else, so they should be properly looted coming into this.
So there's more angles on Sonics here than there are angles on Brew, because BN are above them. Oh, Shrimsy's down.
Oh, Nordra! But that's the first one. Look at this, 8 kills already for Nordra.
Because BN don't want to look at Brew. It's pointless for them.
It's a little bit of like APAC versus NA at the moment. Shrimsy.
No, Brew's play was a pure gamble. But I'm not sure if a pure gamble was the right choice in that situation. They weren't that far from the circle.
Need that pressure onto Buram right now.
Look at the heart rates.
Team with 4 players currently standing. Quinn
150,
going for the revival to
6.
Shrimsy. That will be successful. But Buram need to make a move and they need to make a decision.
Yeah, this circle's good for Sonics. If Sonics have enough smokes.
Everyone has to make a move at this point, and I feel like Sonics are in the better position, honestly. Right now,
If Sonics have enough smokes to stall, it's just timing. It's all timing, man.
You can see the tires are being popped. They don't want to allow for Sonics to go take center position with the vehicle port, but they do have players on the edge of the circle. We're talking a tree.
Oh, no.
Tingleton's down.
I don't know if they have more smokes.
Kills for Noadra continues to do damage, but every single time they get a knock on Sonics, Baonan is up the hillside doing damage to Buram.
They do have more smokes. There's not on top of them.
And all of these smokes that Sonics have now expended.
Dr. Logi's going over to Sonics.
Forward after this. They're not inside of this circle. And that blue is going to start moving soon as well.
I mean, my heart rate would be off the fucking chart right now.
Really crash the party. Dr. Logi just getting a position at the tree with the Dacia.
Oh, I thought he was gonna go further than that for a second. I got real scared. See Noadra, 60 bullets in the chamber in total. And remember, if this comes
Brew aren't in still.
The damage they're doing to helmets, to
Brew is still not in.
Sonics could be the difference maker.
Oh.
And whether they get this one or not. Busted vest for H-Win. No smokes available as well. No helmet for Godmeow.
Sonics are, yeah, pretty wounded. How are they not getting down? Okay, there we go. There's one.
H-Win's down. Shots from Godmeow. Buram have continued to find knock after knock onto the Sonics, and they have not been able to find one.
Sonics are right on the edge of the circle, but Brew have to move still. Brew are so on the edge. And now BN are helping. This circle moves, by the way.
Shooting at both teams from the north.
Oh god, the car.
Looking to really punish them here. Sonics, that blue, it is now enveloping their position. They've lost their cover as well.
Nordra went down though.
They are all hiding behind the tree.
Nordra went down.
Nordra though, Canaxi's low.
Lord, again, every time they get something
Tig's down.
going, there's a team up the hillside doing damage. Now finally, Baonan looking the other way as well. Shrimsy wants to get rid of one, and now the committed push is happening. They know that there is players from Buram forced down the hillside. Look at this small rock. That's all they have to play. No one's within the vicinity of being able to utilize this sort of utility.
Oh no.
Does find one. Edie does go down the other side.
Oh, it's just Mime.
One alive for Sonics. It's a 1v1v2.
Mime.
Spots Mime. Tags
Mime.
up 1 HP.
Oh! Badam's still got a player. Dr. Logi up north. He's not out of it.
Mime,
Third, that's it.
Brew win.
Buram or Badam. It is Buram United. Oh! 17 kill win in the final game of the weekly survival.
Well done to Brew though, dude.
Survived.
17 kill win, playing there, dumb as fuck. I mean that in the nicest way. Brew's early game just spread all over the place. They got players shooting everywhere. They're doing the craziest shit of all time. None of it's safe at all, and they actually win, dude. That's a good effort by Sonics though. Like, the best they could do there from their position. It would have been so much easier if BN
I
died.
usually say there's the caster curse. Well,
If BN were dead, it would have been so much easier.
He flamed APAC like I asked him to do, and he has gotten another result.
It's true though,
Being
Merc.
a second team in the weekly finals on the weekend, Toby. What a
This is why I
match.
can't be a commentator.
I'm gonna let you.
I'm
throw
too-
it out.
I'm
Close
too
the chat
honest.
here from the casters, Toby, and throw it back to the desk.
Brew make me annoyed so much while I'm watching these tournaments because they're really good, but they do insane things, and it's just like, why? And they did it this game, and it works. So.
Massive thank you for casting today's games. Toby and Xenox, an absolutely fantastic job. And look, Chunks provided the flame and they turned it into a chicken dinner. Buriram are going to take that one home. Chunks,
That would have been so stressful to play that match.
All I'm going to say is my DMs are open if there's any teams out there that are looking to get instant qualifications next week's weekly finals. Just hit me up. I'll send you my PayPal. We'll
Good
sort
game.
out,
It was a good game.
Oh my god, what an absolutely intense final fight. Rick, this is one of the very few times I think I'm going to bring up something that it turned out to be true while we were busy analyzing that last fight. I think I said something along the lines of, Sonics used a lot of smoke grenades before Phase 7 would finish. Are they going to have any left for later? And it turns out Buriram didn't have any left either. That's what made that final fight so exciting.
This sucks.
I think a big difference for them was...
I mean, it's the
their
format
position was
as well.
A little bit better covered from BN up at the top of the hill.
Sonics don't play that passive early game if it's the other format,
like,
but
yeah, both teams that
they're
had to
doing
play
the
on
best you
low
have
ground,
with this
their
format.
only
Who are
real
you going
option
for
was
today?
use their
Well, it's
vehicles
over.
for cover, so they weren't going to be able
It's
to use
over,
those
King.
in the late game, or
That was
use
the last
smokes for
game.
cover, and smokes are a limited resource. Like, you don't have
most people here wanted
much
Sonics to win because Tig is
to be able to
Australian.
have it, and eventually they're going to run out, and that just
Tig is
forces the
Australian. I
engagement
used to play with him
between the two, and
a long time
it
ago.
just came down to a peak battle. Buriram, man, they've been sat running around. They've been fragging out the whole game. Sonics has been sat back more so in their compounds up towards the north, mostly uncontested.
If
apart
it
from
wasn't winner chicken dinner, the whole game is different though. That's the problem. You can't be like, well, they would have won that game because the whole game, the way everyone in the lobby played, would have been different. Except Brew. Brew just play like it's a normal match, and they won.
Why
so.
are they just driving around it?
I can't believe they win the 16th match
running away, dropping fadeaway dunks
like
onto
that.
Yuppie in the bottom of the
So I'd
wizard
say the
tower.
biggest miss
It was
out.
all part of the special plan.
The
all
biggest
according
like
to
NH
Buriram's game
deserved
plan,
to be in
which is,
the final.
If we can't tell what we're doing, how can anyone else possibly tell what we're doing? That's the APAC way.
I love that logic of just being able to go in, because what they did was it was interesting. They started out.
Brew played the same last year. Yeah, I know. I can literally, I can see in my head me doing the same thing about Brew last year, being like, why are you doing this? Drive buying people in Phase 1 when there was literally no point in winner chicken dinner.
Before we came on air, is the fact that both teams had burnt through so many smokes so early.
I mean, I'll give them credit. They stick to their style.
And Sonic's completely open.
It's working.
In terms of smoke, Sonics threw all of theirs down
Kind
as soon
of.
as they were getting shots taken at them, which just left them completely exposed when that Phase 9 started to move in. And well, Buriram were there to sponge it up and get the final spot.
That
in
was a
the
great
weekly
game, though.
final. It's a shame for the teams that didn't make it through, but at least they get another opportunity to make it.
I'm just going to show you guys the thing now. Why is there 5 people in the team?
Look at that kill count. That doesn't lie.
I wasn't watching.
either.
It was probably the
kills there,
either the
and
sub
they
or
take
the
over chicken dinner. The relief
on the
you could
thing. Yeah, no,
feel
it's a
it
sub.
from here, watching
Or coach.
the players' faces when they finally won that game. This means the world to them, and I'm really
okay.
happy
Based
for
on what
Buriram,
I've
but there are
seen,
also a number of teams we have
gameplay-wise,
to be gutted for today. The good news is though, we start again
I think
next
NH
week,
not
and
getting
we
to
will have a
weekly
chance to
finals
come
is
back.
sad for
But,
them.
Buriram right now, they're the stars of the show, Rick.
They definitely are. It's a team that has a lot to prove after an okay performance at PGIS. I mean, they played.
Pero took too long to warm up this tournament.
Inconsistent. They weren't making the weekly finals in the vast majority. But I mean, you've got man like Nord.
FaZe probably deserved it as well.
Getting that damage and putting highlight reels together in a sort of format where that's not necessarily the optimal play.
Hey, all good,
Nutties.
Nutties. Thanks for sticking around.
That's how they want to play the game, and sometimes it just
Hero go
works.
in with
When
4
it does,
games. Yeah,
man,
heroic. Yeah.
incredibly good. And if they're able to
I
have
mean,
performances like
they
that
didn't
during
play that
super
well earlier
settings,
either.
regardless of
But
whether or not they win the game,
that's the
they are in
format.
for an absolute
This is
hefty
the
sum of
format.
prize money when all is said
But
and
it
done. And
sucks. As a
particularly
player,
after
I feel
not
bad. Like
qualifying for PCS
this
5
NH
in
team
APAC,
are nuts.
to come out and be able to do that on a global, I mean,
honestly,
yeah, it's
them
16
and
games to get to this point, but
them
like
and
said, just throw
Ents
enough
and
darts at
Gen
the
G.
dartboard, eventually one of them is going to stick. And if you
Oh,
throw
that's
Roger
even
at
that's even
several
what it was
teams in a
ranked.
row, 400 meters away from the rest of his team, eventually he
Dig
might
don't
just
even get a
spot
chance. If you come 30 seconds,
I mean,
you don't get a chance.
347 damage does not lie, and his longest kill isn't exactly a kilometer away. That's because he's driving and he's basically making delivery stops at every single one. He's the delivery driver. He's delivering bullets. That's an insane amount.
Who should I pick for
I don't think I've seen in one game
most kills? Is it
a
most kills
higher
just in
damage
weekly
the
finals?
entire tournament so far, Chugs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is huge.
Hey, look, I'm not much of a stats guy, but I will tell you something. The clips he was hitting were insane. Being able to just drive around, rolling people. I remember it's something that Saga pointed out earlier on, like super early in the game, is that Buram just had players rolling around in vehicles. And then there was a player all the way down the hill in a compound that tried to peek out for half
Don't use me as your... I'm...
just
PUBG is a very random game.
Well, let's go ahead and hear what they have to say. This is Buriram United, their winners interview. It took till game 16, but they're going to be very happy with it.
I mean, probably Gen G.
승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
네, 불이람 유나이티드 e스포츠는 16.
If I bothered doing rate like percentages of who would most likely get the most kills, it would probably be Gen G.
You guys
Doesn't mean they will.
Entire
But.
matches from the weekly survival. It must have been tiring mentally and physically. How did you guys overcome?
All those teams too. Pero didn't make it. Pero didn't make it. Brew are too hot and cold to say. Excuse me, guys. His shoes aren't matching.
But I feel so much better now that we've won.
괜찮으신가요, 지금은?
Your heartbeat went up to 182.
182?
Oh, I didn't know Eddie's heart rate went up to 182.
Okay, that was a weird answer. Can't see Brew winning at all. I mean, next, it's super format now. Again. Brew are better at super format. VP are a good bet, but...
Being a straggler for the whole time.
Honestly, my favorites are probably...
The teammates.
To win the weekly finals would be Gen G, Fury, Ents. No, I don't know. I'm worried Ents are not going to keep up that run. I'd say VP, Gen G, and Fury. Brew are so good, but they misplay so often. They do things that work in APAC that do not work here.
I respect all my teammates and even individual plays.
And that is why it took them this long to call, I think.
So it helps towards the final. What's your determination for the final?
Fury Australian, yeah.
The rule is different from today.
And they're playing well, and they're playing their style, and they'll have confidence.
Congratulations once again. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 불이람 유나이티드 e스포츠와 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 위클리 서바이벌 1주차.
I was normally good at this. Fury are a very good, like currently right now, Fury are very good. Good enough for me to say top 8 in the world, I think. They did not get to go to last Worlds.
It's been a difficult couple of
because of COVID and honestly because PUBG fucked it up. PUBG thought Australians couldn't leave the country at all.
In order that they managed to get in MCG,
There was quite a lot of drama last year or earlier this. When was it? I don't know.
Day 2 saw Virtus Pro, Danawa, Ghibli 17, GNL, and Team Liquid make it through. And today we have Heroic, Ents, KPI, Space Station Gaming, and Buriram United. What a lobby this is going to be, Rick.
Bedge.
I'm so happy that we actually get to see Buriram back on super settings. This is...
I hope Brew make this worth it.
Man, ridiculous game, and like you say, it's so
I like
so
them.
difficult
I
to
like them a
predict
lot.
anything
They
in
make
these,
me
but
go
one
mad
prediction
sometimes.
That certainly has come true was in the little video that we saw
Good night,
during the
Ravka.
break. PO predicting that Sonics would make top 4. I don't think he was anticipating that it would be in one single weekly survival match, but he at least got that part right, and it was so close for Sonics to actually be able to come in with the one single game and secure their spot in the first week of weekly finals. But
yeah, so
wasn't quite to be.
last
Very
PGIS,
situation for them. The good
Fury were
news
meant to
for
be there.
them
They
is
qualified.
that when we come back in to the
But
decision,
PUBG,
there will be a bit of a situation
someone at
with
PUBG
AAA
got the
who will
information wrong
unfortunately
and thought that no one could
qualify for their
leave.
side, but
Within the same month, another esports team traveled from Australia. So it just was straight up was wrong. Also, Luke,
would be just a recipe for getting 30.
literally another player from Australia who was in an American team, got to go.
And with the one chance that they had, Sonics did.
He left Australia as well.
And very close to
I forgot
actually
about
being able to
that,
close
which
out
is
the win.
it's
If
insane.
the fight on the low ground with Buriram had gone the other way, it could be a completely
PUBG are
different
really
narrative
bad at
that we're spinning
organizational
right now, but
things
they'll definitely give
and
themselves many more
communication.
chances, and I'm sure even if it's only sort of like 8 to 10
I know
games we
this
get
from
in the next
experience.
week of weekly survival,
It's
that
really
will
bad.
more than likely be enough for them to get it.
And if you want a chance to predict which teams
Luke
you
don't live
think
in
are gonna be
USA?
moving
No.
forward in the weekly final as well, go ahead.
He's
and
been in
check out
Australia
the
his whole
code on the bottom
career,
of your
like,
screens right now. A massive
except for
thank
like
you
a
to all of you who
small
have
some
been
small periods. I'm pretty
moving
sure.
with us and watching the broadcast throughout today as well. Thank you very much for that, and hopefully
He might have been
this
over there for
will do your
some of
chances
last
just a
PCS.
little
I actually
bit
don't know
of
that.
boost.
Always on
I
ping
think
a lot of
Rick
time. Plays with mad lag.
mentioned
Yeah.
exactly what I wanted
It's
to
more
echo,
doable in
which is
competitive PUBG
that fight could have gone either way. Sonic's only
than
had
it
one
is
shot.
in
They're
other
not in
competitive
the weekly
games
final,
because a lot of
but they
fights are a
have done
distance.
themselves proud today.
No, and look, going into those bottom 16 matches that they're going to be playing next week, they're definitely going to perform a little bit stronger. I'd be surprised if they don't. Obviously, not having to worry quite as much about.
Yeah,
hot
they
drops
didn't
or
have an
anything.
org until
They should be
recently.
putting
Did he go
themselves
back
in a
over?
good
He couldn't
position
go
to
back over
actually
because of
take
COVID.
those fights and
If
get
it wasn't
involved
COVID,
and
he probably
hopefully
would have
get
been in
themselves
America
some
for the
of
last
those
few
early game kill
PCSs.
points. So,
Obviously.
commiserations to Sonics, but congratulations.
They
to
used to be with
Barack
Lazarus, who
and all
was
the other
org who
teams
paid for him to be
going
there.
to
Yeah.
that
And then he
weekly
came back
final.
home.
I can't
Yeah.
wait to watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting one.
Very well done to all
Oh,
of our
visa,
teams that will
COVID.
be competing this weekend, and to
One
everyone
of those.
else, we'll get to go again next week to figure out.
If
what
you're with
that order
TSM,
is.
you can
a huge thank you
surely
to
get a
Sonic,
visa.
Chunks and I on the desk, Toby and Xenox bringing you the wonderful games.
All right,
through their
that's it. It's
casting.
over.
Stay safe wherever you are, and we look forward to seeing you back here on Saturday for the weekly finals. Take care.
Saturday. Okay, so there's no games tomorrow. Chat, thank you for watching the stream. Sorry for the start. Very stressful. Unfortunately, I am a cursed human. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. And there's no PCS, PG, whatever the fuck it's called tomorrow either. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah, I'm from Perth, Macwood. Well, I'm from Bustleton, but I moved to Perth this year. But yeah, I'll be back. Guys, if you haven't joined Discord, join Discord. If you haven't followed the channel, I appreciate it. We're probably gonna, if I do end up streaming tomorrow, we might try Battlefield again.
Shut the fuck up, Nick!
Drebsdorf tipped $5.
Fine. There was a patch for Battlefield that apparently made gunplay better. What? So we'll try it once more. We'll keep trying. See if they fix it. Alrighty. Should I host bunnies? You guys gonna watch some bunnies? Wait, are they sub only, chat? Fuck it, I'm rating bunnies. I don't care. Thank you for watching, guys. I'll see you one day. I don't know. I'll let you know. This week's a bit hectic. I don't. Wait, is this going to be follower only mode for 10 minutes? I don't know. Whatever. Enjoy the bunnies. Good night, guys. Bye. Bye bye. Join Discord. Did I even thank you, Drebs? Thank you for the $5. For telling me to shut the fuck up.